Alrighty, everybody, welcome back to another live stream here on the channel. Hopefully everyone's having a fantastic Friday so far. Let's see, we have it in the chat. We have Ben, Proxy, T. Smith, as well as Grumpy Grandpa, Dane, Velocity, Brian, Andrew, Chris, and Indiana, as well as everyone else who's in here. I may have missed in the chat, or if you're not chatting, just watching this stream, welcome. Glad to have you in here. And I hope everyone is having a great morning so far. It's still morning here on the East Coast. It's still only 11:52 a.m., so we're starting fairly early. Let's go ahead and switch on over to our main scene. See if everything is good to go. We look good to go. I did just pull up a model run there. Let me switch that back to satellite imagery. So yeah, we are going to be talking about the moderate risk for severe weather today out in portions of the central U.S. We do still have a moderate risk, no high risk just yet by the SPC there. It is a moderate risk level 4 out of 5 for damaging winds and tornadoes. They did upgrade that tornado threat to a 15 SIG, which we were expecting. So you can see there we now have a 15 significant risk for the potential of long-tracked, strong, intense tornadoes, as well as the potential for an isolated violent tornado of EF4 plus intensity specifically later this afternoon, very late this afternoon, into much of the evening hours, and then into the early overnight hours as well. So that includes very populated cities like Nashville, Tennessee, inside the main risk for strong tornadoes, St. Louis, Missouri, Cincinnati, Ohio, Louisville, Kentucky, Lexington, Fayetteville, Kentucky as well, inside of that 10 SIG and the 15 SIG for long-tracked, strong to intense tornadoes. About little under 14 million people, actually a little under 12 million people rather, under the gun for significant tornadoes today, with an additional almost 40 million people under that 2% tornado risk. So very large tornado risk today. That 2% goes all the way out to the mid-Atlantic coastline of Delaware and Virginia, as well as all the way back out into the Dallas and Waco metro regions, including Shreveport, Louisiana as well. So very, very large 2% tornado risk, with also a high-end tornado threat expected today out here in the central portions of the U.S. Kentucky, Tennessee, Arkansas, Missouri, Illinois, Indiana, Ohio. Those are your main states that will be impacted today. Damaging winds potentially in excess of 95 miles per hour will be a possibility across much of the risk area. We could see gusts as high as 100 to 105 miles per hour from Arkansas, Missouri, stretching all the way into West Virginia and Southwest Virginia there. So extremely significant damaging winds are expected, as well as a very large hail, potentially greater than softball sized especially around that red hatched area, including the St. Louis area and the Missouri Boot Hill, back out into central Kentucky and northwest Tennessee. The risk today for tornadoes is a little bit more iffy than what it was yesterday. A little bit of downtrends with the speed of our trough ejection, and not as well of an amplified shortwave trough. So a little bit more uncertainties on exactly how significant and how high in the tornado threat may be today across Kentucky and Tennessee. I don't expect a high risk for severe weather anymore. I don't think we will see that at the upcoming SPC outlook here in 35 minutes. I believe they are going to keep the relatively the same categorical outlook that we have currently. Before we start really getting into today's event and some of these specifics, I do want to mention tomorrow's event. We will likely see the potential for a few tornadoes, including a strong tornado or two around and in the Dallas-Fort Worth area tomorrow. We will be live for multiple hours covering that, likely beginning around 6 p.m. Eastern Time. There is also the potential for an all-hazard supercell threat that is currently not outlined by the SPC in western Oklahoma, far northeast panhandle of Texas, into the panhandle there of Oklahoma and south central Kansas. There's a marginal risk and a general thunderstorm risk there, but it is a conditional all hazard threat, including a conditional strong tornado threat if something does fire in that area. But that's a lot of uncertainty right now on if something will fire tomorrow in that region, so they haven't outlined anything. Then going on into, what is this, Sunday? Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Yeah, so this is Sunday's risk for severe weather. Sunday, unfortunately, looks like one of the biggest tornado outbreak potentials that we have seen in Oklahoma so far this year. It looks like Oklahoma will be under the gun for the potential of multiple strong tornadoes, as well as back up into portions of Kansas, maybe even into portions of extreme southeastern Nebraska as well. So Sunday will likely be a very significant risk for strong tornadoes, and we'll see exactly what the specifics look like once we get closer. They have gone ahead and introduced a enhanced risk for day 4 as well, centered over Oklahoma City and Tulsa, Oklahoma. That is also for the potential of a couple strong tornadoes there into Monday. So Monday will also feature the potential for a tornado event out in Oklahoma, Kansas, and maybe even as far south as north of the DFW area. Tuesday, very large, very large 15% tornado risk has been introduced there by the SPC. They have, they introduced that yesterday, but it wasn't this large, a lot larger risk in terms of size here for our upcoming event on Tuesday. A lot of uncertainty revolving the tornado threat on Tuesday. Definitely could feature a significant tornado threat, but at the moment, I think Sunday, Monday will have a higher end strong tornado potential than what Tuesday has. And then as we go into Wednesday, no outline yet from the SPC. I don't know if we will see an outline by the SPC for Wednesday there. We might. If we do, it would be for the Carolinas back out into Florida. So that's all your SPC outlooks there. All your SPC outlooks, of course, today is the highest of them all, with that moderate risk outline there for tornadoes, damaging winds, and then an enhanced risk for very large hail. Definitely could use a moderate risk for hail. To be honest with you, we definitely have the potential for a 45 sig hail today. They were calling for 3-inch hail, but on their newest mesoscale discussion, they actually put the potential for as high as 4.25-inch hail. So we definitely could see a moderate risk for hail as well on the next update, but I don't think we will see a categorical risk upgrade to high risk 5 out of 5 on the next update. I think we are going to stick with this moderate risk 4 out of 5. There is definitely a few underperformance factors today. Definitely a big bust factor as well today. Storm mode could easily end up underperforming a very large chunk of our main risk area. So there is definitely a few instances where we may not go to the full moderate risk extent that we have outlined here by the SPC over Kentucky and Tennessee. All right, let's go ahead and get rid of that outlook. So storms are currently firing up out here in Arkansas and Oklahoma. Just some light rain showers. We're not expecting these to rapidly intensify in the very short term here, but as we get towards likely closer to 1:32 p.m. Eastern time, about an hour, hour and a half from now, these storms should then be able to rapidly intensify. A lot of supercells are expected to fire, especially between 2 and 3 p.m. Eastern time out of these storms. Louisville, Kentucky's in the moderate. You need to be very, very weather aware, hyper weather aware. Main timing for you guys is right around sunset. Right around sunset. So currently we have a severe thunderstorm watch for the potential of widespread 70-mile-an-hour winds, as well as the potential for winds as high as 85 miles per hour, all the way from southeastern Kentucky, northeastern Tennessee, back through the extreme west Piedmonts of North Carolina. Really doesn't include the main Piedmont triad there. For NC, it's staying off to y'all's west, really up for the higher elevations of NC, higher elevations of Virginia, and to southwest West Virginia as well. Main threat, definitely damaging winds. 80 miles per hour is nearly expected out of at least one of these clusters of storms as they move into the Appalachians here. And they're moving into the Appalachians right now. So we'll monitor those storms. I don't think they will have much of a tornado threat. There is a chance if they survive till 4 p.m. or so, the tornado risk may slightly increase out in the Carolinas and Virginia, but there's a lot of uncertainty on if our storms here in Kentucky are going to be able to survive all the way until Virginia and North Carolina. Newest HRRR for today is starting to render in here. It shows multiple... I don't have my pen open. Shows multiple clustered to semi-discrete supercells around the St. Louis metro. So we're looking at a very dangerous day as well around the St. Louis metro area. This is about 3-4 p.m. Eastern time when we are expecting these supercells to really start getting going around this area. They will be capable of producing the potential for long-tracked, strong to intense tornadoes, potentially an isolated violent tornado, depending on exactly how cell interactions go and how strong our lower-level wind shear may be. But definitely the potential for all significant hazards here. One of the biggest hazards today is definitely very large hail. I think hail is going to be a huge issue today. But I am a little bit uncertain about how high-end our tornado threat may get. A little bit questioning how high-end our threat may get. But everything points to a definitely a moderate risk-worthy event today. Let me see. See if I can show you guys this here. Okay, this is not available just yet. I'll have to wait until that finishes rendering. I was going to show you guys the GFS ensembles and the HREF probabilities for today. If it loads. This is a little bit older, but it still is going to give you an idea of what we are anticipating here. So this is just to give you an idea of probability-wise. Ignore the 15% you see over Kentucky. Thank goodness that ain't happening. Storms are staying elevated right now. So they will continue to pose a small risk for a tornado, likely around 2% chance for a tornado risk out of those cells as they move into Virginia, North Carolina. In the afternoon hours, if storms are present, that tornado risk may become a little bit more elevated in Virginia and North Carolina. We'll monitor for that. But then as we get towards 3 to 4 p.m., you'll see those tornado probabilities in Missouri and Arkansas begin to skyrocket, especially as they go into and south of the St. Louis metro area, like the new HRRR does show there. And then our absolute peak tornado threat will be probably just after 6 p.m. Eastern time, as this shows a high risk for the potential of tornadoes there southeast of St. Louis. And this actually has reintroduced a 45% risk for long-tracked, strong to violent tornadoes on the Illinois, Indiana, and Kentucky border. That is centered really right near and southwest of Evansville, Indiana. So depending on exactly how things play out with our mode, we definitely could see a couple intense tornadoes, maybe even an isolated violent tornado. I'm not too sure if the probabilities are actually going to be that high. That's definitely overshooting it. But the reason why it has that is because of the updraft helicity tracks between our ensembles here. So this is our, let's go to our, we'll go for this one. This is your 4-hour maximum updraft helicity tracks. And you can see, as we get towards 01Z, 23Z towards 01Z, everything begins to increase and go absolutely haywire. South of Indianapolis, all the way down into as far south as Clarksville, Tennessee, and as well as far southwest as the Boot Hill of Missouri. So definitely a very real possibility for strong long track tornadoes there. The wind threat on this, I believe, has still maintained a wide 60%. We'll go ahead and wait for that to load. See if this wants to load today. I'm going to actually switch it over here just in case. Yep, it did show something else there because I don't want to show you guys that. Let's see. Looks like the wind probabilities might be a little bugged. I can probably fix it. This should do... Yeah, there you go. This is your wind probabilities for today based off of the GFS ensembles and the HREF. You can see it's highlighted a large 45 significant as well as a 60 significant wind risk. Really right where it has that 45% tornado risk as well. So that's the main area of concern. If we do somehow manage to get a high risk today, it would definitely be right around that area. It would definitely be if we go to the official SPC outlook here for today. It would definitely be in this region where we could see a high risk for severe weather. If we do see one, personally, I'm no longer on board with a high risk with our trough downtrending slightly in the overnight hours. But it's still possible. It is not. It's not entirely impossible that we see a high risk issued at the next outlook here in 23 minutes. Wait for that new HRRR to finish rendering in. One thing I think this is underdoing actually is the hail probability. So it only has a 30% hail threat. I completely disagree with this model run. I like the SPC's outlook a lot better with a lot larger of a 30 sig hail. I agree a whole lot more with the SPC there with that huge 30 significant hail risk. I'm not sure why this model run has it being a small 30% there. If we look at some of our model runs for today, we're going to zoom in. I haven't used this site in a long time. I don't use it very often. I actually did use it yesterday, but outside of just looking at it briefly yesterday, I haven't tried to do like any analysis with it. Where would this be at? Maybe the Midwest? Aha! There you go. So if we pull this on forward, this is the HRRR, one of the early HRRR model runs. And you can see, this is actually, this is a lot more, a lot more conservative. This isn't our newest HRRR here. But you can see it has a widespread damaging wind threat across Indiana, Illinois, and then those discrete to clustered supercells out in southern Illinois, the Boot Hill of Missouri, and western Kentucky there. And this is actually one of the weakest runs we've seen from the HRRR here. I think this was last night's HRRR run. Let's see, this is one of our crazier runs. I haven't looked at this. And look at that. That explodes a huge cluster of supercells all around the St. Louis area into southern Illinois. And then watch as that cold front hits the dry line. And boom, you get big-time supercells into Boot Hill of Missouri, southern Illinois there. And then everything congeals up into a huge line of 80, 90 to even isolated 100-mile-per-hour winds here on this particular model run. I think that is probably our worst-case scenario today. That definitely portrays one of the most worst-case scenarios for today, where we see plenty of supercells fire, all producing likely strong to intense tornadoes in central and southern Illinois. They congeal up into a line of 90 miles per hour, and then as the cold front pushes through, we see the potential for a violent tornado threat near the Boot Hill of Missouri into southern Illinois, western Kentucky. And then as we get into about 10 p.m., that congeals up into a line as well as with the rest of the storms, and it becomes a full-fledged line of 80 to 100 mile an hour winds. So that's definitely one of our more worst-case scenarios for today's event. Let's see if we got anything else here. We'll see. Storm mode is going to play a very big role in today's overall threat for severe weather, especially that tornado threat. Let's see the new HRRR. So this is your newest HRRR run. So you can see it ignites those potential supercells in Arkansas here in about an hour. And then they fizzle out for a little bit here towards 1 o'clock and then re-intensify again in Arkansas. I think that's really when things are going to start popping off towards 2, 3 p.m. Eastern time. And then we see multiple supercells fire up all across Missouri, Illinois, into the Boot Hill of Missouri as well as that first round pushes through. It's not as aggressive with the second round in terms of a violent tornado threat. It's definitely not the most aggressive we've seen. But still, we would definitely see a couple strong tornadoes out of this for sure. Definitely a high-end event today. Not actually a high risk though, but it definitely is a higher-end event. So this is your mesoscale discussion out here in this yellow area. Out for Arkansas, Missouri, and extreme eastern Oklahoma. I don't think it would, if they do end up issuing a watch, I don't believe it would include eastern Oklahoma anymore. Storms have moved outside of eastern Oklahoma at this point. There's a 80% chance of a tornado watch being issued over the next hour or so. The potential for extremely large hail around softball sized, 70 to 80 mile per hour winds, and a few tornadoes, potentially a strong tornado or two, will all be possible. Let's go back over to out here. Little pocket of 65 to 70 mile an hour winds here in eastern Kentucky. That's going towards just north of Hazard, Kentucky. But nothing really rotating much here, so not much of a tornado concern here in the short term. Definitely not. The first watch will definitely not be a PDS tornado watch. Not for southwest Missouri into Arkansas. Phone deciding to go off there. Yeah, the SPC side is very slow. SPC side is extremely slow. It's been slow all day. I don't know if that's just because of the traffic or another reason. Thank you for the $5 donation. I appreciate it. What do you think the threats around London, Kentucky, and a bit southeast look like? Would it weaken a little bit? Let's see. So you are in southeast Kentucky. So you're about to get a lot of thunderstorms here over the next hour or so. But that's not your main event. Your main event will be later on tonight towards midnight, maybe even a little later than that. And it would be all hazards, all significant hazards. So large hail up to 2-inch in diameter out there, 80 to 90 mile per hour winds, and a few tornadoes, possibly even a strong tornado, will all be possible. Specifically late tonight. So you got to get through this first round, which I don't think will be that bad. The next round late tonight will be your main issue. I know the first MCD, I don't expect a PDS watch at all. So this is the wording from the SPC's Public Severe Weather Outlook, PWO. Severe thunderstorms are expected across the mid-Mississippi Valley and Ohio Valley into the Tennessee Valley area this afternoon and into tonight. Widespread damaging winds of some hurricane force, several tornadoes, a few of which may be intense, and scattered large hail, some baseball-sized, are all the expected hazards. A regional outbreak of severe storms is likely this afternoon into tonight. Let's see. Several strong tornadoes are expected, including the potential for a long-tracked high-end tornado. Several strong tornadoes are expected, including the potential for a high-end tornado. So, yeah, definitely quite the wording on the SPC's outlook. They are very confident. Very, very confident in today producing strong tornadoes. So, as expected, this convection has stayed relatively weak. We're not really expecting much here over the next hour. 1:30 or so is when things will begin to really pop up. The synoptic scale things, in my opinion, the synoptic view, I should say, doesn't support a high risk, but man, these model runs sure as heck do. So what do you go off of? Do you go off of a normal overall continental US view like Broyles does? Or do you rely a little bit more heavily on the 8 model runs that show a full-fledged tornado outbreak with multiple intense tornadoes happening over western Kentucky? Who's on the desk? Anyone know who's not on the desk here? I know Broyles did the 06Z Outlook. He's the one who upgraded it to a 15 sig Tor. Thank you. But I don't know who's on the next Outlook cycle there. I guess we'll figure out here in 13 minutes, won't we? You know what we haven't seen today? Or not today. You know what we haven't seen this year? If I'm not mistaken, both of the high risks that we've seen haven't included mesoscale discussions. Typically, we get mesoscale discussions before they upgrade the risk. But I don't think we've seen that this year. I don't know, maybe I just can't remember right. New mesoscale discussion, as I'm talking about it. Thank goodness it's not for a high risk, but it is for the potential of damaging winds and hail to persist into the afternoon hours here. The potential for a very weak spin-up tornado, 1-inch hail, and 60-mile-an-hour winds will continue through the afternoon in portions of New Jersey and Delaware. Let me go. I want to go check this. Hold on. Yeah. Let me see this really quick. Lord have mercy. Gracious day. Look at today on the ensemble charts. Everything is as high as it goes. Everything is 2,000 or greater. All of them for today. I don't know if I've ever seen that. Ever. I just had to show that because that's just insane. It's this second column. So what that means is there's going to be a whole lot of supercell composite today. But just the fact it has it being that high too, that's just crazy. I don't know if I've ever really seen that, to be honest with you. I don't even think April 2nd or March 14th or 15th were even close to that. So yeah, we're like a whole 2 to 3 supercell composite above the daily average for today. Which that doesn't, that may not seem like a lot, but that is a lot. That is a bunch. That means all your ensembles agree on today being 2 to 3 supercell composite, which is higher than our normal average for today. And remember, we're in May, so the average for May is pretty dang high. So when you're 2 to 3 over the average for May, you know it's not going to be good. We're over the average for May today. Oh yeah, the environment's going to be off the charts today. Yeah, we can trust it. Yeah, the environment is going to be like what we had on March 15th. Except for a little bit more organized of a storm mode. Still pretty messy storm mode, though. If we had a discrete storm mode today, there would be no doubt we would have a high risk out right now, for sure. Let's see here. Is that for today? Yeah, that is for today. Oh, Lord have mercy. That's a tornado warning. Jeez. Just lost my heart right there. New Jersey. Wasn't expecting that anytime soon, not gonna lie. Starting off with a tornado warning in New Jersey. That's something.
Tornado warning for western Cumberland County in southern New Jersey, south central Salem County in southern New Jersey, Cumberland, and Salem County in New Jersey.
So there you go. First tornado warning of the day is for this very weak area of rotation, if there's barely even rotation present there. That's in far southern and southwestern New Jersey. That might be your new... We're going to keep an eye on for your new SPC outlook here. It's 7 minutes before that comes out. So that tornado warning in southwestern New Jersey is for 52,000 people. 52,000 people. We probably have a few people watching from Texas here. I do want you guys to be made aware of the increasing threat for all severe hazards, including the isolated strong tornado potential. Models have consistently been uptrending for the Dallas area for the potential of multiple semi-discrete and as well as clustered supercells to form towards about supper time near 5 p.m. Central time out here in Texas and Oklahoma. So just be hyper weather aware there. The first hour or two that those storms fire will be the greatest threat. So the greatest threat will be from probably about 4. Let's see. Yeah, that's 4:30, I think. Yeah, about 4:30 Central to about 6:30 Central will be your greatest threat in the Dallas area. So we do have our first tornado warning out here in New Jersey. We did have a tornado warning earlier today, just a little bit after I woke up. I woke up at 8 a.m. And those warnings were starting to be put out like about 30 minutes after that. Actually, I think it was like right around like 9, 10 a.m. when we got our first tornado warning. Thought about going live for it, but it looked too weak, so I didn't. Let's see here. Yeah, so very weak rotation. Just make sure you're in your safe spot. It's difficult to say if this is like producing at all. This is like the storm Lucky got in North Carolina yesterday. It has a pretty good supercell look to it, but not a lot of rotation noted on radar. Let's see, is this in the 2% tornado risk? Half of it is, half of it isn't. That's your 2% tornado risk for today. Half of our first tornado warning out here is in the tornado risk, and half of it is not. So the first tornado warning of the day, if we go by SPC's standards, so the SPC considers a new day to be 7 a.m. Eastern time. That is 12Z, or also 12 UTC. So the first tornado warning of the day was in eastern, I believe eastern Arkansas and western Tennessee, if I'm not mistaken. It was definitely in western Tennessee, but it might have been into eastern Arkansas as well. It was actually right on the tri-state area of Arkansas, Missouri, and Tennessee. So it was in the southeast boot hill of Missouri, the extreme northeast part of Arkansas, and then the extreme west central portion of Tennessee. Proxy, you're going to see the potential for severe weather today. You're in the risks, so you just need to keep an eye on it. It's impossible to say exactly what you're going to see. It is completely impossible to say. Oh, wow. I like how the H-R just develops like 4 supercells almost on top of my house today in Southern Virginia. That looks fun. Let's hope I don't lose power. That would not be cool. Let's see here. All right. Just going to keep watching for the new SPC Outlook. Should be out in 3 or so minutes. If they're any later, you know Twitter's going to start spazzing. Twitter is going to freak if they are even a 60 seconds late. Once it turns to 12:31 p.m. Eastern, Twitter's going to freak out. Start screaming high risk. Okay, Outlook is definitely not out right now. I just checked 3 things that typically get it early. So it's definitely not out a little early. So this is your start of what will likely become a tornado outbreak today. We are expecting a tornado outbreak today across the portions of the Midwest into the Tennessee Valley. And these storms are just now starting to get going. So thankfully they didn't really explode in the general thunderstorm risk. That MCD was actually into the general thunderstorm risk, but these storms have held off a little bit longer, which, if anything, is actually going to be bad news. The reason why is because that means that they are now in a very unstable environment capable of producing all significant severe hazards, including strong tornadoes, up to 4-inch hail, and 80-mile-per-hour winds. Whereas if they fired early, they could have started to strengthen and then weakened before they moved into that very volatile environment that they are going into now. Mesoanalysis earlier today had a near 7,000 instability in central Arkansas, but that was recognized as a glitch. So thank goodness we aren't at that volatile of an environment. Supercell composite is up to 20 out here in west central Arkansas. So we are very, very far up there. Looking at temperatures, you may think today is not going to be a strong tornado threat. Temperatures are almost into your mid 80s right now. They are really, really getting up there in temperatures, and you may think, well, that means things are going to just stay elevated, right? Nope. Our dew points are widespread mid 70s across much of Arkansas, and even into the high 70s in northwest Arkansas. So, in order for storms to be elevated today, those temperatures are going to have to climb into the low to mid 90s. We'll see how high up those temperatures can get. It shouldn't be a big issue, but I do think storms are going to start off as hailers and then start to rotate a little later. Okay. I think that is the new SPC outlook right on time. And they have maintained moderate, which is no shocker. I am not surprised by that. A very notable enhanced risk expansion, though, now goes all the way into almost northeastern Illinois. It goes all the way up here to just northeast of Bloomington. So that goes very far up into central Illinois. The slight risk was also expanded into Raleigh, North Carolina. So Lucky's under a slight risk now. I'll be able to see those probabilities pretty soon. So, this is their new summary. A regional outbreak of severe thunderstorms is likely this afternoon into tonight across portions of the mid-Mississippi, Ohio, and Tennessee valleys. This will include the potential for intense supercells with strong, potentially long-track tornadoes, very large hail, and the threat for damaging winds greater than 75 miles per hour will increase as these storms grow into large clusters late this evening. Hail in excess of 3-inch in diameter is likely. A couple strong tornadoes are expected. The tornado probabilities, ooh, I think that's larger. That is a lot larger. The 15 sig has been expanded into south central Illinois by quite a lot. They've done a pretty good expansion there of that 15 sig tor. And a 45 sig hail is now in place. So now expecting hail greater than or around 4-inch in diameter. So everything is moderate. 15 sig tor, 45 sig hail, 45 sig wind. Everything is significant moderate. Man, buckle up. We're in for a big one today. That is insane. Everything is hatched. Gracious. Yeah, and that's your new 15 sig tor, so that's been pushed all the way up into even north of Mount Vernon now. There's your significant tornado risks. So that includes St. Louis pointing south, all the way up towards just south of Indianapolis, back into Cincinnati, Ohio, all the way into eastern Kentucky, all the way back down into Nashville, Jackson, Tennessee, all the way into Jonesboro, Arkansas, and West Plains, Missouri. That is crazy. Timing today for you, Lucy, is around 3, actually maybe 2 p.m. Yeah, 2 p.m. your time, I believe. Yeah. 2 p.m. your time, storm should rapidly develop to your west and then move through your region towards 3 p.m. Central. So 2 to 4 Central is your time frame for round 1. And there could be a second round towards just about an hour or so after that. So your whole window for significant severe weather is from 2 p.m. to about 5 p.m. Central. So 2 to 5. Don't look at the new HRRR for St. Louis. You've probably already looked at it, though. All right, let me see if they said anything else in their discussion here. Let's see here. Yeah, we read the main things. So multiple strong tornadoes, potentially a few long tracked, are expected. A regional outbreak of severe thunderstorms is likely. Damaging winds greater than 75 miles per hour are expected. Hail greater than 3-inch in diameter is expected. So we are expecting strong tornadoes, 3-inch hail, and it's greater than 75 miles per hour. Man. Storms are still continuing into eastern Kentucky. That tornado risk for my area remains at 2%, thankfully. Almost in that enhanced for wind. Enhanced is right there north of Hillsville, so that's about 3 counties to my northwest. Man, that is a big risk now. Look at that. Thing grew even more. I didn't think that was possible, but it grew even larger. Also, that hatched hail risk does go all the way back into Dallas. So Dallas, your main threat is definitely very, very large hail. But if you guys haven't already, make sure you hit that subscribe button. We'll be here all day and into the night hours. We're going to be here for a very long time tracking this likely tornado outbreak today that we are expecting. Let's see here. Gracious. Waiting for those probabilities to fully come in here. Then I will show you guys it on the traditional SPC Outlook. Just wow. 45 sig hail, 45 sig wind, 15 sig tor. Just crazy. Crazy stuff. My word. It is as close as you can get to a high risk without being a high risk. Like we are 45 sig wind. That is 15% away from a high risk. The tornado risk is 15% away from a high risk. So that is literally super close to a high risk. And the hail threat can't go high. National Weather Service in Norman for Sunday. The dry line in western Oklahoma and northern Texas during the afternoon hours. It's not clear how many storms will fire. Probably a couple, but it's not impossible that we see no storms. Any storms that do develop will likely be intense with giant hail and strong tornadoes being possible. So that's from the National Weather Service in Norman, Norman, Oklahoma. It's from their office. Here, also I could show you this too. This could also give you a good idea of the risk. I want to find the right one. All right, here you go. So there's your tornado risk. 15 significant there. 15 significant tornado risk outlined from west of Paducah into the Missouri Boot Hill, all the way back up into south central Illinois, southern Indiana, all the way back to Louisville, Kentucky. That is your 15 significant tornado risk there, with a 10 sig surrounding that. And that huge 5% tornado risk goes all the way back into eastern West Virginia and western southwest Virginia. So very large tornado risk there. Your severe wind outlook. You have a very large 30 significant wind in place, all the way from the Indianapolis metro now, even pointing north, back out through Springfield, St. Louis in Illinois, back out to just east of Springfield, Missouri, all the way back down to just north of Little Rock, Arkansas, including Jonesboro, Arkansas, Memphis, Tennessee, Nashville, Tennessee, back out towards Jackson in eastern Tennessee, with a 45 significant wind risk over Louisville and Paducah in Kentucky, as well as Cincinnati, Ohio. Hail risk recently upgraded, 30 significant from Jackson in eastern Kentucky, all the way back up into just south of Springfield, Illinois, all the way to just east of Springfield, Missouri, including Jonesboro, Arkansas, and then a 45 significant now introduced in and south of St. Louis, all the way back down to Paducah. So there's a overview of all your risk hazards. New mesoscale discussion. A tornado watch is likely. We just got a new tornado warning too.
Tornado warning for southwestern Atlantic County in southern New Jersey, Cumberland County in southern New Jersey, northwestern Cape May County in southern New Jersey, Atlantic, Cape May, and Cumberland County in New Jersey.
So that's your extension there. So new tornado warning there for Millville in south central New Jersey. So make sure you are in your safe spot there. Radar indicated tornado warning. Remember, a radar indicated tornado warning means a tornado is imminent or possibly even on the ground. So make sure you're in your safe spot. That new mesoscale discussion, the larger one, which includes the St. Louis Metro. Waiting to see the full graphic on that by the SPC. A tornado watch will be needed shortly. Very large hail, around 4-inch in diameter, up to 90-mile-per-hour winds, and multiple strong tornadoes, all being possible. A few tornadoes are likely. Surface analysis and satellite imagery shows a warm front that is continuing to rapidly move northward across Missouri, with extreme instability developing behind it. Storms are noted on radar ahead of the cold front in southwest Missouri and northwestern Arkansas, and these will likely become supercells with time. Additional storms are likely through this afternoon, overspreading the rest of Missouri, northern Arkansas, western Illinois. Very large hail, damaging winds, and a few tornadoes are all likely. So big time severe threat. I don't think that will be a PDS tornado watch either. If we do get a PDS tornado watch today, it's going to be in Kentucky. Severe thunderstorm warning now out to the east of Fort Smith, Arkansas, for a supercell that is actively developing going into Clarksville, Arkansas. So Clarksville, Arkansas, make sure you're indoors away from doors and windows. All right, there's your public weather outlook by the SPC as well for the new extension. They didn't change any wording. Widespread damaging winds, some hurricane force, widespread large hail, some baseball, several tornadoes, and a few intense are all expected, with a regional outbreak of severe thunderstorms likely today. That is very crazy. Let's see here. Another tornado warning. I'm assuming that's probably like a dis extension or something.
Tornado warning
it's a
for
fully new one.
northwestern Atlantic County in southern New Jersey, south central Camden County in southern New Jersey, east central Gloucester County in southern New Jersey, Atlantic, Camden, and Gloucester County in New Jersey.
You know what I find crazy? They didn't even expand the 2%. Like, literally, they could have just expanded the 2% the smallest bit in New Jersey for the active tornado warnings, but they didn't. There's literally active tornado warnings there, and they decided to not upgrade them to a 2% tornado risk. So we have 2 areas of rotation now. Rotation here, going into Hampton in New Jersey, and then another area of rotation here, going into Millville in New Jersey. So make sure you guys are in your safe spot. Pretty sure this is New Jersey. Yeah, just wanted to double check. Proxy, no, I don't think you've, your hazards have changed at all. I don't believe so. Still a severe warning out there for Clarksville in Arkansas. We'll keep an eye on that. That's one of our first supercells of the day. Yeah, Lucky will be here, but he'll be late. He had some things come up, so he won't be here till like 5:30 or so. He is going to be late. Okay. Another supercell starting up south of Springfield, Missouri as well. So multiple storms firing up along of our cold front dry line out here in Missouri and northwest Arkansas. And then plenty of severes have been reissued out here in southeast Kentucky. Plenty of severes. I don't think any of them are very notable. Yeah, most of them are 1-inch hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds. The only one that's a little bit higher is this one going into Pikeville, Kentucky for 1.5-inch hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds. So 2 tornado warnings in place out here in southwest New Jersey for a potential for a tornado to drop at any moment. And a new large severe just got issued there right in front of you for 70-mile-per-hour winds and a tornado possible there. So these storms will continue to try and produce tornadoes all the way until they move offshore here in a little over an hour, or right around an hour from now. So if you're just tuning in, we just got a new SPC outlook here. The Storm Prediction Center has maintained a level 4 out of 5 risk for all severe hazards. And I did say all severe hazards because they upgraded the hail risk to a 45 significant hail risk. So we're now expecting all significant severe hazards today, including expecting 3-inch hail. We're expecting a couple strong tornadoes, possibly even a few intense. And then we are also expecting 75-mile-per-hour winds. So all significant hazards are expected. And that 15 significant tornado risk there in the red was also expanded slightly to the northwest for some thunderstorms that may be slightly more intense than originally anticipated. And so they expanded that 15 sig. There's one more main day 1 SBC outlook here in the afternoon. That will be 4 p.m. Eastern time. So at 4 p.m. Eastern time, that's when we are going to get our last SBC outlook. We get one at 9 p.m. Eastern, but that's when these storms will be very much ongoing. The peak event begins at 3 p.m. Eastern. That's when our peak begins, right at 3 p.m. Eastern time. And that peak event lasts till about 11 p.m. or midnight tonight. So, very long peak today. Did they expand that 10 sig tour at all? I wonder if they did. I mean, it does go into Jonesboro there. I don't think that was expanded too much at all. Severe thunderstorm watch still remains in effect if you are in far southwest Virginia, southwestern West Virginia, far eastern Kentucky, and far northeastern Tennessee. 80-mile-per-hour winds are possible, 2-inch hails possible, and a tornado or two is still possible. Lord have mercy, that's the 3rd tornado warning we just got. I knew it was in New Jersey. I knew it. So that's an extension for this cell here. So that's going still in the same area. It's just they extended that for a little longer. Don't really know why they issued that, to be honest with you.
Tornado warning for northwestern Atlantic County in southern New Jersey, south central Camden County in southern New Jersey, southeastern Gloucester County in southern New Jersey, Atlantic, Camden, and Gloucester County in New Jersey.
Not 100% sure why they issued that. It's literally for the same time. If it was a longer tornado warning, that would make sense, but they literally just issued it for the same amount of time for the exact same area. So, a little weird. It is a little shorter on the west side, but typically they just, disextend it. They just will cut off the little west side that the storm's no longer in, and then go from there. They don't typically issue a whole new warning there. Little weird, but I mean, at least it's tornado warned, so you know to get to your safe spot. No, it was not changed at all. It wasn't confirmed. Nope. 1.5-inch hail on that severe storm approaching Clarksville, Arkansas right now. Let's see. Our chaser, Connor Croft, should be live very shortly. Very, very shortly. Unless he pushed it back on us. Oops. He did. He pushed it to 3. Alright, so he'll be live at 3 p.m. Eastern. He originally had it for 1. So he's going to go live a little bit later when these storms are very mature. 3 p.m. I expect a lot of mature supercells at 3 p.m. For these higher end days, we like to cover the storms firing, then the storms peak, and then at least the storms starting to die out. But sometimes that can be a little long. But we'll be here today for likely the maximum YouTube allows us to. I'll be here probably all the way until near 11:30 p.m. tonight. So we still have a very long time to go. You don't have to worry about us going anywhere. I'll stay here and cover these storms for you. We will have some help towards 5 p.m. Lucky is going to tune in and help us out a little bit towards 5, 6 o'clock tonight. He'll tune in right at the absolute peak. We'll see when he exactly tunes in. He might tune into a heck load of tornado warnings. The new convective analysis video? You mean convective chronicles? Trey? I barely was able to watch Trey's video. He doesn't believe today will go high risk at all. The main reason is the jet stream. I mean, I didn't get to talk to him about it at all, but considering he didn't mention a high risk, he went over the Mega Project and how it's just shy of what's considered a high risk 40 knot threshold. I don't think he believes today needs a high risk. But again, don't get too caught up in that. I know some people who don't take anything seriously unless it's literally a high risk, like 30 sig tour. So a moderate risk, that is very high end. We don't typically get a lot of moderates either. Probably no more than 5 moderates a year, and then typically we get maybe 1, possibly even less than that high risk. So each year. So this year we've already had 2 high risks, and this is probably right around like our 5th moderate. The thing is, our other 2 moderates that we had earlier this year were upgraded to high risks. So I know we have this moderate here. We had the moderate in Iowa, Minnesota. We had the moderate in Missouri, Arkansas. Then we had the high risk in Arkansas. Then we had the high risk in Mississippi. So I think we've had 3 moderates and 2 high risks. That's what I remember for now. I could be forgetting some because there's already been so much crazy weather. Definitely starting to strengthen in velocities out here in Hamilton Township in southeastern New Jersey. So definitely want to be in your safe spot. They're not very gate to gate. You see these gray velocities in there. That means there's not a lot of wind speeds in between the stronger red and green velocities. So there's a little bit of weak pixels in between that area of rotation. So it's not extremely tight, but it is strengthening. It's currently strengthening up. So green is winds going towards the radar. Always take note where your radar is. Our radar is in New Jersey. Right there. See that green dot? That's your radar site. So winds are going towards the radar site, and winds are going away from the radar site. So that means we have rotation right here. Just to the northwest and heading towards Hamilton Township in southeast New Jersey. I'd imagine our tornado watch will be issued at any point here. I just got a notification for something. That might be it, actually. Yep, that is it. Oh, wow. Widespread hail up to 4-inch in diameter likely. Big time hail threat. Scattered wind gusts up to 70 miles per hour likely, and a few tornadoes likely. I don't think I can get early... Well, there it is. I don't need early probs. I'm going to go 60-40. Aha! See? I got it this time. I didn't say 70-40 this time. I nailed it. 60-40 watch prob there. 80 hail is insane. Yo, that is insane. 80 hail. So that's a double high probability for hail there in terms of watch probabilities. Jeez. That is crazy. Our main tornado watch will definitely be issued right in here. This will definitely be where our main tornado watch is issued tonight. But some of our main event is definitely going to be right on the east side of that tornado watch. So that's why your probabilities are pretty high there. Especially for hail. So 80-80 for hail means a 80% chance of 10 or more events of 1 inch in diameter hail. So pretty much a guarantee of at least 10 hail reports greater than 1 inch in diameter. And then the second 80 is an 80% chance that at least one of those are greater than 1.75 inch in diameter. Or rather, greater than 2 inch in diameter. So we are guaranteed to see at least one event of greater than 2 inch hail. And then we're guaranteed to see at least around 10 1 inch hail events. They just issued the tornado watch and it just, for some reason, it shows that it literally just got expanded already. I don't know if that's just GR Earth being a little buggy. I'm sure that watch was already issued that large. Probably just a little glitch there. A new mesoscale discussion out for very close to my area. Very, very close. Like half a county more and I would be in that. The potential for up to 80 mile per hour winds, 2 inch hail, and a very brief weak spin up tornado will all be possible. Tornado threat is extremely low. So mainly big time wind and also large hail and a spin up weak tornado can't be ruled out somewhere in this new mesoscale discussion. Let's see. Want to go back to those tornado warnings up in New Jersey. Still 2 tornado warnings for pretty weak rotation. This one's getting stronger, but it's not very gate to gate right now. So just make sure you're in your safe spot if you're in either one of these warnings. They both expire. Actually, the southern one expires in 27 minutes. And this more northern one expires in just 12 minutes. There's literally 2 tornado warnings in this exact spot. Like, literally, they just extended a warning, and there are 2 tornado warnings over the exact same area. For 12 minutes. Severe storm still in place over Clarksville, Arkansas. Make sure you are still indoors, away from doors and windows. Storms are starting to and trying their best to explode out here in Springfield, Missouri. They're trying their best to really intensify, and they are trying to. And they will succeed here within the next 2 hours. Also, remember, our environment is just going to keep getting better from here on out. So, that's another insane thing to think about. We already have a volatile environment today. One of the higher end environments we see right now, 1 p.m. Eastern Time, noon Central Time. And the environment's just going to get better. The environment should peak in favorability likely right around sunset. So we're thinking like near 7 p.m. Central, maybe even a little before that will be our peak environment. Possible tornado damage just got reported in Bridgeton, New Jersey. So there's a chance we had a tornado on the ground here with this southern storm. Reports of heavily damaged shed around the Bridgeton area, potential tornado damage. I was at 12:36 Eastern. So about almost exactly 30 minutes ago. Also, just to read the wording on that watch, it's still not fully out on the SBC. I'll wait for that to fully come out. And then I can read it to y'all. So new HRRR is rendering in. Just want to watch the convective trends that the HRRR has and also compare it to what we're seeing in real time to see how wrong that model is going to be today. Significant severe still in place in Pikeville. Let's see if they actually downgraded that at all. It is actually now significant for 2-inch hail. 2-inch hail in that severe thunderstorm warning. Let's go to a higher definition of radar site the best we can. So that's right over Pikeville. Big hail core actually just to the southeast of Pikeville, Kentucky, on the northern side of Elkhorn City in east central Kentucky there. That severe remains in place for 23 more minutes. That is probably going to be the complex proxy that you and me both have to watch. That's likely going to be the complex of severe storms that we have to watch. That's going to head right towards both of our areas. .5-inch hail falling likely just barely to the north or right in Clarksville in west central Arkansas. But yeah, if you guys haven't already, make sure you hit that subscribe button with the notification bell set to all. It's greatly appreciated. Also hit that like button on this stream so we can reach as many people as possible. I appreciate all you guys tuning in today. Like I said, we will be live here for multiple more hours here all day today, covering this likely tornado outbreak that will unfold over the central portions of the U.S. And yeah, just make sure you're staying hyper weather aware. If you are out there in the Dallas area, your biggest issue is hail. I do still think a tornado or two is possible. But Dallas is really going to just see some huge hail today. Still 2 tornado warnings active out here in far southeastern New Jersey. These are heading right towards the coastline, so in probably about 30 minutes or so, they will be off of New Jersey and then become the fishies problem. 60-40, Sam, but the hail threat is 80-80. That only includes the far west side of our moderate risk, so it is not the main watch for today. The main watch will be issued once we see convective trends. And then that's when they will determine whether or not we need a PDS tornado watch or not over Kentucky tonight. Want to go over to the SPC again. There's that tornado watch. It takes so long to come in on the SPC's side of things compared to like our radar softwares. Our radars are a lot faster, actually. Let's see. New HRRR definitely keeps a big clustery mode today. I think that might prevent much of a violent tornado threat today. That clustery mode may decrease the violent and long-tracked threat. Possibly even decrease the intense tornado threat a little bit as well. Waiting for that watch to fully come in. It's still not fully in. That shows you how long it takes on the SPC's end. It's either going to be a PDS tornado watch or it's going to be a high-end tornado watch with very high-end hail probabilities. One or the other. What do you think's wrong with the HRRR? Think it might be too clustered? I would also know, I would like to know why the HRRR just fully demolishes a supercell in a volatile environment. It's the HRRR for you. So these areas of rotation have become very broad, not strong anymore. We'll keep watching them to see if they can re-intensify, but at the moment they are very broad and weakening. So Fort Smith, just to your east, there is a severe storm. It's currently still over Clarksville. So if you're in Fort Smith, Arkansas, you're probably in the clear for today. Storms have really fired off to your east, and I think they will stay off to your east for the day. New severe storm just to the east of Springfield here in Missouri. One of my biggest questions is how quick are these storms going to rotate? Is it going to take a while, like what I think will happen, where it takes us, still till like 3 o'clock before these storms really start rotating? Or are they going to start rotating sooner rather than later? That is what I want to see. Let me check this real quick. Now, the HREF model is just, it seems very inaccurate with its probabilities. It seems very inaccurate. New observed sounding from Springfield? Oh, let's go see that. That's actually an environment that is being used right now, at least a little east of Springfield. Yep, special sounding there. Definitely a good environment. Dew point's definitely a little bit lower than I expected. Just barely under 70 there. Not a lot of lower level wind shear, but still enough. So not a great sounding for a strong tornado threat, but that is a good sounding for hail as well as damaging winds and a few tornadoes. Maybe an isolated strong tornado if you can really get a supercell established there. However, this environment isn't going to be used. Storms are now already just barely off to its east. Let me see. Yeah, wind shear will only increase with time. Right now it's at like 150, right around there in the 0 to 1 kilometer range. We should get as high as like 300 by the time we get towards near 4 p.m. Eastern. I mean, it's an observed sounding, but it's an observed sounding for an environment that is going to be used for maybe the next 20 minutes, and then that's it. Like I said, really, storms have already moved east of that sounding. That sounding was observed on the barely northwest side of Springfield, Missouri. See if we got any new. Okay, we did get the new mesoanalysis as well. Still shows a great environment, for sure, a really good environment. A little less favorable of an environment towards eastern Missouri. Temperatures are pretty high up there, so it's looking more like a big hail threat at first and less of a tornado threat, so that's why I'm really interested to see if these storms can get spinning quickly or not. Or if it is going to take until the mid-afternoon like I think it will. Alright, they dropped the tornado warning for the Hamilton Township area. It's now in effect only for the Millville area in New Jersey. So if you are in Millville, New Jersey, make sure you're in your safe spot. Now you are in the only tornado warning active here in the U.S. So make sure you're in your safe spot. Continuing with the severe out here in eastern Kentucky, east of Elkhorn City. They did downgrade it a little bit. It's down to 1.5 inch hail and 60 mile an hour winds, so still quite a notable severe, but barely under a significant severe. It's going good, Brittany. Just hoping that we don't see much today in the wake of significant severe weather. I'm hoping something can go wrong with our environment. Which it is definitely a possibility. Something that could help underperform today's event. It could be anything as simple as like a little bit too high of temperatures, a little bit too low of lower level wind shear, or too many cell interactions. So, we'll see. That's still quite the large amount of hail likely falling in this area. You're looking at 1 to 1.5 inch hail with this storm. I observed 1.25 inch hail here from quite a while ago, just to the southeast of Clarksville in central Arkansas. Up to 8 severes, and we're down to 1 tornado warning. Didn't really expect any tornado warnings, though, until near 3 p.m. when our cells in Missouri could start rotating. So these were a little bit of a surprise, seeing 4 tornado warnings in New Jersey today. And they were all... one of them was halfway in the 2%, but they were mostly... all 4 of them were mostly outside of the tornado risk. It is very, very potent for very, very large hail. It sure is. I think the main underperformance factor for today is probably a more clustered mode. Let's see here. Yeah, also, another thing to note here is our morning convection is cleared out very quickly. So we'll have to watch for any prefrontals to develop out in Kentucky. There is the possibility for prefrontals later today. Likely after 4 p.m. Eastern for the threat of prefrontals there. So these storms are not rotating much yet. That's a really, really good sign. That's what we were expecting. We weren't expecting much of a tornado risk with them. I believe they're still in the 2%. Yeah, they're in the 2%, approaching the 5%. They will really start going once they hit that 10 sig area. That's when they should start to really begin to rotate. And then we'll see how clustered things are. A lot of uncertainty on today's storm mode, and how it will grow upscale. It looks to be a more clustered mode, so I'm thinking hail is the biggest issue, and that's why we saw that newest introduction there of a 45 sig hail. That was definitely a good call from what I can tell on models. I would not be surprised if we do get some softball sized hail. Yeah, that morning convection clearing out quicker, and it's also not as intense as what some models were showing in Kentucky. It's not as intense anymore. That could mean a potentially more significant wind risk tonight out in eastern Kentucky into West Virginia and western Virginia. This area here could get a little bit locally greater of a wind threat since this morning convection is clearing out so fast. And then, like I said, we'll have to watch for any prefrontals to develop in this area after 4 o'clock. So we still have a good hour and a half before I really expect much to be kicking off here. And like I said, after 3 p.m. is when I really expect things to start increasing in activity. A new severe out here from Mansfield in southwest Missouri. No longer under any tornado warnings in the U.S. We're down to just normal severes. There is still one significant severe. Yeah, just a single significant severe. It is also tore possible back out here in southeast New Jersey. But that will be moving offshore here in about 15 minutes or so. Yeah, Connor is still going to go live right around 2 p.m. local, so that's 3 p.m. Eastern. Yep. If our temperatures get over 90 in the main risk area, that's where we could see some mixing issues. But the main area we're watching for those temperatures to shoot up towards 90 is like the Boot Hill of Missouri, southern Illinois, western Kentucky, western Tennessee. If they get up to 90 in like central Arkansas or south central Missouri, we're not really expecting a big time tornado threat that far to the southwest. Huh, interesting. You know, I just realized these storms have actually formed because of a shortwave. So these are actually all prefrontals. Your cold front is actually still back out to the west. So if those can stay more discreet, not get too clustered as they move into southeast Missouri, northeast Arkansas, they could be big issues. So if we look at the dew point simulated by the HRRR for right now, you can see those storms have fired in this area here. Right in there. Your cold front is actually back in this region. Well, first sneeze of the day. Let's see how many of those we get. Thankfully, my allergies haven't been too bad recently. Day 2 outlook from the SPC. Yup. There you go. They just fixed it entirely. The slight risk was removed from New Jersey, removed from Delaware, removed from Maryland, removed from North Carolina, removed from Virginia, removed from Pennsylvania. And they actually extended the slight risk in Oklahoma back to include the potential for those supercells in northwest Oklahoma and southwest Kansas for tomorrow. So they completely removed much of the severe weather risk in the mid-Atlantic for tomorrow. Thank you, Severe Weather Alert, and see you later, Proxy. Hopefully you'll tune in later on. I don't know if I'll be live when the storms hit you, depending on if we get 1 or 2 rounds today. I'll be live when the first round hits you for sure. I mean, that's not but like an hour away. Maybe a little bit longer than an hour, but that second round is going to be late tonight. Second round won't hit you till like midnight. It's 1 degrees right now. Wow, Legacy. Holy moly. That's crazy. It's 83 degrees in Memphis, but somehow southeast of Nashville, it's apparently 1 degree. Downtown Nashville has an observed temperature of 82, so it's crazy. I guess you go from 82 to 1 degree in a single county out there in central Tennessee. Curious to see if they added a 5% tornado risk or at least a 2% in southwest Kansas for tomorrow. Yep, they added a 2%. 2% and a 15 sig hail and a 15% wind. Okay, this line is strengthening quite a bit. It did not fully die off, so it was really dying off for a bit, but now it's starting to re-intensify again. So we'll need to see if that becomes a issue there for Virginia. Significant damage reported in I think that is Michigan from yesterday's storms. Yeah, that was south of Grand Rapids. We had a CC drop there yesterday. So the NWS is out there surveying crews surveying damage there. Their surveying crews are out there. Man, like I see, you're getting temperatures that were like as cold as what you saw in winter. So this is the storm the HRRR has dying off in an hour, hour and a half as it enters northeastern Arkansas into western Tennessee. I'm very curious to see if that happens. The HRRR says it's going to die off. But I'm not too confident in that. Oops, not that. I wanted to go to this. So the HRRR actually has the storm being a little bit more north than what it actually is. A whole county more north than what it actually is. You can see it continues it till about 3 p.m. Then after 3 p.m. it starts to die off. And then at 5 p.m., I mean, it's completely gone at 5. Northwest Tennessee, yeah, you're going to get some big-time thunderstorms most likely tonight near 8 p.m. Central Time. The main issue will definitely be damaging winds and very large hail. Large hail could be as large as about 3-inch in diameter there. Also, the potential for damaging winds upwards of 90 miles per hour in that region. And then a couple tornadoes, potentially a strong tornado or two, are all possible. But there is uncertainty on how intense convection may be. That's why we don't have a high risk. There's uncertainty on how intense the convection will be and how widespread it may be. And exactly where it will be. Let me go back here. So 3 supercells have fired up over here east of Springfield in Missouri. Those should continue to intensify from here on out. Those will be our main event, and those should eventually they're going to get all the way up towards almost St. Louis. They fired a little bit early. They have fired just a little bit early. The HRRR didn't really have those firing until 3 o'clock, so they're actually quite a bit early there. Let's see what this is. A new severe warning. Yep. Severe warning out here in far western Virginia and far south central West Virginia for 1.25-inch hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds there. No tour possible tag. I don't think this is going to pose any tornado threat. All right. Let's see. Is that storm western Arkansas going to hit Jonesboro? It might be a close call if it stays alive. There's definitely some questions on if it stays alive. The HRRR has it dying out for some reason, but I mean, it is in a very favorable environment. So we'll see if it does die out at all. If it doesn't die out, it's going to be a big issue. I mean, a very big issue. Like, this would be probably one of the better opportunities for a violent tornado today. But if it dies out, then it may just not even become tornadic at any point. So, we'll see. It's either going to go one or the other way. Personally, I think it's going to survive and try to produce all significant hazards there as it goes into northeast Arkansas. But the HRRR says otherwise, and it just has the supercell dying out. So we'll watch that very closely. It's completely discrete. I mean, there's a few little cells around it, but it's like the only storm in almost the whole state of Arkansas right now. And I can't say it's gonna go like right to Jonesboro, but I mean, it's moving this direction, and Jonesboro's right there. So if it shifts a little south, then it's gonna go right for Jonesboro. If not, then it will stay on its current trajectory. I don't know exactly where it's gonna go. I just know that's its current trajectory. So that's definitely a storm to keep an eye on. It could literally die out and not produce much of a tornadic threat, or it could get in that very volatile environment and produce a likely, potentially an intense tornado later down the line. Let's see. Nashville, that's very tricky. There's a lot of different outcomes for Nashville. But the biggest issue will definitely be damaging winds up to about 80, maybe even pushing 90 miles per hour. Very late tonight, towards about 10 p.m. Central. So quite late in terms of thunderstorms for you guys. That's what runs show right now, but storms can fire really at any point. We could definitely get prefrontals. But Nashville will definitely be in the clear all the way until at least, I don't see any chance of thunderstorms until at least like 6 p.m. So after 6 p.m. Central, that's when I would start paying close attention. Oversteer, you could get more storms along the cold front later. Storm should initiate on the cold front towards 6 o'clock. Just off to your west, so probably not. Let's see here. Okay. Yeah, so you can see this is already taking on the shape of a supercell, so that's why I'm quite concerned about it. If it doesn't die out like the HRRR has, this is going to become an issue tornado-wise here in probably no longer than an hour. I just got warned for 2-inch hail there, so that's our largest hail currently that we've seen out of Missouri and Arkansas so far today. Cincinnati is still inside, or at least the southwest side of Cincinnati is still inside the moderate risk. The SPC outlooks change frequently. So yeah, they might have taken Cincinnati outside of the moderate a little bit. I could go check. Yesterday, it wasn't even in Ohio. It wasn't even close to Ohio for the day 2 outlook. Nope, it stayed the same. They expanded it into Ohio, and then the moderate has stayed the same on that portion of the risk on the east side there. So that moderate for Cincinnati hasn't moved ever since it was expanded at like 3 a.m. this morning. Ooh, when was the last time we saw this extreme recovery of an air mass after an MCS? We've seen it before. I can't give you an exact date because my memory's not the best, but it does happen. It definitely has happened before. It may have even happened earlier this year. Let me check real quick. All right. Yeah, so we're just gonna keep keeping an eye on things here. Newest meso analysis says 5,000 instability in northeast Arkansas, and I don't think that is a glitch anymore. I think our environment has actually destabilized that much. So we were up to over 5,000 surface-based instability and over 3,500 mixed layer instability. Basically, that means storms are going to explode. I don't really see how that storm in Arkansas that is currently fired is going to die out. I just don't see it. But the HRRR, like I said, it thinks it's just going to die out. These storms still severe. Southern one up to 2-inch hail now. You can see a pretty good hail core south of Mansfield in southwest Missouri. So that's starting to get its act together too. But it's relatively on track. I mean, we were expecting exactly what we're seeing here, just damaging winds and large to isolated, very large hail for the first few hours. And then, like I said, after 3 p.m. Eastern time, that's when our tornado risk should increase. That's 2 p.m. Central. Yep, Queso's in the risk today. He indeed is. And he's also in the risk on Tuesday. Dead center of the risk on Tuesday, dead center of the risk today. Thankfully, though, he's not in the moderate risk today. He's still in the enhanced, though. New severe for St. Roberts, Waynesville, in south central Missouri there. For 48 more minutes, 1.25-inch hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds. Nashville's chance for a tornado, so you're in a 10% chance for a significant tornado. So within a 25-mile radius of Nashville. So if we take this, Nashville's right there. If we do a 25-mile circle around Nashville, so in that whole blue circle, you have a 10% chance for a EF2 plus tornado. So there is a 90% chance that we do not see a strong tornado in this area. And the small chance that we have, a 10% chance that we have of a tornado happening in this area, the chance of it actually going through Nashville and then going through your town, specifically your town in Nashville, and then your street, and then hitting your house, it's very, very low. Even if you were in the highest tornado probabilities today of a 15 sig, it's still very low that a tornado directly hits you. But you still want to be hyper weather aware because there's a better chance for a tornado today than most days in Nashville. A new severe watch may be issued here, up here in Pennsylvania, West Virginia, and Northern Virginia. That's interesting. I wasn't looking up in that area, but let me see. It would definitely be low-end hazards. Yeah, actually, they have it as low-end hazards. 60-mile-an-hour winds, 1-inch hail, and a very weak spin-up tornado will all be possible. So if we get enough severe weather, enough severe storms up here, they may end up introducing a severe watch. If there's not a lot of severe storms, then they just won't issue the severe watch. No, our main watch is far from being issued. I don't expect that until likely closer to 4, 5 p.m. Unless we get prefrontals. If we get prefrontals, then that could be issued an hour or two earlier. We'll probably get into severe watch here in a bit. It depends if they want to issue the severe watch for this line or they're going to do it for this and this line. So we could get a mesoscale discussion for our area as soon as 30 minutes from now, or it could still be a little bit over an hour before we get our MCD. Let's see here. Oh. I'm going to go check that from this radar site. Oh, that's a lot of corruption. Yep. That is a lot of corruption. It is starting to get a little area of interest right there. I'm not going to call it a hook, but a little area of interest. Keep an eye on that. Little notching right there to see if it tries to increase in velocities. But no, no tornado threat with this at the moment. That may change, though, over the next few minutes. We'll see if it starts to rotate more. Okay, there we go. Yeah, that rotation, quote rotation you saw like 3 minutes ago, that was full-blown corruption. The thing that interested me a little bit was that little notch right there over Broomfield. New severe for 1.25-inch hail, 50-mile-an-hour winds for Sherrill and Edgar Springs in south central Missouri. This storm is likely producing our largest hail of the day at or possibly even a little bit larger than 2-inch in diameter over Ava, south of Mansfield, south central Missouri. Big time hail core there. So newest observed temperatures in front of this storm is right around 80 with dew points right around 70. So still very surface-based temperature dew point spreads there. We will only start to see issues if it gets over 15. And especially if it is at 20. So 15 to 20 is when we'll start to see issues with storms potentially being more elevated. We'll see if they upgrade this warning at all. That is definitely our largest hail core of the day, southeast of Ava, south central Missouri. Likely producing closer to 2.5-inch hail, as opposed to 2-inch hail. Let's see what radar indicates here. I don't like to use it much, but you know, we can at least just see for a little estimate. So it would be, I think, here. Yep. So radar estimates 3-inch hail here. However, I like to go around an inch less than what radar says, so I would go closer with 2 to maybe 2.5-inch hail with this storm. Radar typically is going to overdo hail estimates there. Yeah, there is observed 1.75-inch hail just about 5 minutes ago in Ava, Missouri. And that is not where the strongest hail core went. Strongest hail core is southeast of that town. This is now a PDS severe and also warned for 60-mile-an-hour winds. So now up to 2.75-inch hail for this hail core on this storm here in north central Arkansas. Already our first destructive of the day. The first of very many to come. The first of very many. And that northern one is up to 2.5-inch hail, exactly what I said. So we have one at 2.5-inch hail, and then we have one now that is destructive PDS severe thunderstorm warning here for 2.75-inch hail. And you can see a very present hail spike here. Very present hail spike. So definitely very large hail falling with this cell. I do believe this is going to pose a tornado risk here in the short term. Still a little bit more organizing to do, but it is shifted from a northeast moving supercell to a dead east moving supercell. That favors south-southeasterly winds, which favors rotation with this thunderstorm. So this cell, it shouldn't be too long before it tries to rotate. So we'll need to watch that closely as it heads towards Fairfield Bay. And then eventually, in about an hour or so, it's going to get close to west of Batesville. How fast are we moving here? 45, so pretty good moving storm there. So yeah, the storm will get to Batesville in likely right about an hour from now. Right about an hour from now. New significant severe issued back out in, I think, Kentucky. Yes, for 70-mile-an-hour winds. There is no very major fail mode today that will stop severe weather as a whole, but there is multiple mini fail modes that could prevent like an intense or violent tornado threat. And we now have a tornado warning in Delaware. You were probably thinking Arkansas, weren't you? Nope, Delaware. Delaware takes another tornado warning here. Actually, this is the first tornado warning in Delaware. We've had more tornado warnings in Delaware than we have in Arkansas.
Tornado warning for Central Sussex County in southern Delaware, Sussex County in Delaware.
So there's your new tornado warning there. Yeah, I'll switch to it. I was thinking about staying with the destructive severe since that is also, that's also a potentially life-threatening situation. 2.75-inch hail there in Arkansas. But now we are under a tornado warning out here for Georgetown in Delaware for over 40,000 people. Don't really see a whole lot of rotation with it. And the reflectivity hasn't updated in a little bit. So still a huge hail spike here. Even larger now on this storm. Just barely north of Hector in central Arkansas. So if you are in this severe thunderstorm warning, it is a PDS severe. So that means you need to be in your safe spot. Preferably in your safe spot there. As it is producing very, very large hail. I do want to see one thing real quick. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Our lower level jet, I didn't even realize that. Our lower level jet is going to go from about 25, maybe 30 knots to about 40 knots over the next 2 hours. That is going to help a lot with your tornado threat. That's going to be as your main trough swings in. Let's see. I'm going to go back to that tornado warning up there in Delaware. Now, just being your safe spot in Georgetown, hard to say what's happening on radar here, but definitely it's definitely rotating and trying to produce a tornado. Oh man, I forgot. I apologize for missing it. Minnow, thank you for becoming an EF2 member. I just saw that we had a new member. It said 1 new member. I apologize for missing that. Thank you for becoming an EF2 member. That was probably almost an hour ago at this point. Now a PDS severe for just southwest of Houston in south central Missouri. So 2 PDS severes in our main risk area right now. Both for hail. Thankfully, not much rotation on these storms. That is still corruption. Don't get too caught off guard with that. That is still corruption velocities. However, that is the velocity signature that we're keeping an eye for. But that's corruption because it is right barely to the south of the hail core. If it stays for like multiple more scans, then it might not be corruption. So we'll need to watch that just in case it isn't. Still tornado warning in effect there for Georgetown in Delaware being your safe spot. If you're in New Jersey, the main storms have moved offshore now, so that severe watch should, I mean, it goes for another 3 hours, but geez, I don't think we're going to see much more development there. Yeah, we'll keep an eye on the southern side of New Jersey, but if you're up here closer to like the Philadelphia metro, then you're good to go. Yeah, we'll keep an eye on that. Outflow boundary got left behind in Kentucky. Can you give me an approximation? If I had to guess, it's probably out here. No. I don't see one right off the bat. It might be a very weak outflow boundary. I might have my DBZ value too low. Or rather, too high. Because I have it to where this doesn't show any DBZ that's like lower than, I don't know, like lower than 5 or so. Or actually, I think it's lower than 10. I don't think this picks up anything lower than 10 DBZ. Because once you get lower than 10 DBZ, there's a very high chance it's just corruption. And there's a lot of corruption below 10 DBZ. It's an old velocity scan. Wait for that to come in here in 15 seconds. To see how it looks. A new severe for eastern Kentucky for 60-mile-an-hour winds. Go tell you what that includes. So that includes Cumberland, Field, Helton, Harlan rather, in east central Kentucky, or southeast Kentucky. Southeast Kentucky there for over 30,000 people. Yeah, that rotation, like I said, it was corruption, and it disappeared on the next scan, so we know it was. Oh, wow. We are up to apple-sized tail in Waynesville. Apple-sized tail in Waynesville in south central Missouri here. So now we got a third PDS severe for this time. Apple-sized tail. That's the largest we've seen today. So if you are in Waynesville or St. Robert in south central Missouri, make sure you're in your safe spot. That is a PDS severe, a particularly Dangerous situation, severe storm for apple-sized 3-inch in diameter hail. Three-inch hail there, wow. Starting off very strong with our hail threat today, that is for sure. The HRRR still wasn't wanting these storms to be here, so in about 30 minutes, that's when the HRRR initiated these storms southwest of St. Louis. So the HRRR doesn't think these cells even exist right now. But man, they definitely exist. They definitely exist. Yes, these will get close to St. Louis. They should survive all the way until barely south of St. Louis, yes. Central Indiana, I believe so. I think this will be Central Indiana's probably main threat today. These storms should last really through the entire day. They should begin to weaken as they enter Ohio, but then they'll turn into a bow echo with other storms very late tonight. So they should eventually get to Indiana. West Indiana probably by about 6, 7 p.m. Eastern, and then Central Indiana by about 7 to 8 p.m. Eastern. Still a tornado warning up here in Georgetown, in Delaware, so make sure you're in your safe spot there. 28 more minutes left on that severe. Just check. Okay, no new MCDs yet. Still staying at our normal MCD. So the tornado threat will really increase here in about an hour. That's when we should start seeing our tornado threat. Another cell has fired to the north of our primary discrete storm in central Arkansas. So we'll see if that strengthens at all. I hope you get lucky too, V. That would be nice. Still no rotation developing on this, but it does have a notch that I'm going to keep an eye on. Still a PDS severe, so be in your safe spot there. These are clustered already, and they pose a big-time hail threat. Especially that northern one for Waynesville, St. Roberts, 3-inch hail there. Yeah, radar indicated 3-inch hail, which is apple-sized hail. New severe in extreme eastern Kentucky for Wise, Kentucky. 1.25-inch hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds there. Back to our tornado warning in Georgetown, just to keep checking it. Still don't see much at all with it. Just be in your safe spot because it is a tornado warning, but I don't see any rotation personally. It is warned for a reason, though, so be in your safe spot. Up to 11 severe storms, including 3 PDS severe storms, and an additional 1 significant severe for 1.75-inch hail here for Edgar Springs. That is for 1.75-inch hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds for the next 26 more minutes. Let's see. Getting a new HRRR. The main thing I want to see with that new HRRR is just to see if it's changed its mind about that storm in Arkansas. Oh, well, it cell merges it. That's what it does. It either cell merges it or kills it off, but it keeps supercells going in Arkansas, capable of all significant hazards. At least until 5 p.m. Eastern. Where's Jonesboro located exactly? That's pretty close to where the HRRR has this storm going in. Actually, I think the HRRR takes one supercell right into Jonesboro at 6 p.m. Eastern. Just hope the tornado threat stays low with these storms, but the hail threat is going to be bad. That is definitely going to be the biggest issue for the next couple hours. We'll see. We'll see how much these storms can rotate towards 3 or 4 p.m. I don't know if you want 3 to 4 inch hail over Steer. That's not something I would want personally. I mean, that's what it shows going right towards Jonesboro at 5 p.m. It's at 5 p.m. on the HRRR. It's right here with 3 to 4 inch hail. Yep, and then it goes right through Jonesboro. So there's your updraft helicity track right into Jonesboro, literally directly into Jonesboro, I'm pretty sure. You can correct me over Steer if that's not your county. I think that is. Yeah, I'm like 99% sure that is Jonesboro. It's hard to tell though. It's really not that easy to tell. Red Omega is going to go out a few frames. Yep, there you go. So that's definitely Jonesboro. So that's 5 p.m. Eastern, 4 p.m. Central. So what happens is this first storm located over Hector right now, PDS severe still, it moves east, still staying severe, and it dies out right around Jonesboro near 4:30 Eastern. And then another storm, the northern storm that is fired, moves right into Jonesboro. Let's go check back up here with these. Still apple-sized tail on that one. 1.75 on this one. 1.75 and still destructive. So still big-time hailers with all these storms. Some more cells firing west of St. Louis. That was not expected at this point. Those could become issues for the city of St. Louis. So the city of St. Louis, watch out for these storms potentially becoming supercells in about an hour, hour and a half from now. I'm going to go to our only tornado warning. Still over Georgetown for the next 22 minutes. Very, very broad rotation, if there even is any at all. I mean, like I said, it's a tornado warning, so you want to be seeking shelter there in Georgetown, Delaware, but I don't see much with it, personally. But still, it is a tornado warning, so you want to be in your safe spot. I really hope that this thing weakens, because it's heading, like, right towards my house. Let's see if it keeps going on that exact trajectory. It might stay to my north if it stays on that exact trajectory. I know we have someone from Roanoke. That's where that storm will be. It'll be in Roanoke in about an hour and a half, but hopefully it weakens. Want to go check the environment over my area, see if it's favorable for a tornado threat at all. Um, okay, we have like no lower level wind shear, so that's why we're not going to see a tornado threat here in Virginia, North Carolina. Still could be a low in tornado threat. Worst case scenario, we could get a tornado warning or two, but I don't expect much. Main issue is definitely going to be damaging winds. That is for sure. Yep, I think it will be a lot of wind in Roanoke. Hopefully it just weakens, though. That'd be great. Peak time for an intense tornado threat, it's definitely after 3 p.m. Eastern, so it's definitely still an hour away. It's hard to say exactly when, but definitely like between 3 p.m. and like midnight Eastern is your peak threat. The absolute peak is very difficult to pinpoint because we don't know about the storm mode and when the storm mode will be. Like how messy it will be, I should say. Okay. Let's go back to this cell again. It did just get downgraded to 1.75 inch hail now, so that's good news. Still a significant severe, so you want to be away from doors and windows for sure if you're in this area west of Clinton in central Arkansas, but it's no longer PDS. Yeah, Grumpy Grandpa, the thing I'm trying to figure out with that is it just simply a big hailer? Or would it actually be tornadic? I think it would be a tornado threat. I think it would be an all hazards threat. Especially with temperatures being only in the low 80s, barely even in the low 80s, upper 70s there. Severe continues, a significant severe continues. That is in Blacksburg, so that's pretty close to Roanoke. So yeah, in about 2 hours, maybe even less than that, this is going to be heading right to Roanoke. Currently heading right for Blacksburg and a significant severe for 70-mile-an-hour winds, 1.25 inch hail for the next hour and 2 minutes. So it will be generally around here in an hour, which puts it in Roanoke in probably an hour and a half or so. So I'd say 3:30, right around 3:30 Eastern, maybe a little after that is going to be your threat in Roanoke. And there is a line behind that too, so we'll see if that maintains its intensity. The HRRR is handling the threat in Virginia horribly. Absolutely horribly. Lord have mercy. Prefrontal mayhem in Kentucky right there. What in the world? Prefrontal mayhem. Thankfully very messy, but gracious. Look at that. Big time prefrontal mayhem. Alright, apparently we got a Tor possible severe, so I want to go right to that right now. Someone said Missouri, so we're going to check all the ones in Missouri. It's the northern one that is warned for 2.75 inch hail. Interesting. On the northern one being the Tor possible one right now. That one's probably one of the more messy ones in terms of rotation, in my opinion, just based off of its location. But it is tour possible, so you need to be in your safe spot anyways. Out here in Rolla, St. James, you need to be in your safe spot anyways because you're in a PDS severe. And now it has the potential to drop a tornado, so you want to be in your safe spot. You know what this reminds me of so much, Lucy? We talked about it before it was even moderate, maybe before it was even enhanced. May 26th. I think I brought this up like 3 days ago. That's what it reminds me of, because we're still seeing the MCS out here in Kentucky, albeit nowhere near the wind threat that day had in East Kentucky, West Virginia, and Western Virginia. Nowhere close. That had over 1,000 wind reports on that day, but it is an MCS, and we had similar atmospheric recovery occur on that day as well. I think today's a little bit less messy than that day, but it's still right up there with being that significant. Especially more significant than that day in terms of hail. I mean, we said that like 3 days ago. And I still stand by that probably being the best analog. Let's go to Delaware here. Next 14 minutes left on that tornado warning. So just still be in your safe spot. Like I said, I don't see much with it, but it's tornado warning for a reason, so seek shelter. Alright, we should get an MCD for a severe thunderstorm watch downstream of our current one. Probably in this general area here. For not only the first round, but also the second round of severe weather anticipated later this afternoon. So, wouldn't be shocked if we get an MCD here soon. Or they may just expand the watch by a few counties. We'll see. I still don't think today's going to go high risk. Just too much uncertainty on storm mode. It's still possible. Our next update here is in under 2 hours, so it's still possible. But I feel like things would have to be very much tornadic at that point for them to go high risk. Let's see here. Oops, sorry, I didn't mean to do that. I wanted to go for this one. Okay. The new age triple R is crazy. It's messy, but it's still crazy. That's what I'm looking at right now. It's messy, but still crazy. So a bit worried for this one for the St. Louis Metro. St. Louis Metro, you need to be watching that supercell to your west very closely. The good news is these have fired very early. Why is that good news? They're not in the best environment. They are not in a really good environment. If they fired in an hour, this would be a big, big problem. But right now, the environment west of St. Louis is barely favorable for severe weather. There's still a capping in place from, I would assume, morning storms, or just the warm front may not have lifted that far north yet, actually. Yeah, your warm front isn't in St. Louis yet, so this is going to be a close one. This is going to be a close one. Your warm front is currently lifting north, and storms are firing like right at that warm front. If they are on or south of the warm front, they will be all hazards. If they are north of the warm front, the tornado threat will be a lot lower. And according to satellite imagery, your warm front is located in here, with the cold front being way back here, still west of Springfield. So I don't think these are going to pose much of a tornado threat unless that warm front lifts northward even faster than it already is. We shall see. Because the HRRR fired those storms at 3 o'clock, not 2 o'clock. They might have fired a little too early. That warm front will be very far north at 4 o'clock. Like, it's going to go from down here to, like, up here in 2 hours. It's going to go a lot more north over the next, like, hour and a half. Sam, the new HRRR looks insane. It shows a lot more prefrontals. The only good news I can find right now is this warm front is a little bit south of these storms near St. Louis. But outside of that, we're still on track for a ridiculous hail threat, damaging winds, and a couple tornadoes today. Maybe increasing a little with velocity near Clinton. Remember that lower level jet ramps up by 15 plus knots over the next 30 minutes. So 3 to 4 p.m. is when everything should break loose. And we're going to be in trouble. Hopefully not, though. Yeah, hopefully the warm front doesn't go much further north. But, man, completely different scenario on the HRRR for West Tennessee. I know we had someone from West Tennessee in here. So the old HRRR had a few supercells capable of all hazards. Not that bad for wind, but still capable of like 1.75 inch hail and a tornado or two. The new HRRR, yeah, it shows like 90 mile-an-hour winds through all of West Tennessee and Nashville. A completely different scenario. And then look at all the prefrontals in Kentucky. Thankfully messy, but a bunch of prefrontals. So hopefully the HRRR is wrong with that. We'll keep watching it. It doesn't do a lot of good to keep looking at the HRRR, but it's just something I'm still going to do. I'm a weather enthusiast. I'm going to look at the HRRR day of, even though I know it's not very accurate. All right, y'all are saying unwarned strong rotation, but it's hard to see when you are this far. You can't tell if that's rotation or not. It's very hard to tell. This is what we were struggling with in Wisconsin yesterday. We can go to the St. Louis radar, and that does confirm it too. We don't have any other close radar sites. I mean, Paducah sees it. I think you're. I think you're right.
Southeastern Sussex County in southern Delaware, Sussex County in Delaware.
It's a new one in Delaware. So they've decided to continue that to the coastline here. It looks a little bit better. That is looking quite a bit better, actually, in Delaware. That's looking quite a bit better in Delaware. So definitely want to be in your safe spot here in Millsboro. That looks like it's starting to tighten up a bit more in Delaware. That's probably for Missouri.
Tornado warning for the northeastern city of Norton in southwestern Virginia, central Wise County in southwestern Virginia, city of Norton, and Wise County in Virginia.
That's both of them.
Tornado warning for northwestern Shannon County
Here we
in
go.
south central Missouri, southeastern Texas County in south central Missouri, Shannon, and Texas County in Missouri.
3 tornado warnings in 5 seconds. So there's your area of rotation. This is in Virginia. This is in Virginia, so this is one of the storms that will head towards you, Proxy. And that is currently tornado warned. It's a long way from you, but it is currently tornado warned, and I wouldn't be shocked if this is producing a tornado at any second in far western Virginia. Now, the warning back out in Missouri was for the ones that you guys just pointed out in chat. I was a little bit unsure about that being rotation, but it is now tornado warned, so they believe it is indeed rotation, so you need to be in your safe spot there in Raymondville. So there you go. Lower level jets just going to keep increasing from here on out, so these storms should just rotate more and more. So we're going to monitor that. That's definitely an old scan. Let me get analysis radars up there. Now that we're starting to pop off with some more warnings. There you go. So we're up to 4 tornado warnings now. Hard to say how much it's rotating, but it's definitely rotating. It's just difficult to say by how much. Severe up here west of St. Louis. The heck? Looks like that's already trying to get a couplet on it. Looks like this is 2 storms. This is 2 storms, so there's an embedded supercell here with another storm north of it. This is west of St. Louis. This might be on the warm front. That might be why this is starting to already rotate. It might be latched on the warm front now. Because the warm front is right around here. It's somewhere around this area, pushing north. So we'll need to keep an eye on that one west of St. Louis. Want to watch that one closely in far western Virginia as well, going over Wise right now. So make sure you're in your safe spot there. And the one in Delaware is trying to tighten up too. Not very impressive on velocity, but it definitely looks really tornadic. Very supercellular there. Let's see. All right, Connor did just go live. At least for members, so he's definitely on the road. And he'll be live for everybody in 30 minutes, most likely. A lot of these look like they are rotating now. As we get another warning.
For southwestern Shannon County in south-central Missouri, northern Howell County in south-central Missouri, southeastern Texas County in south-central Missouri, northwestern Oregon County in south-central Missouri, Howell, Oregon, Shannon, and Texas County in Missouri.
Likely a intense tornado ongoing in central Missouri. That is likely a intense tornado on the ground. If that continues on the next scan. Lord
Tornado
have
warning
mercy.
For central Phelps County in east central Missouri, Phelps County in Missouri.
That lower level jet, man, right when it hits, does it ever hit? We went from 1 tornado warning in Delaware to 3 in Missouri, 1 in Virginia, and then another 2 in Delaware. So we started off fast. And I believe that is an intense tornado on the ground right now, south of Yukon in south central Missouri. Oh my goodness, we are starting off with a intense tornado. That is a reflectivity debris ball right there. we are starting off with an intense tree ripper right now. So hopefully this stays over just trees, but man, already starting off very, very strong with an intense tornado on the ground right now in south central Missouri. This is now an observed tornado warning, and honestly, I think it's borderline PDS right now. And the only reason why it's not PDS is because it's over just trees right now. But if that continues, Summersville is going to take a direct hit from an intense tornado. So this will go PDS if it stays on the ground. I assume that it's going to go PDS if it stays on the ground and heads right into Summersville. First tornado of the day is a intense one west of Summersville in south central Missouri. So if you're in Summersville, Missouri, run to your safe spot now. Very strong to intense tornado on the ground. Why am I saying intense? Because the fact that we are seeing deep blue CC this far from our radar site. Right when I saw that CC, I knew it was a strong tornado because we're looking 5,000 feet up. So for us to see a CC from this far, it is a strong tornado right off the bat. So now that it's a deep blue CC, this is probably lofting debris upwards of 7,000 feet up. So it's likely approaching intense intensity. And gracious day, Willow Springs, you've got the most classic supercell that we've seen today ongoing. Semi-discrete supercell heading right towards Mountain View, probably about to or possibly even already producing a tornado. Deep CC continues. Debris is not being lofted further than 7,000 feet right now. It's not being picked up higher than 7,000 feet at the moment. So the fact that these are already getting to tornadic status, oh Lord have mercy. Didn't even notice that. A 4-inch hail report in St. Roberts. So St. Robert, you just verified the entire hail threat today with a 4-inch hail report right there. Already. Just caught that in the corner of my eye. Alright, debris is now being lofted over 7,500 feet. It's not being lofted over 10,000 yet. If we see CC on the 10,000, this is actually 11,000 feet up. So if we see this on 11,000 feet up, that means it's a very intense tornado. But we now see it on the 7,500 feet scan. So it is definitely an intense tornado going towards Somerville right now in south central Missouri. Yes, these are prefrontals. Severe thunderstorm watch issued for portions of central southwest Pennsylvania, extreme northeastern West Virginia, and extreme northern Virginia. This also includes much of the state of Maryland. So Summersville and south central Missouri, we have an intense tornado heading right for you. Please run to your safe spot right now. It is lofted debris over 7,500 feet, which definitely means it is a strong to intense tornado. So please be in your safe spot. Somerville, south central Missouri. I want to briefly get off of this storm. Just to go check our cell in Arkansas here. Yep, that has ramped up too. That is a good couplet of rotations starting up over Clinton right now in north central Arkansas. And I also want to check that storm on the warm front. Okay, no rotation there anymore. That's good. No rotation on that storm on the warm front. So these are just hailers and winds right now. Okay, let's go back to GR analysis. Oh my goodness. That is debris over 11,500 feet. Wow. Extremely intense tree ripper here. I hope it's only that. I hope it is only trees. Very intense tornado, likely lofting debris well over 11,000 feet up into the atmosphere now. That surpasses by a milestone any tornado we saw yesterday. And this is the first one of the day. The first one of the day today surpasses all of the 20 plus tornadoes we saw yesterday in terms of strength. At least via radar. I don't think it's violent due to the couplet. I can't tell how strong it is on velocity, but I doubt it's violent. But it is definitely very intense. It's also going to be difficult to tell when this thing lifts. When this debris turns to fallout and not a tornado. It's going to be really tricky to say. So, Summersville, there is still possibly an intense tornado on the ground off to your west, moving straight into your town here over about the next 10 minutes. In 10 minutes or so, it's going to be over Summersville, Missouri. In 10 minutes. New mesoscale discussion. That's going to be for us here in Virginia and North Carolina. 60% chance of a severe thunderstorm watch being issued in this area. So we will most likely end up seeing a severe watch here. I can't see the graphic for that, though, just yet. Severe threat may spread into Virginia and northern North Carolina. Damaging winds of 60 to 70 miles per hour and hail of 1 to 1.5 inch in diameter. So not that high of hazards, thankfully. Yep, that means they don't expect a tornado threat. I can't tell if this is lifted. It's best just to get to your safe spot. Storm has gotten a lot smaller out here in northern Arkansas. It may not have enough forcing to keep it alive. These storms, however, are a completely different story. These will be long-living supercells probably all the way until southwestern Ohio late tonight. We're going to be dealing with these for the entire day and into the night hours. That's for part of our main risk area today. And then we'll get another round of these storms firing off the cold front. You want to know a horrible thing? You want to know what's absolutely horrible? These storms aren't taking up much of the environment. So that means when the cold front does fire, these storms will probably be just as intense on the cold front as what we're seeing on these prefrontal storms. They are not taking up much of the environment at all. They're not leaving a capping. They're taking up about 500 instability. All the wind shear is still very much in place. It's still a volatile environment behind them. So you would think and you would hope these prefrontals would take up, the whole environment, but that's not the case. I don't know if this is on the ground anymore. It's very hard to tell. If they believe it's on the ground, we might see this go PDS. If it's not on the ground, then we'll probably see it go radar indicated. It's best just to be in your safe spot in Summersville. So Summerville, South Central Missouri, make sure you're in your safe spot. It launched debris at least 11,000 feet up. At least 11,000 feet up. So these storms are in the moderate risk area. And now in the 10 sig tour. So they're in the moderate for hail. They are in the moderate risk for hail. See some light rain showers out here in Kentucky. I don't think that's any signs of early initiation for prefrontals. We don't have much of a forcing mechanism out there. The main time for prefrontals will probably be as our prefrontals enter Kentucky. So I'm thinking like maybe 6 to 10 p.m. will be our main window for prefrontals in this area. And if that does happen, it will definitely verify a moderate risk for all hazards. Still a little rotation on our storm in Arkansas. It looks significantly smaller, but it is still severe. And it is still producing severe hazards. That northern one could drop a big tornado at any second. This one could definitely drop a big tornado at any second up here in St. James in central Missouri, so we'll need to watch that closely. Depends how long you've been gone, Indiana. If you've been gone for more than 15 minutes, you missed a near PDS tornado. I think the only reason why it didn't go PDS is because it stayed over trees, and then once it neared a populated area, Somerville, Missouri, it seems to have weakened and maybe lifted. Tornado lofted debris over 11,000 feet up. Let's see here. All right. A big hail core on the Mountain View storm as well. It's just difficult to tell if any of these are producing tornadoes, but the one that went through just to the west of Summersville definitely produced a tornado. That was not difficult to tell. We'll see. I think the NWS mentioned that outflow boundary in Kentucky. Yeah, more isolated supercell development, referring to prefrontal supercells, may occur late this afternoon along a outflow boundary in Kentucky, where all severe hazards are expected. I didn't even realize this part. Gradual upscale growth into clusters and line segments are expected. 65 to 85 mile an hour wind gust. No, there's no PDS tornado warning. I believe it lifted before it went into the town, so That's why they didn't put PDS on it. All right, while we wait for a new scan, I believe our tornado warning was lifted in Virginia. Sure was. I saw it expire at the bottom right corner. Yeah, that rotation quickly died out. Turned very linear, so that's good. Still tour possible severe there. Still 70-mile-an-hour winds and 1.25-inch hail. About to move into Blacksburg, Virginia here over the next 15 minutes or so. And still a tornado warning for the coastal areas here in southeast, far southeast Delaware. Just to the southeast of Millsboro in Delaware. New severe thunderstorm watch I mentioned earlier. There it is. You can see we started getting plenty of severe thunderstorm warnings in West Virginia and Maryland, so they issued that severe thunderstorm watch for Maryland, Northern Virginia, Northeastern West Virginia into Pennsylvania as well. Oh, zoomed out way too quickly there. Didn't mean to do that. Still a little area of rotation with this storm in Fairfield Bay, Arkansas. Storm has died out quite a bit. It's gotten a lot smaller, but it is still a severe storm. All right, let's go back up here. I believe that's the previously observed warning, now radar indicated. Yes. So we're back down to radar indicated tornado warnings, no observed for the moment. All right, we're going to have to get the St. Louis radar site opened up here. So that's a Little Rock one. We had the Springfield one. Now we need the St. Louis, Missouri one opened. There we go. Let's go back down to this radar site. I think this Mountain View storm is probably the one that's the closest to producing a tornado at the moment. Mountain View in south central Missouri. Girl Dev is under the same hazards that you are. A little uncertain how notable the threat may be, but definitely the potential really just depends on if storms get to you. The potential for 80-mile-an-hour winds, 2-inch hail, and a few tornadoes, possibly a strong tornado. But there's a chance that storms could just, like, split. That's the main bust factor for y'all out there in Indiana. Warm front has lifted north of St. Louis now, so those storms west of St. Louis are literally riding the warm front right now. All right, I'm going to take a very quick break before this stuff does anything. I will be back in about, give or take, 2 minutes. Just want to take a quick break.
Tornado warning for Central Crawford County in east central Missouri, northwestern Washington County in east central Missouri, Crawford and Washington County in Missouri.
All right, I am back. Just a reminder, if you are sitting down for a long time covering or watching these storms, make sure you get up, take frequent breaks the best you can, drink water. Sometimes you can forget, especially when we are tracking tornado outbreaks like today and yesterday. Yeah, that one in Mountain View is as close as you can get to producing a tornado. It's likely nearly on the ground. It's got to be very, very close based off of radar. Trying to see if I can get anything else information here that might help us see like an enhanced tornado threat here. Like I said, that warm front has now shifted and moved all the way into and north of St. Louis now. So St. Louis, you're now in a favorable environment for all hazards. That's why those storms are now going severe up here. This one worries me. Hopefully it can become clustered from this cell to its south. If it doesn't, this one could try to become tornadic in the very near future. Don't even know what radar site to go for. I guess I'll keep it in Springfield for now. It's hard to say how strong that rotation in Mountain View is, but we do know it is strong rotation. The reason why is because it has a very sharp hook echo, and then it goes into a very classic supercellular structure. Still there on the next frame.
Tornado warning for northern Shannon County in south-central Missouri, Shannon County in Missouri.
Probably an expansion for this one. Or, oh, nope. Was it that one? Stillville? Oh, it's both of them. Both of them just got expanded. So one now into Stillville in central Missouri, and then another one that just got issued. There you go.
For north central Greene County in southwestern Pennsylvania.
Yep, I see that.
South central Washington County in southwestern Pennsylvania, Greene, and Washington County in Pennsylvania.
Freaking Pennsylvania, bro. But we did get an extension to that southern one in Missouri, but this one is in Pennsylvania, trying to drop a tornado south of Washington, Pennsylvania. Pretty sure they're in the 2%. Yep. They are in the 2%. So there's our Pennsylvania tornado warning there. Pretty well south of Pittsburgh. Yeah, that storm the HRRR had going into Jonesboro, it's actually moved northeast, which is significantly less favorable for tornado development. Thus, it's only been a hailer and isolated wind threat. And this one in Fairfield, Arkansas, really is weakened a lot. So Arkansas might have to wait until the afternoon round for things to really pop off. And the fact that these prefrontal storms aren't doing much, that means they aren't even taking the tiniest bit out of the environment out here in Arkansas. So when that cold front hits our dry line, it is going to go big kaboom. Big time. I don't know exactly when that will happen. My estimate is 5... yeah. I would say 4 or 5 p.m. Eastern. For that cold front to hit the dry line and explode thunderstorms. More thunderstorms in Missouri and Arkansas. Notice your tornado watch isn't being disextended at all. That's because the cold front hasn't passed. It's not a one and done round today, unfortunately. Most people will see one or more rounds.
Tornado warning for southern Shannon County in south-central Missouri, Shannon County in Missouri.
I believe that's another extension for the southern one. Both of our southern ones extended there. Yep. So there you go. Neither of them observed, and it's hard to say if anything is actually there, but apple-sized tail with that far southern one. So Winona, you're in a tornado warning, but you are also under that tornado warning for 3-inch hail. Which is crazy. 2-inch hail to the west of St. Louis, so hopefully this storm stays elevated. I don't think it's fully elevated, though. Oh, well, you don't have the best moisture up here, so it actually might be quite elevated. Yeah, your moisture is only like 61 degree dew points in this area, so that might be a reason for your tornado threat being low in the St. Louis area at the moment. Dew points aren't very high up there. See, it should be this. There we go. I'm looking at a newer observation. Yeah, St. Louis 8461. So more elevated dew point temperature spreads up there. Doesn't mean a tornado is impossible. It just means it's going to be a whole lot more difficult. Give me a second. Give me just a second. Yeah, also, I want to take a sounding here. I might show y'all this. See if I can. So this was one of the bust modes for today. Is non-veered lower level winds. So on the cold front, they're not too veered, but if we go more east, like southeast Missouri, there's more change in the lower levels. So that was one of the more bust factors for today, one of the more better chances for a bust. And it looks like those winds are veered, so that's not a bust factor anymore. They are not very veered, though, which is good news. If they were extremely veered, where you saw that wind barb go from like southerly winds and then to southwesterly and then to westerly winds, that would be like a big time tornado threat. For instance, in Kentucky, see how veered those winds are? However, they're weak because we just had an MCS move through. But that is the veering that we see for strong tornado threats. And it's not extremely present, but it is definitely veered enough to the point where I don't think it's going to be a bust factor. Let's see. Give me the analysis radar for Springfield. These storms are also a little less clustered than I was thinking, to be honest with you. I know they're still messy, but they're a little less clustered than I was originally thinking. We'll see if that keeps up. I see that, Lucy. Probably won't do much. It should just be merged with our prefrontals in just a bit. If it was more in front, that would be definitely an issue. go back to Arkansas again. Just a tiny little storm there. Not really maturing much at all. This one is so difficult to tell in Winona how much it's rotating, but you just want to be in your safe spot. You're under tornado warning, and it's also warned for 3-inch hail. So we'll see how it pans out. HRRR says cold front will initiate right around 4 to 5 p.m. Eastern. Closer to 5. And considering the HRRR was correct about that storm in Arkansas dying off, I'm going to keep using the HRRR. If it was dead wrong, like we've seen it be dead wrong on events before, but right now it's doing pretty well with how storms are ongoing. So I think the HRRR is a good model run to use, at least for now. I don't see it being that wrong at the moment. We are up to... Actually, we were up to... What is that? Yeah, we were up to 8 tornado warnings and about 18 severes there just a second ago. But now we're back down to 5 tornado warnings and 17 severes. So we actually got quite up there in tornado warnings. I don't think that will be anywhere close to the peak tornado warnings we see today. Matter of fact, I wouldn't be shocked if we see double, maybe even potentially as high as triple that. I don't think we'll actually get to triple that, but I don't think it's entirely possible if those prefrontals really get going. Man. What a crazy look. There's our cold front initiating on the HRRR, and man, is it so much more semi-discreet. So on one of the other runs, I mean, you can see how sloppy it was. The newest run, it does grow upscale a little bit more sloppy, but man, is that a look. You can still see there's some mess in there, but there's definitely the chance for multiple strong to intense long track tornadoes there. Those are your hail swaths. Those are your hail swaths there portrayed by the HRRR. 3 to 3-inch hail in Illinois, Indiana. 2 to 3-inch hail in just northeast of St. Louis there as well. Cool new addition, if you guys didn't know, College DuPage added that the other day. They've added hail swaths. And I can't remember the last time I've seen College DuPage add a new product. So, absolutely awesome to see a new product on College DuPage on the HRRR. That's why it was a bit slow yesterday. Because they were adding those new products whilst people were still using their site. And yeah, therefore it made it a little bit slower. You see that little guy in central Kentucky developing all on his own off that outflow boundary? Yeah, that would be a huge issue. I do want to check dew points. 70, 75, and temperatures are about 80, so that would definitely be able to be a surface-based storm. Yeah, you're at like 72 degree dew points and 80 temps. Perfectly fine. Yep. Look at that. That would be a long-tracked, intense to potentially violent tornado threat right there along the outflow boundary in Kentucky. Not fun at all. Look at that. And look at the supercell composite just after this. Have we ever seen that before? I forgot the maxed on March 15th. I might have to go look back in that live stream. 61 supercell composite. That is like double, almost double the maxed value. The maxed value is like 35, maybe 40. And that is 61. So that is like 1.5 times the max value. That's a lot of blue for significant tornado parameters. Lord have mercy. Jeez. That's a lot of freaking blue. Look at that. Is that... I wonder if that's more.
Tornado warning for Carter County in southeastern Missouri, southwestern Wayne County in southeastern Missouri, Carter and Wayne County in Missouri.
73. Did you see that? 73. Right there. Hold on. Hold that still, and I'm going to screenshot this. Actually, let me get rid of that drawing. 73. That's literally double the max value of 35. That is insane. It all comes down to storm mode. If a discrete storm is in that, it is going to produce a long-tracked, intense to violent tornado. I don't know how, but now the HRRR model run is showing prefrontals over Memphis. I don't know how, but it's showing prefrontals over Memphis too. Dude. Just crazy. Alright, let's go see that new tornado warning. So that was an extension into Van Buren, Fremont. Very familiar name there. In southeastern Missouri. It's still possible we see a high risk. That is the third spam call today. Jeez. It's still possible we see a high risk at the 4 p.m. update. But I think storm mode will hold them back from doing that. New significant severe for the city of St. Louis. 2-inch hail there. Thankfully, rotation has stayed very broad and very, very weak. Still a tornado warning in Delaware for 8 more minutes. And then continue to tour possible severe for Ocean City in, I believe, Maryland. Yeah, that's Maryland, pretty sure. Roanoke, you're in a severe for 60-mile-an-hour winds and 1-inch hail. So it did get downgraded, but it's still very capable of producing severe weather. Radar site, please. Thank you. Yeah, man, do we ever need a radar site in the Boot Hill of Missouri? I get why we don't have a radar site in Western NC because of all the mountains, but like here in the Boot Hill of Missouri, I'm pretty sure we would be able to get a good radar site here. I don't think there's too many mountains. Man. Storm in Arkansas, Central Arkansas is now sub-severe. The HRRR was right with that dying out. Although it died out faster than what the HRRR was saying, it still died out. Look at that. Newest HRRR here for 10 o'clock tonight. And you've got prefrontals from freaking eastern Kentucky, West Virginia, all the way back out into almost Ohio and Indiana. Look at that. And then it all congeals up into a mess. This is midnight. Everything's supposed to be very weak at midnight, but it keeps going on midnight. Past midnight, I should say. The HRRR definitely portrays a high risk, but in my opinion, I just feel like Storm Mode's going to stop them from actually pulling that. New mesoscale discussion for parts of our main risk. Let's see here. Wait for that to come in. In Dallas tomorrow, big time hail. I'm sure you're used to that. But today too, not only tomorrow, but today too, around probably 6 p.m. Central, hail should start to intensify with thunderstorms around Dallas and then move to your east by 7 o'clock. And tomorrow, right now, models have the hail staying to your north, but it's still going to be possible that we see some big hail in and north of Dallas tomorrow. Tornado threat should be low on both days, but it's not going to be that bad tomorrow out in Dallas in terms of tornado-wise. A big-time lack of lower-level wind shear. Good temperatures and dew points, so likely not too elevated storms. You could definitely get a spin-up tornado, but lack of lower-level wind shear is a big issue. Not a lot of wind shear at all over Dallas. And wind shear is very crucial for thunderstorms. So there's that new big mesoscale discussion. A giant mesoscale discussion. The threat for around 4-inch hail, a few strong tornadoes and 80 miles per hour will continue. With the greatest threat being focused with these prefrontals in here. At least in the short term. Let's see. Sufficient for tornado risk in the near term. The greatest tornado risk will be over southeastern Missouri and eventually shift into southern Illinois and western Kentucky. Another watch will likely be needed soon. That has the best chance of being a PDS watch, but I don't know if they go and do it. We'll see. Yeah, you're under a 5% tornado risk tomorrow, so, you know, you could definitely get a tornado or two down there, for sure, but as you can see from the hail risk, huge 15 significant hail risk. So hail is the biggest issue across a very large chunk of the risk area tomorrow. Pretty much the whole risk area. Let's see here. Yeah, so that cold front is located generally in this vicinity here. Somewhere in that area. I don't know how sharply it turns south. That's what I'm unsure about, but it's generally in that area. Maybe a little bit more east. Somewhere right around that area is your cold front. And then your warm front is like right over St. Louis. Okay. See if we got anything up here in Pennsylvania. Plenty of severes starting to go up, but no tornado warnings in effect outside of Missouri anymore. Yeah, this storm is it might try to rotate over St. Louis, so if you are in this severe storm around St. Louis, right in this area, you probably want to be in your safe spot just in case. So the middle portion of these prefrontals did die out right in here. That has weakened quite a lot. I don't... Oh, well, no, the HRRR did account for that. Never mind. It has another storm firing there in Illinois, though. Later on, somewhere over here. So from here on out, we are in our peak tornado activity. Once that lower level jet really starts to... it really starts to increase. It's already increased some, but it's going to increase even more towards 6 p.m. Eastern time. Radar indicated warning still continues for this portion of Missouri, just southeast of Sullivan. No rotation really detected there on radar anymore. So the main tornadic storm is this one approaching Van Buren in south central Missouri. Thank you, Sarah, for the $5 sticker. I appreciate it. Yeah, the St. Louis storm is quite worrying. It could try to spin up at any moment, but its main issue is going to be 60-mile-an-hour winds and 2-inch hail. And it's right on the warm front, too. Right on the warm front. Let's see. Connor pushed his stream back to 3:30. So he won't be live for just a little bit longer. Okay. Get his channel up. Yeah, 3:30. So we still have a tornado warning south of Sullivan, but it's not very strong on radar. The main one to keep an eye on is going to be the one out here in Van Buren, which is hard to keep an eye on because it's in a radar hole. But we will try our best. Let's see. We got a new surface observation. So St. Louis is at 66 dew points with 84 temps. So definitely a more elevated storm structure up there. Whereas south of St. Louis, it gets closer to 70 and 80. So much better south of St. Louis. I think today's playing out as expected. We'll have to wait to see the peak tornado threat. The absolute peak, I think, is going to be closer to from like 6 o'clock to probably 11 p.m. is going to be like our absolute peak. I mean, the HRRR was wrong from my area. HRRR says I have a supercell over my house right now. Well... You never know. There's a chance. That sucker's aimed right for Martinsville. There's a chance. I'll have to keep an eye on that one. Never know. Maybe I'll get some wind. Knock out my power in a half second. It probably will. Like I said, even light rain gets rid of my power, so... This prefrontal's starting to rotate a little bit here. It's really in a good spot. If it can start to turn more east before this storm turns east, this could be a big issue. We're going to want to watch that. Yeah, the hodograph is really, really good out there. Temperature dew points are a little bit of an issue, but dew points are improving and temperature should be starting to decrease a little bit. Or maintaining, one or the other. It's not observed, it's still radar indicated. 3-inch hail and a potential tornado. Could drop at any point here over Van Buren in southeast Missouri. I know, still radar indicated. So we're down to 2 tornadic storms. One of those is very, very weak and will be no longer warned in 9 minutes, with the other one staying warned for another 39 minutes. Yeah, also could be 70-mile-an-hour winds. They upped that to 2.5-inch hail, but also could be 70-mile-an-hour winds here, moving into just north of St. Louis and eventually the northern side of St. Louis, Missouri here. Let's see. Yeah, that prefrontal is definitely trying to rotate. I didn't think it was going to be able to, because I thought it was going to just get picked up by that cluster, but the cluster weakened, and now it's becoming an established, discrete supercell. So that's going to be issues for everybody downstream of that severe, or not severe, but the storm. It could go severe. So if you're anywhere in this general area, keep a very close eye on this storm here. That is in east central Missouri going into west central Illinois, south of the St. Louis area. Is this storm going right over you, Lucy? Rotation's weak for now, but it's definitely trying to strengthen. We're down to just one tornadic storm. It's the one in Van Buren, Missouri. Definitely wind gust as high as 70 miles per hour here. About to move into St. Louis. They haven't warned for 60, but it for sure has gusts as high as 70. No initiation yet off the cold front there in Arkansas. Does this have thunder with it? It does have some lightning and thunder with it. I might have just heard it. I don't think I would be able to hear it from that far away. Already getting paranoid from a storm. Not even a strong storm at all. It's impossible to see if this is producing. It is impossible to see if this is producing near Van Buren in southeast Missouri. Just be in your safe spot there. We're down to just 1 tornado warning, but we're up to 16 severes. Yeah, see, that's got to be at least 70. Yeah, at least 70 mile-an-hour winds there. That's going to go right towards the northern side or into downtown St. Louis. Jump scare. New tornado warning. Let's see. That is the southern one here. Actually, north of the far southern one. It's for Ellington in southeast Missouri.
Tornado warning for southeastern Iron County in southeastern Missouri, east central Reynolds County in southeastern Missouri, Iron, and Reynolds County in Missouri.
Waiting to see if they upgrade this severe for winds, because they have it at 60, but velocities are saying 80, so 70 mile per hour winds in between the two are definitely very possible. Still in a severe. Oh, they upgraded that one for Roanoke. Roanoke's in a 70 mile an hour severe. This is where the most intense portion of that is. It's right here. All right, let's go back over to our tornado warnings. They're in a perfect radar hole. That's where they're at. Let my family know it's going to rain here in a minute. Give me a moment. Okay. Oh, another one.
Tornado warning for northeastern Huntingdon County in central Pennsylvania, west central Mifflin County in central Pennsylvania, Huntingdon and Mifflin County in Pennsylvania.
The heck? Man, Pennsylvania really trying to drop a tornado. Look at that. It is really trying to drop a tornado up here in Pennsylvania. Inflow not that strong, but definitely a tornado trying to drop up here for a minnow in central PA. Still warned for 2.5-inch hail and 70 mile an hour, or rather 60 mile an hour winds here in St. Louis. But you could see wind gust as high as 70. See this little bowing portion of the storm right here. So could get 70 mile an hour winds right in that area. Even though it's warned for 60, 70 will be possible with that based off of radar. Literally impossible to see what's happening over Van Buren right now. Very classic supercell and easily could be producing a tornado at any moment. Ooh, didn't mean to zoom in. It's warned for 3-inch hail as well. Prefrontal storm, it still looks good, but the rotation is not strengthened at all, so that is good news. Big severe watch. Big severe watch just got issued for a huge chunk of Virginia and northern and northeastern North Carolina. 1-inch hail possible, 70 mile an hour winds possible for over 7 million people. till 11 p.m. tonight. There it is. Big severe watch. So we'll see if I get anything. If I get something, it's probably going to be out of this cell here near Stewart going right for me, or out of one of these back here, or out of something from very, very late tonight. Proxy, if you haven't gotten any storms yet, you might not. That was my power. Did you see that? I don't know if I'm still live. It's not even close. The storm is not even close to me. It's 20 miles to my west, and my power just flickered. You see that? That's what I'm talking about. If I do lose power, what I'll do is I'll monitor the storms. And I'll probably go back live almost instantly, to be honest with you. I don't think I'll just sit on the sideline until we get a PDS or something. I think I'll just go right back live if I lose power. Literally 20 miles still to my west, and the power just flickered. Like, come on. Oh, tour possible severe now for northern St. Louis. My mic might have just picked up that thunder. Yeah, now I'm hearing thunder. I am far. It's still far from me. That was like 15, 20 miles away, dude. Angry thunderstorm. Man, I want to go outside so bad right now. I want to go outside and see it. Go see if it's got a cool structure. Let me hold on. I'll go ask one of my family members. Okay. I don't want them to go outside. I heard someone go right outside, so I wanted to text him. I'll go outside, but they don't get to go outside. It's hard to say what's happening here, but this storm definitely could be producing, well, softballs now. It's now producing softball-sized hail. 4-inch hail, so that's tied with our second largest hailstone today. But our largest hailstone actually was softball-sized hail reported.
Tornado warning for southern Madison County in southwestern Illinois, northern St. Clair County in southwestern Illinois, central St. Louis County in east central Missouri, St. Louis City in east central Missouri, Madison, and St. Clair County in Illinois, St. Louis, and St. Louis City County in Missouri.
The new SPC outlook has already been introduced. It's already been released 25 minutes early. They've maintained moderate risk status, which is definitely a safe call. So new outlook has already been issued by the SPC. Let me go read their discussion here. Regional outbreak of severe storms is likely this afternoon into tonight across portions of the Mid-Mississippi Valley. Long-tracked tornadoes, large hail, as well as strong tornadoes are all anticipated. Well, strong tornadoes are expected, potentially long-tracked. No changes are needed to the day one outlook. So strong tornadoes expected, potentially long-tracked. Man, they put that out early. A couple intense and potentially long-tracked tornadoes will be possible from eastern Missouri into southern Illinois and southern Indiana, as well as into western Kentucky. So there you go. It's your newest discussion. They didn't change absolutely anything. Nothing was changed. Let's see here. Okay. Let's go to that new tornado warning in St. Louis now. So make sure you're in your safe spot, St. Louis. You're under that tornado warning. We've been talking about this storm ever since it first formed, which was quite a while ago. We were starting to talk about this storm when it first formed way back out here. We mentioned it could possibly go right into St. Louis, and that is exactly what it's doing. Oh, look, there's a severe way off to my west. If that keeps going, it's going to go right for me, too. Thankfully, this storm's pretty weak. It's going right for me. Yay, I get some rain. Yeah, it seems like the 70-mile-per-hour winds is probably going to stay south of Roanoke. Definitely some rotation there to my north. Look at that. Definitely a little rotation there. See if that stays consistent on the next scan. Thunder. I can't figure out which radar to use here for the Van Buren storm. Paducah's might be the best. Let's see. So that's 117. That's 137. That's 120. So Paducah's is a little far, but it's got the clearest scan to it. And look at that. Very, very classic supercell shape there. Very, very classic. So this storm's definitely going to attempt to produce a tornado here. If not, it may already be producing a tornado. All right, I'll have to get the GR2 analysis radar site there to the Paducah radar in just a minute. Let's see. All right, Connor just went live, so we can see where he's at today. He's in Illinois. Yeah, so he is, let's see. Yeah, so he's pretty far east, but he's gonna get there. He's gonna probably... Hmm. One of these two storms are definitely gonna be something to go for. Definitely a very dangerous storm going into St. Louis, Missouri, so make sure you're in your safe spot, St. Louis. I'm going to go to that tornado warning in southern Missouri using the Paducah radar site. There we go. Yeah, that rotation didn't last very long. Just like every other piece of rotation that Virginia's ever seen. Forms and then dies out within seconds. Man, Arkansas is awfully inactive now. Very weird. I mean, it's definitely good. Definitely, don't get me wrong there. But I mean, at least we're not seeing any severe weather. The only problem is when that cold front comes through. That means there's a lot more environment in place in Arkansas now.
Southwestern Ballinger County in southeastern Missouri, northeastern Carter County in southeastern Missouri, Wayne County in southeastern Missouri, northwestern Stoddard County in southeastern Missouri, Ballinger, Carter, Stoddard, and Wayne County in Missouri.
There you go. New warning there. I believe that's an extension into Greenville and Piedmont in southeast Missouri for up to 4-inch hail and the potential of a tornado. Big wall cloud there. Let's go back to our St. Louis storm. Oh, Lord have mercy. We got an intense tornado hitting St. Louis. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. Gracious day. St. Louis, you've got an intense tornado heading right through the downtown metro area. Gracious day. Very strong to intense tornado heading right into downtown St. Louis. My goodness. I really hope everyone is in their safe spot here. Very intense and dangerous storm there. There's also a new PDS severe for 2.75-inch hail for Winona, so make sure you're in your safe spot there. But we're going to fully focus on this intense tornado that is ongoing in the city of St. Louis, Missouri. So please be in your safe spot if you are in St. Louis, Missouri. Oh my goodness. Crap. Potentially a violent tornado going through the city of St. Louis right now. Potentially a violent tornado going through the city of St. Louis right now in eastern Missouri. Oh my goodness. I'm waiting for... Yeah, that's violent. That is violent. Gracious day, y'all. possibly a violent tornado hitting St. Louis out of this supercell. Huge reflectivity debris ball. Huge debris ball over St. Louis. Gracious day. So please run to your safe spot. If you are in St. Louis, this is going to be upgraded to a PDS, tornado warning, or tornado emergency at any given second. It is now a observed PDS tornado warning. So we are now at an observed PDS tornado warning here. Gracious day. Apologies, I have to check something. Okay, I just wanted to check that other scene. Okay, so this is now a confirmed large and extremely dangerous situation. A intense to potentially violent tornado is going through the city of St. Louis, Missouri right now, downtown St. Louis, Missouri, as well as on the northern portion of St. Louis. You are experiencing a likely violent tornado right now. Please run to your safe spot. This is a particularly dangerous situation, a life-threatening situation for the city of St. Louis, Missouri, as a likely intense to potentially violent tornado is moving through your area right now. Gracious day. Just a humongous debris ball. Let me see. Give me just a moment. So again, a potentially violent tornado moving through St. Louis right now. Please be in your safe spot. Please be in your safe spot if you are in St. Louis. Alright, that hook has occluded, but it is still producing a very large tornado. It is still producing a very large tornado. So please be in your safe spot. If you are here in St. Louis, Missouri, a large and extremely dangerous tornado has been observed over the city of St. Louis. It's still on the ground and it is now becoming fully rain wrapped, so you're not going to be able to see this storm. This is lofting debris. This is lofting debris 17,000 plus feet in the atmosphere. This is a violent tornado. There's a very high likelihood that this is a violent tornado. Gracious day. So please be in your safe spot once again. St. Louis, Missouri, observed huge tornado now from sky cams in downtown St. Louis. Downtown St. Louis sky cams have confirmed a large and extremely dangerous tornado becoming rain wrapped in the city of St. Louis, Missouri. Observed by sky cams now in the area. Gracious. So rain-wrapped, large, and extremely dangerous tornado on the ground in the city of St. Louis. Potentially a violent tornado ongoing. See if we got a new scan anywhere. Look at all the debris, man. Alright, I believe this is occluding. I want to say it's occluding, potentially maybe nearing it, lifting here. It is definitely still on the ground right now. Skycams still have it on the ground. So it is still on the ground in downtown St. Louis. This storm, from the get-go, I knew it was going to be an issue because I knew it was going to latch onto that warm front. And that's exactly what it did. And that is why it's produced a potentially violent tornado in St. Louis here. Almost said Chicago. This is in St. Louis, Missouri. St. Louis, Missouri. Still likely a tornado on the ground, beginning to lift. It's likely beginning to lift now. But man, the damage has already been done. That is for sure. It went through... Oh my goodness. Man. Just thousands of homes. Thousands of homes. My word. This is still a PDS tornado warning in place for St. Louis. Just wow. Just wow, man. Good on the National Weather Service out here for instantly putting PDS. Good on them for immediately upgrading it to PDS and not just normal observed. I mean, that is just insane that we just had a intense to violent tornado in downtown St. Louis. Jeez. So we're going to keep an eye on this storm here as hopefully the tornado is lifting. It could very easily drop back down in the short term here near Edwardsville. So if you're in Edwardsville, you need to watch this storm very, very closely. As well as it could definitely try to produce another strong tornado down the road. So Edwardsville, Collinsville, and West Central Illinois, you need to be hyper weather aware here and in your safe spot. You need to be in your safe spot there. I want to go back to... There you go. So this is your newest radar scan. There you go. There's your newest CC scan there. Likely beginning to lift. Likely beginning to lift there. Waiting for the newest velocity scan to see what it shows. Should be the new scan. That still might be on the ground. Still might be on the ground over Granite City. Still might be on the ground. Not nearly as intense or potentially violent, but still likely a strong tornado, if it is on the ground, would be occurring here right over Granite City on the eastern suburbs of St. Louis into western Illinois now. My word. Let me go over here. I need to get a screenshot of that debris ball one more time here. I'm going to take two of them just briefly. Okay. Go back to the current radar scan. Still debris falling out of the sky, or potentially even a tornado still on the ground here, going over Granite City in western Illinois, just east of the St. Louis suburbs here.
Tornado warning for southeastern Iron County in southeastern Missouri, Madison County in southeastern Missouri, Iron, and Madison County in Missouri.
It's an extension to this one. There you go. Radar indicated for just south of Fredericktown in south central Missouri. Yeah, both of these are going to try to drop strong to intense tornadoes. If they do drop, they have the opportunity to be long tracked. So either one of these could drop long tracked, strong to intense tornadoes. So please be in your safe spot if you're in these warnings. And downstream, this is going to be likely the potential for a dangerous situation going into southeastern Missouri towards the Boot Hill. Let's go back to our analysis radar again. So much debris everywhere. So this is there is the opportunity and the potential that this is all debris here in the sky falling right now. My goodness. One of my friends near St. Louis, this missed him by 3 miles. By 3 miles, this thing missed him. Gracious. I do believe this is lifted now. I'm quite confident it has lifted. I mean, when this was over St. Louis, it was lofting debris like I saw like 21,000 feet, I think, on the first scan or so. Yeah, here, this scan.
Tornado warning for northwestern Dent County in south central Missouri, east central Phelps County in east central Missouri, Dent and Phelps County in Missouri.
This easily could try to recycle as it moves towards Troy, Marine, St. Jacob, in west southwest Illinois. Oh, that's not good. That is one of your supercells on the cold front, I believe. So that's going to be all by itself for a little bit until until other cells on the cold front begin to initiate. So we'll keep watching this. Please be in your safe spot. If you are in this tornado warning in Lake Springs, Missouri. Man. Also, this one could be a... Ooh, whoa, no, that is going to be an issue. That is going to be an issue. Potentially a tornado trying to drop. Hopefully that's its warning.
Tornado warning for southwestern Ballinger County in southeastern Missouri, northeastern Wayne County in southeastern Missouri, Ballinger and Wayne County in Missouri.
I don't know which cell that is, but this storm is going to try to drop a tornado here in the short term here over Red Bud or near Red Bud. So if you are in this area, make sure you're in your safe spot. Pretty weak rotation, but it is definitely enough to attempt to produce a tornado. Okay, we're actually all the way down to radar indicated. So please keep an eye on that. Well, we'll keep an eye on that cell. That's over Redbud. It could potentially drop a tornado in the short term. So if you're in Redbud, it's safe to just go to your safe spot just in case. Better safe than sorry. New tornado watch, and it is a 80-60. 80-60 tornado watch. So high probability tornado watch there. A severe warning over my house right now. Yay, that's fun. Surprised I haven't lost power, but thank goodness I haven't. Yeah, so this storm over Redbud, that rotation died out. You can see it was definitely rotating. You see it wraps up here, really begins to rotate at this point, and then it just started to die out on that newest scan, so that's good. So this was definitely rotating over Redbud. I don't know where that new Missouri tornado warning was. I don't see it. I see these three. I don't know what the other one was for. Oh, there it is. It's this small little warning right here. That tiny little warning is what it's for. Very difficult to spot. Alright, let's go ahead and check this real quick. I'm trying to see this real quick. See if we got anything
Tornado
from it.
warning for southern Crawford County in east central Missouri, western Washington County in east central Missouri, Crawford and Washington County in Missouri.
Yeah. There's a new warning. It's an extension for the one along the cold front going into Shirley, central Missouri. Definitely a large tornado, and that occurred just moments ago in St. Louis. I'm trying to see if I can get any information on it here. We're definitely going to get a lot of news over the next hour or two about the tornado that went through St. Louis. Hopefully everyone was all right. Let's go check. Yeah, still could try to develop a tornado here over Edwardsville, so you need to be in your safe spot there in Edwardsville, Illinois. So we'll continue to watch these two tornado warnings here. Both of them could produce a significant tornado as they go into southeast Missouri. This is now an observed tornado warning. So we now have a confirmed tornado warning going into Coldwater. I'm 90% sure of it. I will double check just in case it's a glitch. It is an observed tornado warning going into Coldwater, Missouri for 356 people. So observed tornado on the ground here in southeast Missouri. Both of them observed. For the same storm, of course. So tornado is on the ground here in Coldwater, going into Coldwater. Going into Coldwater in southeast Missouri. Make sure you're in your safe spot. Tornado on the ground. Let's see if it's what it's confirmed by. Law enforcement has confirmed a tornado south of Annapolis in southeast Missouri. Lord have mercy. Is that the CC right there? We might have another strong tornado if that's the CC. ZDR has decreased in that spectrum, but that might just be a strong tornado on the ground west of Coldwater in southeast Missouri. We just might have a strong tornado on the ground if that CC stays for another scan or two. It likely is a tornado debris signature. Damage report there. Large tree down onto power lines. The tornado went south or right near that report. Very close to that report in University City. Oops, I didn't mean to do that. My bad. Meant to do this. Nah. It ain't rotating, most likely. One of these storms could knock out my power, though. I'm shocked this one didn't. So I'm just hoping I can keep power and keep streaming here. Let's see. Go back a little bit. Uh-oh. Okay. Never mind. Thought I might have lost Wi-Fi right there. My power flickered for just a split second. There's a severe storm outside of my house right now, so it's possible I lose power. Let's go back here. That's very difficult to say if that is indeed a tornado or not. At least based off of radar. I want to say that is a tornado debris signature there. If it is a strong tornado. So there may be a strong tornado heading towards Coldwater in Missouri right now. The new tornado watch that goes till 11 p.m. Eastern. This is the wording. 80-mile-an-hour winds likely. 2.5-inch hail likely. Several tornadoes and a couple intense EF3 plus tornadoes likely. So we are nearly expecting a few, or rather a couple, EF3 plus tornadoes. So that new tornado watch has quite the wording with it. It is a 80-60 tornado watch. That includes Indianapolis, Lafayette, Bloomington, Jasper, Evansville, Indiana, Paducah, Bowling Green, Princeton, Madisonville, Hopkinsville, Mayfield, Benton, Clinton in Missouri, or rather Kentucky, my bad, Dexter in Missouri, then as well as Harrisburg, McLeansboro, Mount Vernon, Newton, all the way up to Lincoln and Danville in Illinois. Let's go back to that St. Louis storm. Still don't see a notable CC with this at the moment, so I don't believe it's on the ground. It might not be able to recycle with the amount of overconvection we're seeing all around it. And the one to its south, thankfully, it only got its act together one time for a few minutes and then died out rotation-wise. see. All right, I'll pull up Connor's feed in just a bit. I have him up right now, but I'm going to close it, pull it up a little bit later. Yeah, impossible to say if that was a CC drop. I believe it was, considering it's an observed tornado warning. So we probably had a strong tree ripper out here west of Coldwater in southeast Missouri. Can't see that tornado warning over Cook Station right now in Keysville in central Missouri. But it's definitely trying to produce a tornado. Crap. I'm cooked. Yep, I am in a significant severe. If my power survives this, it will be a miracle. That is the first significant severe I have been in probably near a year. If not, maybe even a little longer. So there's a pretty high chance I lose power here in about 30 minutes. And if I do, then I'll just come right back on whenever it turns back on. Hold on, let me charge my phone. Let me get my charger. That way, if I do lose power here from this 70-mile-an-hour storm, then I can at least tweet what I'm seeing. I'll still be able to look at radar from mobile data. All right, well, we're still under a confirmed warning here for the next 33 minutes. The northern one was now down to radar indicated, but the southern one here on the same storm is still observed for 33 more minutes. A severe thunderstorm watch will likely be issued for Dallas, back up towards Little Rock, for the potential of 70-mile-an-hour winds, a tornado or two, as well as 2 to 3 inch hail. See here. We'll go with this radar site. St. Louis's again. Okay, thankfully that storm's really died out rapidly. Hopefully it won't be an issue again. Gotta go back to my house. Hopefully it stays north of me. If it doesn't strengthen at all, it might just stay north of me. There's a chance. Still an observed tornado warning for Coldwater for the next 30 minutes unless they downgrade it, so remain in your safe spot. They're still continuing with it being observed. See if we got anything else over here. All right, so we'll keep watching these two storms. Very difficult to say how much they're rotating. We'll be able to know more as they move more east. We'll be able to see them easier. Dude, look at that. So this severe storm just hit me. That's why my power flickered twice. Somehow didn't lose Wi-Fi. Now I'm in a significant severe for 70-mile-an-hour winds. And guess what? There's another 70-mile-an-hour severe. And that one is going to hit me. Unless it weakens significantly. So hopefully all this stuff just weakens. There's a chance, but a very low one, that I keep power. There's not a lot of lower level wind shear over here, so I doubt we'll have anything tornadic out of them. We got a new mezzo. I'm going to get a sounding right over my house. Yep, horrible lower level wind shear. Perfect temperature dew point degree spread. 73 dew points, 83 temps. So literally perfect for surface-based storms, but not a lot of lower level wind shear at all. Do we have any radar? Nope. That's probably rotating. That is likely rotating. It is Tor possible now. I guess the Evansville, Indiana radar site might be the best for looking at that area of rotation. So we'll keep an eye on that. Still observed tornado warning. Keep an eye on our main 2 supercells here in southeast Missouri. We're getting to the point where the cold front should be initiating at any point in Arkansas. We've had some initiation in Missouri, but now we're getting to the point where we should see our main cold front initiate. Actually, the HRRR pushed it back to like 6 o'clock almost. But I think it will initiate here in the next hour. Okay. Let's go back to Paducah's radar site again. Not sure why this observed warning is still
Tornado
present.
warning for southeastern Bond County in south-central Illinois, northeastern Clinton County in south-central Illinois,
I know that
southwestern
storm.
Fayette County in south-central Illinois, northwestern Marion County in south-central Illinois, Bond, Clinton, Fayette, and Marion County in Illinois.
So just the storm we were talking about a minute ago, now tornado warned in Vernon and Wilburton in south central Illinois. So make sure you guys are getting to your safe spot. That is a new tornado warning there. Want to see the St. Louis radar site for the southern severe if I can. No rotation still in it, so that's good news. So these are our most concerning storms at the moment. These 2 discrete prefrontal supercells that have developed. We'll continue to watch it closely. It is still an observed warning for cold water, but I don't think there is a tornado on the ground anymore. All right. New mesoscale discussion for up here in Pennsylvania, Maryland. Greatest threat is damaging winds upwards of 70 miles per hour being the max, as well as a spin-up brief weak tornado and hail as large as 1 inch in diameter. Man, that southern one, I'm shocked it's not producing right now. Connor should be pretty close to it. I'm gonna go see where he is. I know he's probably still at least 30 minutes away, but he should be getting closer. Yeah, so he is he's right where my cursor is. That's where he is. So he's still quite a bit far to the northeast. He's just waiting at the moment, but I imagine he's going to get going in a second. He's almost in a good spot. Might want to get a little bit more south. But he's in a pretty good spot. Tornado warning continues out here for Greenville.
Tornado warning for
Not observed.
southern Ballinger County in southeastern Missouri, western Scott County in southeastern Missouri, east central Wayne County in southeastern Missouri, southwestern Cape Girardeau County in southeastern Missouri, northern Stoddard County in southeastern Missouri, Ballinger, Cape Girardeau, Scott, Stoddard, and Wayne County in Missouri.
So there's your new tornado warning. Still continues for the next 53 minutes now, radar indicated, as well as 3-inch hail. And Connor is barely inside of that, but he is inside of it. So Connor should get us a good visual of that storm shortly. Man, range folding. Can't see what that tornado warning looks like out there in central Illinois. We'll just try to monitor it the best we can. Just keep in mind, I could lose power at any second. Shoot, my power was literally flashing when the storm was 20 miles to my west, so just keep that in mind. Keep that in mind for sure. If I just disappear, you know why. Still an observed warning for 21 more minutes. Not too sure why, but they've kept that observed. I really would have thought they'd canceled it at this point. Yeah, both of these storms still tornadic. Hopefully falling apart. The southern one is getting a cell merge right now, so we'll see what that ends up doing. But definitely still trying to intensify for both of these cells. Now it's just a waiting game until we can get closer. Till these storms get closer to our radar site. Now we just really... We also are going to have to wait to see exactly how bad this tornado threat may get tonight, too. Our environment will be peaking towards about 7 Eastern. HRRR shows 3 big hailers. Of course, I'm getting another spam call. What is that, like 5? HRRR shows like 3 supercells moving through the Dallas area tomorrow afternoon. I'm hearing a lot of thunder. That's what I'm listening for. Wonder if the main winds are behind these storms. Hold on, let me see exactly where I am. That spam caller just left us a 1-second message. Like, brother, are you serious? A 1-second voicemail. Yeah, so these storms are very close to me. Very, very close. So this is the lightning that I'm hearing outside. Slash thunder. Alright, let's go check this radar site, see if that range folding. Nope, still there, so can't see it. Main storm to watch is the supercell Connor Croft is on. So once he gets to it, I will show you guys his feed. Yeah, I see a lot of damaged photos. A lot of it is trees down. A lot of it is just trees down. Give me a second. I gotta check this. All right, so we'll keep watching these tornado warnings. Just make sure you're in your safe spot if you're in any of these warned areas. I don't believe any of them are on the ground here. We still have an observed warning, but I mean, it's for like a rain shower at this point. It literally is for a rain shower at this point, so it's not, that area is not experiencing a tornado right now. Your tornado's already passed, and it's up to your north. The storm that produced that tornado is to your north now. Kevin, I don't know what you're on, but that is exactly how a violent tornado looks like on radar. At least an intense tornado. It lofted debris 22,000 feet up. That's literally, that's going to correlate with violent tornado criteria based off of just radar. I'm yet to see any very significant damage right now.
Ballinger County in southeastern Missouri, Ballinger County in Missouri.
So hopefully that debris was just a lot of leaves or something just lofted in the air and then lofted really high up to where radar picked it up. That would have to be a lot of leaves. But I haven't seen any very significant damage just yet out of St. Louis. Well, the severe to my west has been canceled, so that's good, but I'm about to be slammed by up to 70-mile-an-hour winds here at any second. So, if I'm going to lose power, it's going to be within the next about 30 minutes. New tornado warning here. Just to the southeast of Fredericktown in southeast Missouri. Radar indicated there. Still a confirmed warning, though, for cold water in southeastern Missouri for the next few minutes. I'm shocked they haven't canceled that. Hey, there they go. That should have been done like 10 minutes ago. If not, maybe even longer than that. Looks like a tornado is back on the ground. This one northeast of Coldwater. Looks like a tornado is back on the ground out of this storm. Pretty difficult to tell, but yeah, I mean, it has CC, it has spectrum width. It has a good ZDR decrease, so that's likely a tornado on the ground there. Lofting debris about 6,000, 7,000 feet up, so there's a chance that's a strong tornado too. Oh, yeah, look at that couplet. I just realized that. That's what produced your tornado, so this is definitely a tornado on the ground. Probably getting ready to lift basing off how fast that couplet weakened. Damage report from Grand City. Damage in the air, including trees and snapped flagpole. That's where the tornado possibly lifted. Numerous trees down across this area. A 4-foot diameter tree down near Taylor Avenue. Considerable wind damage to the apartment building, including windows blown out. Yeah, that's right where the most significant damage would be. So there's that debris ball right there from earlier, reflectivity debris ball, with a velocity couplet of over 160 miles per hour. If we go back to this scan, all the way up into the atmosphere, your debris disappears. Actually, that's about 19,000 feet up. I think I said 22,000 feet up. That's 19,000 feet up. I apologize. Between 17 and 19,000 feet up. Don't know why I thought it was 22,000. Still lofted debris very high up, but there is a big difference between near 19,000 and 22,000. That's a 3,000 foot difference. That's a big difference when it comes to tornado debris. But, yep, my bad on that. So hopefully everybody's okay there. A lot of trees down being reported. But not many buildings damaged that I've seen at the moment. Still definitely rotating there in central Illinois. Angry thunderstorm outside. Very angry thunderstorm. It's not happy. I'm gonna go look out my window real quick. One of the last things you should do in a severe thunderstorm. Oh, looks like it's about to rain. Yep, it's starting to rain. Doesn't look that heavy, though. I've been in a worse special weather statement before. Still enough to knock out my power, though. If it's raining, it's enough to lose power. That's your tornado likely lifting there. Well to the northeast of Coldwater. That lofted debris about 7,000 feet up there as well. I mean, nearly all the tornadoes we've seen today have been very close to, if not strong. Pretty much every CC drop has been quite significant. Let's see here. Okay. So we're going to keep watching this storm. That Connor Croft is going to be on here shortly. Let me go see where he is right now. Let's see, Connor Croft. Okay, yeah, he's going a little bit more south, so he's right here at the moment. That's where Connor Croft is. Pretty surprised with the lack of overall intensity of these thunderstorms in central Illinois right now. I wasn't really expecting them to be this weak. But the main event is expected to be south of that. This is where our main event is expected today. All in this area. I mean, these storms are on the northern side of the moderate into the enhanced risk, so. They're moving on the northern edge of the best environment according to the SPC's outlooks. Yeah, we've been at peak ever since 3 p.m. We've been at peak ever since 3 p.m. I'm listening to the rain outside. I don't think Nightbot will let you send links. So we're just going to see how much these storms can intensify over the next few hours. Our best environment is towards like 7 o'clock Eastern time. You can send them in the Discord server in general chat. I want to go check my area again. Yay, rain. They downgraded it down to 60-mile-an-hour winds, so I might be okay. Watch the power turn off any second now. See if we got anything new here. Tornado watch was dropped from Fayetteville and Fort Smith, Arkansas, as the cold front is moving through. Around 7 p.m. Central. Let me go check real quick. Yeah, right around there. Right around there is when you need to start watching for storms. Right around 7 p.m. All right. So nothing's observed anymore. We're watching this far southern tornado warning in southeast Missouri that Connor's going for. We're watching the storm that is very weak, very weakly rotating. That produced 2 tornadoes earlier today. And it's heading towards Oak Ridge. It will be in Oak Ridge in probably about 45 minutes to an hour. At least the main area that we're watching for a tornado potential there. Also still watching the tornado warning back up here in central Illinois. Still pretty broad rotation, but worth keeping an eye on. And I believe this is the storm that previously produced our tornado in St. Louis. Actually, no, that is actually fully died out now. This is the cell that produced our intense tornado, likely intense tornado in St. Louis. So this is a different cell up here in Taylorville, Illinois. We'll watch that for a potential tornado threat. Keep an eye on that. Should start to see an increase in severe weather out here in Arkansas in an hour or so or less. Before 6 p.m. Eastern time. I'm a little surprised storms have held off this long in Arkansas. I really feel like they should get going towards 6 o'clock. We'll probably get a new tornado watch eventually towards this area of our risk area. I imagine we'll get into a tornado watch late tonight. We'll probably see that issued as storms near the region closer to 7 p.m. Central. Alright, so we're still down to 3 tornadic storms here. None of them look extremely concerning. They all still, all 3 of them could produce tornadoes, but they don't have any really strong areas of rotation. We're just going to keep watching them just in case. I mean, everything's going to turn into a clustered mode or line at some point. These prefrontals here in southeast Missouri, they may stay discreet for the most of the event until the cold front catches up with them in south central Kentucky towards like 11 o'clock tonight. It's mixed modes today. Mixed modes between clustered storms, linear mess, and discrete storms as well. So, yeah, we're going to wait to see if we get anything new here. Speaking of new, I think we just got a new tornado warning.
Tornado warning for southeastern Fayette County in south central Illinois, northeastern Marion County in south-central Illinois, Fayette, and Marion County in Illinois.
Very small tornado warning just issued there in central Illinois. I imagine we're probably going to get a new one that goes into Watson here within the next 10 to 15 minutes. So Connor's at a good spot. Ooh, whoa. Hold on. Is that the right scan here on Radar Omega? I don't know how that rotation just got so intense in one scan, but it did northeast of Marble Hill in southeast Missouri. That is outside of the tornado warned area right now. So this is the storm that's tornado warned up here. And this is a new storm that is now trying to produce a tornado barely outside of the tornado warning. Barely outside. We'll need to keep an eye on that. This is the cell Connor's on. He is in this area here looking to the west. A little too far to see anything really good at this moment, but if there is something about a drop down at some point here in the next 15 minutes or so, Connor should be able to see it. A lot of trees down reported to my south. Doesn't show up on this radar site. Maybe it will on this one. Yep. That's just to my south. Very, very close. New tornado warning probably for Illinois. Yep, that new extension into Watson in east central Illinois. Or actually, dead central Illinois there.
Tornado warning for northwestern Jasper County in southeastern Illinois, southwestern Cumberland County in east central Illinois, northwestern Clay County in south central Illinois, Effingham County in south central Illinois, Clay, Cumberland, Effingham, and Jasper County in Illinois.
So there's your new tornado warning there. 3 warnings on this one storm here. 3 tornado warnings on one cell. Can't tell if anything's happening with this storm, but I want to see the next radar scan on this cell. Still is not in. Should be in maybe right now. Yep, I think that's the new scan. Is there a spectrum width area? Not very defined. Yeah, might be capable of producing a tornado. It's going into the warned area right now, so we'll see if it does anything. Let me go see this. This is another video of the damage report here in St. Louis from the tornado. More trees down. A lot of trees down in that area. A lot of trees down from what I've seen here. That is in the St. Louis area from the tornado earlier. But no big reports in terms of significant damage. I haven't seen anything about damaged homes, mainly been damaged trees. New warning probably for this storm.
Tornado warning for
Yep.
East Central Ballinger County in southeastern Missouri, West Central Cape Girardeau County in southeastern Missouri, Ballinger and Cape Girardeau County in Missouri.
So there you go. New tornado warning there. Just to the south of Millersville and southeast Missouri includes Gravel Hill, Bufordville, and Jackson in southeast Missouri. Thank you, Timothy, for the $2 donation. Carter County and Butler County in Missouri. Let's see. That took me to Arkansas for whatever reason. So the main storms, the main prefrontals passed you already. But there is going to be a second line that develops later on tonight and moves through your area. Let me see if this one is close to. This doesn't pop up for some reason. Yeah, but you already went through one round of storms. There will be another round of storms probably in about, I'm thinking 2, maybe 3 hours. There will be another round of storms to move through your area. Probably around 6, 7 p.m. Central. Yeah. 6, 7 p.m. Central. Yeah, there's the damage report just to my south. I have traveled very frequently on 58 and 220 before. I go in this area all the time to get down to Greensboro. So I've been there like 3-4 times the last 2 weeks on that highway. I don't see anything, wow, warned for apple-sized hail though, but I don't see any notable rotation just yet. Could increase though, since we have a good hook still in place. That's near Morleyville, southeast Missouri. Still a good area of rotation trying to develop here. That's going to head into Watson here in about 15 minutes or so. So we'll continue to monitor that. So line do something in Northeast Ohio. So the HRRR doesn't have much out there if you're talking about like Cleveland or so. You are inside a slight risk and marginal risk up there. Personally, I think storms are probably going to die out before they get into Northeast Ohio. I think the main area in Ohio will be southern Ohio. Really, where they have that enhanced risk. I completely agree with that. I don't expect the slight risk area to get too much, but it's still possible. Might be a little hook starting up there. So Connor is he's going outside of the tornado warning. He's going to go a little bit more north, I believe. I think St. Louis is nearing the clear. You're not in the clear fully just yet, but I think St. Louis is nearing the clear now. There could still be a chance for a few supercells around St. Louis towards, well, I should say within the next hour. There's actually one just to the southeast of St. Louis, but I don't think it's doing anything. No, it's not. We'll be able to really figure out where that cold front is when storms in Arkansas start becoming more robust. Whenever that's going to be. Yeah, nothing close to violent damage reported in St. Louis. The tornado happened just like literally an hour ago. So we'll figure out if there was violent damage when the National Weather Service goes and surveys it. Yeah, these two storms here in southeastern Missouri, especially the far southern one, should remain discreet. That far southern one should remain the most discreet, probably for a couple of hours. So, this is going to be the cell to watch for a long-tracked, strong to intense tornado threat over the next hour or two.
Tornado warning for southwestern Pulaski County in southern Illinois, southeastern Alexander County in southern Illinois, west central Ballard County in western Kentucky, northern Mississippi County in southeastern Missouri, Scott County in southeastern Missouri, northeastern Stoddard County in southeastern Missouri, Alexander and Pulaski County in Illinois.
Connor Croft is right in front of that. So he's going to get a good view now. Let's go over to Connor Croft. Okay, everything's good here. I didn't check the scene at all. So that's a view at your confirmed tornado warning from Connor Croft. If you want to go see his channel for yourself, it is in the description below. It's going to be the third link, I believe, in the description. It's touching down right in front of Connor. That's it, in the middle of the screen. It's a little difficult to see, but it's right there. So tornado is on the ground according to chasers, and it looks like it's touching back down on the ground again. So this is Connor Croft's feed for a confirmed tornado that is heading towards Charleston in west central Kentucky. It's on the Illinois, Kentucky, Missouri border. It looks like it's on the ground. I can't tell for sure, though. If it's not on the ground, it's going to be at any given second. It is likely. I can't see any debris cloud right now, but there's a very high chance that's on the ground. I do see a dust cloud, so it's definitely on the ground. There's actually two of them. That's two of them. That's two of them right there. For just a second, there was actually two of them. Wow. So we'll keep monitoring this. Tornadoes on the ground. Look at all the debris there. Because it keeps touching down and then lifting back up, and now it's really on the ground though. You can see the vortex now. Right there, that's the vortex. So it's definitely on the ground. It's not fully condensed there, but it is on the ground. It's been on the ground, then lifting, then on the ground, then lifting, then twin tornadoes, then lifting, and then back on the ground, and now I don't see the funnel, so it may have lifted again. So this might be trying to drop a big tornado here. It looks really good on radar, so this is probably going to try to drop a big tornado here right in front of Connor. He is going to get ahead of this, so we're going to lose visual for just a second, but it's important to make sure you don't get caught into the storm. If you're caught into the storm, you get behind it, it's very difficult to get back in front of it. Extremely difficult. So he's going to get out of there. Still at a confirmed warning for this storm Connor Croft is on. This storm has the best chance to produce a long-tracked, intense tornado. So that's going to be the one we are really watching. That's going to head eventually in about an hour and a half or so towards Paducah. Stuff's nearing western Indiana, but it's actually stayed fairly weak. There's only a few isolated severes here, and then we do have the tornadic storm that looks to have weakened over Watson. But there's the possibility of those storms re-intensify as they get into Indiana towards 7 o'clock. About 2 hours from now. Hour and a half, 2 hours from now, there's a chance they re-intensify. Let me see. The HRRR doesn't even have this storm being present. It has it being way too far north, so it's it's not doing good for this cell. Yeah, once the cold front passes you, which may not be till a little bit later, the line passes you at 9 or 8, right around 8 actually, right around 8 o'clock Eastern. We'll have to see where the cold front is at that point. I think once you get through that line, that's going to be it. But we're going to have to watch to see where that cold front is. Let's see here. Why no PDS watch? Do I look like I'm the SPC? I can't tell you. There's no PDS watch because they didn't issue it. I'm not the SPC. I don't know the reasoning on why they didn't issue it. How am I supposed to know that? Sorry. I just hit the mic with my water bottle. "4 hours from now," oversteer. Connor's got chasers all over the place. He's got to get out of there. We got another tornado back on the ground here. Going into Jackson. So tornado on the ground here going into Jackson, Missouri. Make sure you're in your safe spot. That'll be in Jackson here in, when was this scan? About a minute or two. It's going to be about 2 minutes. It'll be into Jackson, southeast Missouri. So please be in your safe spot. Not a very strong area of rotation, but it is producing a tornado. Yeah, it updated an hour ago. SPC updated an hour ago. Man. So a tornado is currently just barely west of Jackson, about to head into Jackson. We'll see where it is exactly here on the next scan. And hopefully 30 seconds or a minute here. So we're going to wait. See what this next scan has. Hopefully right now. Nope. Connor's still going. He's got a visual of maybe a funnel back there wrapped in the rain. It's trying to become fully. It's trying to become fully condensed there. Is that the new CC? Yeah, that's the new CC. So, tornado on the ground here. Still on the ground, just west of Jackson. That's going right towards Jackson. It looks like that slowed down a lot right there. So, hopefully it lifts before it gets into Jackson. So, it's barely to the southwest of Jackson right now. Barely to the southwest of you. You can see Connor's storm is trying to drop a strong stovepipe right now. I don't think it's on the ground at this moment, but it is trying its best to be. Oh, well, Connor just had a huge cones on the ground. Yeah. I believe chasers are saying strong tornadoes on the ground. I believe there is a cone tornado on the ground now with this storm. Going towards, let's see, just to the northwest of Charleston in southeastern Missouri. See if you can see it between the trees at all. He's about to get a very good road option here in just a second. Oh, there it was. Did you see it? It's on the ground. Did you see it? Right there on the left side of the screen. Strong tornado on the ground. It's going right towards I-55, just northwest of Charleston in southeast Missouri. Ooh, big tree down right there. Right here. He's going to see it right here. There you go. Look at that. Strong cone on the ground. Look at that. Very strong tornado on the ground. This is going right towards the I-55 corridor here. Just to the northwest of Charleston in southeastern Missouri. Big tornado. Look at that. Wow. So strong tornado on the ground northwest of Charleston in southeast of Missouri. So make sure you're in your safe spot. If you're in this tornado warning or any other tornado warnings there. Looks like it's weakening a lot. It is definitely starting to weaken a lot. Still see a funnel there, not fully condensed at the moment, but that's still on the ground. Just looks like it's weakening and trying to lift. Yep, still there. If it does lift, it's definitely going to try again, but I believe this is going to... I feel like this is going to stay on the ground. You can see it is still on the ground. Look at that vortex. You see the vortex before the trees blocked it right there? It is still on the ground. It's just not fully condensed. Look at that, all that debris being lofted. It's definitely a strong tornado still. Wow. Losing him a bit, but we'll get him back very quick. Just to the north, this is just to the northwest of Charleston in southeastern Missouri, where we have a strong tornado on the ground. There you go. Wow. Oh, it's trying to fully consolidate again. There you go. So there you go. That's a tornado on the ground from Connor Croft's feed. Wow. That is in southeastern Missouri. It's trying its best to completely consolidate. Wow, look at that. Oh, come on. No way. Come on. Connor, you gotta get a little out of this driveway. Okay, he's getting out of the driveway. There you go. Don't know why that driveway had a little bit of bad reception right there. Wow. Oh, now we're really starting to lose him. Wow. Look at that. He's right at it. Wow. Look at that.
It's barely purple.
Raining debris on me. It's raining debris.
It's
Raining debris on me.
something to do with your white balance.
We're in it.
But
It's right here,
I
guys.
mean, it looks pretty clear right now, though. It comes and goes. Like it's good for a bit, and then it's jumping.
Dude.
We're in it, Freddy. We're in it.
Oh, he's losing some reception. Lots of cell reception right there. There you go. He just went through exactly where it crossed. Alright, he's very in and out now. But we got to see it.
Rain and debris. Just our.
Alright, so he's got to try to get back to a better vantage point. He might be able to actually right here. We're going to stay right with him. He might be able to back towards that house. Yeah. He's not in the best vantage point. Let's go back to radar here. Looks a lot weaker, so I agree with what Connor's saying. Connor's saying it's looking to be roping out. I agree with that. It's likely starting to rope out. Man. Oh, PDS. It is PDS. Confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado.
Warning for northwestern Union County in southern Illinois, northeastern Cape Girardeau County in southeastern Missouri, Union County in Illinois, Cape Girardeau County in Missouri.
That's a different extension there. Let's see, I gotta go to this radar. There we go. I think that tornado lifted before it went into Jackson, so that's good news. Yeah, but now that's an observed PDS warning there. But it is, I believe it's lifted now. Pretty sure it is lifted. But it is now PDS, so make sure you're in your safe spot there. In Charleston, in southeastern Missouri. Man. Cold front starting to initiate in Missouri, and that might be your cold front beginning to initiate in Arkansas, too. We'll see exactly where it initiates at. So these are only tornadic storms now. No other tornado warnings. Just these three. It's a PDS warning, but the tornado itself seems to have lifted. Yeah, it's not on the ground anymore. But it is a PDS warning, so make sure you are in your safe spot out here in Charleston, southeast Missouri. I think this full thing, the whole thing itself, it's fully weakening now. It will likely attempt again as it gets into western Kentucky. There's a very good chance it will try again. Wow. Yeah, so we're going to keep watching this storm here. Currently PDS warned, but the tornado has lifted. We're going to see if it can recycle. See if it can recycle as it moves more eastward here. Oops. And then back up here, this storm definitely weakening. Yeah, that's what I thought. Just got a destructive severe in Maryland. I think that's for 80 mile-an-hour winds. Where exactly? That one. So, destructive severe for 80 mile-an-hour winds here in Maryland. Going right towards Germantown, Montgomery Village, Durwood, Redland, out in Maryland. So make sure you're in your safe spot. Yeah, so that's where we're seeing our 80 mile per hour winds in Maryland going right into Rockville here, Montgomery Village in Maryland. Make sure you're in your safe spot. Still a PDS warning. I imagine they're going to remove that at any second because this storm, the hook is fully occluded, but this will likely attempt again. It still has a very, very, very intense supercell structure to it. So your hook is occluding down here, but it's going to try to re-intensify very soon. Starting to see thunderstorms fire up in Arkansas. They should rapidly intensify. Because that cold front is, it's going to hit them, and it should hit them quite vigorously to where they rapidly intensify. We will see. But we're going to stay with this PDS tornado warning. We're down to just 2 tornado warnings and 19 severe thunderstorm warnings. 19 severe thunderstorm warnings here. We're only on the west side of the 15 significant tornado risk. That intense tornado that happened in St. Louis was in the 5% tornado risk earlier. So we've only entered a fourth of our moderate risk so far in terms of the greatest tornado threat. So yeah, St. Louis, you're done for the day. Cold front's past you now. I think the cold front is somewhere generally in this vicinity here. Generally in this vicinity. So we'll see how the rest of our moderate risk goes. A lot of uncertainty on convective evolution there for the rest of our moderate. If we end right now, in terms of the event, if the event stopped right here, nothing else happened from here on out, this would not verify the whole moderate. The western moderate is verified, but we still have the entire middle portion and eastern portion of the moderate. And the western portion of the moderate for hail verified too, with multiple 4-inch hail reports. We still have to verify the wind threat. Let's see here. Okay. So we're gonna keep watching that PDS tornado warning. Like I said, it's lifted now, but it will be able to likely recycle here. We'll be able to see if it recycles as it moves off to the east. How quickly it recycles, that's going to be the question. That's going to be the question. Man. New Stage Triple R keeps this keeps a line of damaging winds through the entire state of Tennessee from our cold front. All right, let me go see what Connor has again. So this is your little area of rotation. It's currently still PDS warned, but and like I said, the tornado's lifted, so let's see. Did they extend that tornado watch, or has it always been that far east? Okay, it's always been that far east. Gotcha. I'm in the clear till the overnight hours, so somehow we didn't lose power.
Tornado warning for southern
That's
Jasper
Connor
County
Croft.
in southeastern Illinois, northern Richland County in southeastern Illinois, Jasper and Richland County in Illinois.
Yeah, very weak rotation there. Very, very weak rotation, but the hook echo is intensifying again. So that's warranted a new tornado warning for Newton, Willow Hill. Make sure you are in your safe spot. Like you should be pretty close to joining us here. All right, I think did they downgrade that PDS warning? Well, they downgraded it, but it's
Tornado
still
warning
observed.
for southwestern Pulaski County in southern Illinois, southeastern Massac County in southern Illinois, southeastern Alexander County in southern Illinois, northern Carlisle County in western Kentucky,
They didn't downgrade
Ballard
it yet.
County in western Kentucky, McCracken County in western Kentucky, northwestern Graves County in western Kentucky, northeastern Mississippi County in southeastern Missouri, Alexander, Massac, and Pulaski County in Illinois. Ballard, Carlisle, Graves, and McCracken County in Kentucky.
So,
Mississippi County in Missouri.
so the PDS tornado warning still remains in place, but the extension was downgraded. They put that down to observed. So they did not extend the PDS. It was extended as an observed warning. So PDS warning still remains in effect for 16 more minutes. Observed warning continued for 46 more minutes. Not too sure why they continued a observed warning there, but they did. Yeah, not much happening here in Arkansas. But those storms in Arkansas will eventually initiate. It's just a matter of time before Arkansas starts to explode in thunderstorm development. Okay. So we'll keep watching this storm. It's not on the ground, even though it's an observed warning and a PDS observed warning. It's not on the ground right now. Multiple chasers do not see a tornado. Storm back up here into Willow Hill. We're going to keep watching that as it is going to attempt to produce a tornado over the next about 14 minutes. Northern one looks to be dying out quite a lot. It still has a good supercell structure and shape to it, but it looks to be weakening quite a bit. So yeah, tornadoes not on the ground here with this storm. Even though we have an observed PDS warning and a normal PDS warning, it's not observed. Well, it's an observed warning, but chasers say it is not on the ground anymore. All right. Yeah, so this is our main storm to keep an eye on here. That's going to be the one going into Paducah. Paducah's in an observed warning for 43 minutes. The bulk of our severes are back out here in Virginia, North Carolina, and Maryland. We have multiple destructive severes. I believe we have 2 destructive severes in Maryland now for 80-mile-an-hour winds, and then we have more severes back out in Virginia and North Carolina. So the bulk of our severes right now are in this area and this area. And then, of course, we do still have our isolated severe storms back out here in Illinois and Missouri. And then some up here in Michigan, Wisconsin, and Vermont. For a total of, let's see, 19 severes and 4 tornado warnings right now. Yeah, unsure why they are still continuing that PDS tornado warning. It's really not needed right now. Same for the observed warning. It's not on the ground, so. The rotation is very, very broad. It definitely could try to redevelop here, though, over the next hour or so. Another thing we're going to have to keep an eye on is this prefrontal supercell in eastern Kentucky. Or I shouldn't say supercell, prefrontal storm in eastern Kentucky. Some models have it potentially producing a tornado here in the next couple hours. Other models have it dying out very quickly. Let's see. Tornado threat isn't as high tomorrow, not even close to yesterday or today. But we will likely still see a couple tornadoes tomorrow around the DFW area. But the main issue is very large hail and damaging winds tomorrow. Let me see. Yeah, the NAM 3K does go out to Sunday, and it shows, it definitely shows multiple opportunities for long tracked strong tornadoes around the OKC and pointing north of the OKC area on Sunday. So Sunday will likely be a big day for severe weather. Monday, right now, Monday looks 50-50 on if things will initiate, even though there's an enhanced risk. So we'll see if confidence increases as we get closer. And then Tuesday doesn't look that rough at the moment. So we'll continue to monitor this storm here. It's still PDS warning here for the next 9 minutes. Observe warning for 39 more minutes. And then our other tornado warning, our only other tornado warning, is for this storm, which is still weakening here. Little area of rotation there, but not much. Small intensification has occurred. Very minimal intensification, I should say, has occurred in eastern Illinois, but it doesn't look that bad for Indiana right now. I would still watch very, very closely. Most things should intensify as the cold front pushes through across much of our area. That will be between, depending on exactly where you are, between 6 p.m., which is just 23 minutes away, between 6 p.m. and 11 p.m. Eastern. For UV, it will be closer to like 7 to 8 p.m. Eastern. All right, let's see our storm again over here. Like I said, it still has a very classic supercellular structure to it. It just needs a little bit more inflow, and then this could easily try to produce a tornado again. Storms to the north are struggling quite a bit. I can't tell you exactly why they're struggling so much. The environment has improved with time, and it's actually very favorable for strong tornadoes right now, so I don't know why that area is struggling. And the veering's actually a bit better up in this region. Better than what it was in south central Missouri about an hour or two ago. And temperature dew points are perfectly fine. So these storms, we'll see if they can intensify at all. If either one of these prefrontals can attempt to intensify. Still very inactive across the entire state of Arkansas. Maybe some light rain here and there, but extremely, extremely inactive still. See, that hook is definitely wrapping back up. Definitely wrapping back up. The only thing is the rotation is not ramping back up. So the hook looks better, but the velocities don't. Yeah, Arkansas is just struggling for no real reason. That cold front's going to speed up with time, so eventually we're going to see storms there. It's nearly impossible those storms don't fire. Our big shortwave comes through the entire risk area here. I shouldn't even call it a shortwave. The main trough comes through the whole area within the next, like, 2 hours. So, we're yet to enter your full peak.
Southern Lawrence County in southeastern Illinois, Crawford County in east central Illinois, southeastern Jasper County in southeastern Illinois, northeastern Richland County in southeastern Illinois, Crawford, Jasper, Lawrence, and Richland County in Illinois.
So, new warning for this storm. We're going to continue to monitor that. Just make sure you're in your safe spot if you are in that tornado warning there for Robinson in southeast Illinois. Just going to watch this to see if it intensifies at all. Models are 50-50 on that becoming an issue. They are 50-50. Oops. Interesting. That HREF model run thing we were using earlier, it's decreased probabilities for everything. But it didn't verify for hail. I mean, where we saw multiple events of 4.5-inch hail, it only had a 5%, so. That thing's not very useful. I'll still use it every now and then, though. Yeah, we've had at least 2 strong tornadoes and potentially an intense tornado. Kevin, what is this inversion you keep talking about? Is it, let's see. I mean, it's a very weak. It's very, very weak. It's not enough to do really anything. It's the slightest temperature difference. Like, we're talking 2-degree temperature difference. It's really not much at all. We just have to wait for greater forcing to arrive. That's why a lot of these storms have fizzled out. There's not a lot of forcing in this area. The main shortwave and main trough doesn't push through until later on tonight. See if I can find this real quick. Okay, we did finally drop the PDS warning just now. It fully expired, so they didn't even cancel it. It just completely expired. Well, like I said, Kevin, there's not a lot of forcing. When you don't have a lot of forcing, there's not a lot of just forcing for the storms. So they can weaken very, very quickly. Sometimes you can have storms that are gonna ride right along an outflow boundary, or your warm front or something. But for these, really, they don't have much until the cold front comes through. So I'm surprised they've been producing as much as they have been producing so far without the cold front coming through. So we're just going to keep watching these tornado warnings. A few more severes just got issued up here in western Indiana into far east central Illinois. Mainly for 60-mile-an-hour winds. There is one for 70-mile-an-hour winds there. For Homer there in east central Indiana. Or rather, Illinois, my bad. This is east central Illinois. And that is west central Indiana. I have no idea, Ben. I guess I just wanted to keep it the whole time. Definitely a few cells going up on that cold front now. Still nothing back out in Arkansas, but believe me, it will happen. It's going to happen as that 500 millibar trough pulls through. See if our lower level jet increases at all. Yeah, it does. The environment becomes more favorable for all hazards in 2 hours.
Tornado warning for central Baltimore City in northern Maryland, South
what?
Central Baltimore County in northern Maryland, Baltimore, and Baltimore City County in Maryland.
The heck? Yep, there is definitely rotation right over the city of Baltimore. Wow. That's insane. Nope, Grumpy, our tornado threat has not peaked. We are not on a decline. We are not at the full peak of our tornado threat. We have entered the peak, but we're not at the full peak of our tornado threat. This actually could produce right over Baltimore. Now, I'm thinking like 7 or 8. Caden. So yeah, this definitely could produce a tornado over the city of Baltimore, Maryland. Make sure you're in your safe spot. Because this is right near a terminal radar, we're going to get scans every 1 to 2 minutes. As opposed to our 3 to 6 minutes. This is a warning for over 300,000 people. Yeah, but I think the absolute peak is going to be like 8, 9 tonight. Between 7 and 9. Like I said, it's very difficult to say. It's going to be determined by how many storms fire, where they fire, and how clustered they are. And whenever storms are the most discrete and the most widespread, that is your peak. So that's your tornado warning in Baltimore, Maryland. I'm very shocked. We're still observed here for a storm that hasn't produced a tornado in about like 20 minutes. Ever since right around. Now that's way too early. It was well ongoing at that point. Let me see. Connor's view of it was about 30 minutes ago, so it lifted probably about 25 or so minutes ago. And it's been observed that whole time, and even PDS after it lifted. There is an inversion, like you were saying, Kevin. I see what you mean there. I personally don't think it's a big issue. It might be a little issue, but I don't think it's being a big issue. The main thing is we just don't have a lot of forcing. Let's see here. So we'll continue to see these storms push eastward. Yeah, we're starting to see initiation on that cold front now. Not yet in Arkansas. It's taking its sweet time in Arkansas. It's very sweet time in Arkansas. I don't think any model run predicted it to be this late, so that's definitely decreased our overall threat on the west side of our risk. Since it's taking so long for these cells to initiate. The NAM said 5 o'clock. The RRFSA says 6 o'clock, which is 7 minutes away for storms to get going in Arkansas. We'll go for a little older of an HRRR, because if we use the newest one, that's a little bit cheating. The HRRR said about 5, maybe even a little bit before 5. So we were really expecting them to initiate at like 6 o'clock the latest. And I mean, we are getting them. We're starting to get them. But none in Arkansas yet. Still a good area of rotation right over Baltimore, Maryland. Make sure you're in your safe spot. Not observed, but man, that is definitely a good area of rotation. Well worth a tornado warning. Yeah, the HRRR, even the new HRRR, literally that just rendered in 4 minutes ago. It just started rendering in. Says that storms in Arkansas will fire up in the next 6 minutes. So we'll see about that. Just too much uncertainty in storm mode, Ben. But your main event begins in 2 hours, so once your cold front pushes through. I mean, they already had everything at a high and moderate. They had a 45 sig wind, 45 sig hail, and then a 15 sig tor. Let's see. Yeah, I think Sunday, right now, Sunday looks the best over like the next 4 days or so. Out of tomorrow, Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday, Sunday looks the highest threat right now. Storm is about to head over the Paducah radar site here. It's still an observed tornado warning. The atmosphere that has been the most affected by these storms is definitely central Illinois. That's where storms may struggle when the cold front gets there. I don't know if we're going to be able to see any more storms in central Illinois because we've had so many storms over central Illinois already. We'll just wait what feels like a decade for them to get rid of the observed warning for the tornado that lifted 30 minutes ago. Tornado warning in east central Illinois for Robinson will expire in 18 minutes unless it is continued. Right now they have a tour possible severe in place across west central Indiana there. A lot of damage reports over here. Flagpole snapped. So they haven't dropped that tornado watch yet. County east to St. Louis. Because the cold front still needs to pass completely through. But I think the cold front has. If I'm not mistaken, our cold front is now over here. I'm pretty sure the cold front is well past St. Louis. I don't know. We'll see how tonight plays out. Things have changed a lot on the HRRR with the recent convective trends we've been seeing just over the last couple of hours. The HRRR is a completely different scenario. So, wait for the next frame on the HRRR to see if it's fully changed its outcome. We're barely even through that. The cold front is right here. Generally right here. Maybe even a little bit more west than that. So, we're only through this small of the moderate risk is where we're done. I think. May not even be that much. I want to see if the HRRR becomes more widespread. Right now, it actually shows discrete storms firing along the cold front. As opposed to a full, messy cluster, it actually shows discrete cells. But only a few of them, not nearly as many as what it was showing before. It also doesn't show a big line anymore tonight. Tonight is up in the air, man. It is up in the air.
Tornado warning for East Central Baltimore City in northern Maryland, southeastern Baltimore County in northern Maryland, Baltimore, and Baltimore City County in Maryland.
I'm really curious to see how the rest of the night plays out. Has a lot of damage reports. Gracious. They're continuing with that tornado warning east of Baltimore. Man, that is strong rotation there, too. Strong rotation there in Maryland. The main target area was Baltimore, Maryland all along. Could you imagine that? I think the main issue today is the lack of very significant veering, which is wind barbs changing with height and wind direction with height. The main veering in the lower levels. That might be the main reason for us seeing these storms struggle in Kentucky right now. We'll see. New severe watch somewhere. Oh, Texas. Look at that. New severe watch out there in Texas. So those storms are going to start getting going here over the next hour. I'm very surprised, though, with how long it's taken for our cold front to fire. I don't know exactly what that means, but the number one thing I do know is that means this is going to turn into a nocturnal tornado threat. The fact that we are only through probably at most 20% of our risk. Yeah, we're definitely going to see more of a nocturnal threat today and tonight. New warning.
Tornado warning for southeastern Massac County in southern Illinois, southeastern Pope County in southern Illinois, south central Crittenden County in western Kentucky, southern Livingston County in western Kentucky, northern Marshall County in western Kentucky, southeastern McCracken County in western Kentucky, western Leon County in western Kentucky, Massac, and Pope County in Illinois. Crittenden, Livingston, Leon, Marshall, and McCracken County in Kentucky.
The evening looks bad, but I got worse news for you. The night looks worse. HRRR still congeals everything up into a 90 to 100 mile per hour wind bag at 11 p.m. That shifted from a wind bag at 7 to 8 p.m. to a wind bag at 11 p.m. So we're in for an even more long duration event than we originally thought. So don't let your guard down early. I know it's going to happen. I know a lot of people on Twitter are probably starting to think, okay, this is a bust. This is a bust for the central and eastern portion of the moderate risk. You may think, if you look here at radar, you may think, oh, your cold front's back here. Like, this is where your cold front is. So that means you're well over halfway done with the moderate. Nope. Cold front is actually still back here. So don't let your guard down. I do think portions of Arkansas are getting into the clear now. I do think you're starting to get into the clear if you're on the northwest side of Arkansas into south central Missouri. But if you are still Jonesboro, you're nowhere even remotely close to done. Little Rock, Searcy, into Memphis, Tennessee, Jackson, Tennessee. These areas are nowhere near done, not even beginning with your severe threat yet. They just dropped that tornado watch from Fort Smith, so there you go. 4-inch hail report out of this storm here going into Paducah. Is that finally? We are finally down to radar indicated. Finally down to radar indicated. After what was probably a lifted tornado 30 plus minutes ago. Let's see here. So this thing's got a big time hail with it, 3 to 4 inch in diameter, 4-inch observed. They have it for 3, but we had a 4-inch observed hail report not too long ago out of it. So a little bit less of a threat. Well, here's one of your first potential tornadic supercells off of the cold front. A very classic Eagle split supercell. Little shocked this isn't already tornado warned, to be honest with you. And this is just to the east of Farmington along the cold front in east-southeast Missouri. And it is fully discrete all by itself. So we'll need to watch that closely. It's possible, but surprised that hasn't already gotten a tornado warning on it with the area of rotation starting to show up. And the classic supercellular shape of that storm. Still weak rotation in Robinson in east central Illinois. We're waiting to see if they end up issuing a new warning or not for that storm. I want to go back to Baltimore here because this was our actually quite strong area of rotation. Looks like it is fully fallen apart. Likely fully fallen apart now and is off of land. But that was actually a pretty strong area of rotation for Baltimore earlier. So we're going to keep watching these storms, these prefrontals, as well as the storms on the cold front. The area that I don't think we'll see too much more tonight is in this region. I feel like the cold front's not going to do much in this area, so areas in central Illinois are probably going to be getting in the clear pretty quick. Sooner likely rather than later. The main area to watch tonight, in my opinion, is still this whole region in here. That's the main region to keep an eye on tonight. And that cold front will slowly push from west to east. The longer that cold front takes to initiate, the lower the threat for all severe hazards will be in portions of Arkansas. So if it starts to initiate now, then yeah, your threat for all severe hazards will increase with
Tornado
that.
warning
Probably
for
in Missouri.
southeastern St. Genevieve County in southeastern Missouri, STE Genevieve County in Missouri.
There you go. And there you go. Tornado watch was just removed for 2 counties that included the moderate risk. There's a mesoscale discussion. Let's see what the SPC thinks about this threat in western Kentucky. Violent tornado potential. Oh. Oh. That's what they think. The potential for several tornadoes, potentially a long-tracked high-end tornado, potentially as high as a violent tornado, will be possible over the next hour or two in southwestern Kentucky, as well as with around 4-inch hail and upwards of 90 miles per hour. So a special mesoscale discussion, it was issued for this whole area, but they specifically highlighted the Paducah supercell going into Bowling Green. That is a specific area that they've highlighted. So that's what they think. They think this is nowhere even remotely close to done. The potential for a high-end, potentially violent tornado, potentially long-tracked as well, will be possible. As well as wind gusts exceeding 80 miles per hour and large hail greater than 3-inch in diameter. So all very significant hazards. Tornado threat is expected to continue to increase. So there you go. So they're expecting a potentially violent tornado out of this storm. Eventually, over the next hour or two, as it heads towards Bowling Green, Kentucky. So that's where a tornado threat will be the highest in the short term.
Tornado
and the
warning
long
for
term, too.
northwestern
That's in
Perry
Missouri
County
again.
in southeastern Missouri, Perry County in Missouri.
So that's from this classic Eagle Split supercell I was talking about. Both of those newest tornado warnings here. So we're going to keep an eye on that one. That's right on the cold front. Storms are definitely starting to fire much quicker now in southeast Missouri into extreme north central Arkansas, but still not a lot of robust convection in Arkansas. Really haven't seen much. Let's see here. So we'll see what happens here. I'm trying to see how tornadic that line may be tonight. We're just going to have to wait and see. That's really what we're going to have to do. Just going to have to just progress with time and see how favorable our environment gets. But this storm in Kentucky is definitely going to be an issue. Especially if it stays discreet, which I think it will for at least the next 2 hours. Really just waiting to see if anything can get going in Arkansas. Yeah, so there's your big this extension of your tornado watches there. So anybody behind this area here is good to go now. You are good to go. I don't know where it goes from there. I think it's going to go down like that. So basically this whole region is good. I know for sure. This whole area is good to go. That was a terrible check mark. There you go. Yeah, and then your cold front, it continues down like this. Man, big time destructive storms out here in Delaware. All of these 80, 80, 80, 80, 80, 80, 80, 70. A bunch of these severes are warned for 80-mile-an-hour winds as this storm's gonna sweep through the whole state of Delaware. Entire eastern side of Maryland and the whole state of Delaware is about to be swept by an intense MCS. "60 to 70-mile-an-hour winds likely with these storms, potentially as high as 80, even though we have a bunch of warnings for 80. Didn't even see the Paducah radar site. It's so covered there. So we'll keep watching that. Right now, I don't think it's an imminent tornado threat. Still want to be in your safe spot. It's tornado warned, but I don't feel like that's a very big tornado threat in the short term. Meaning within like the next 15 minutes. I feel like it's going to be probably as this gets closer to Madisonville, Hopkinsville, and Bowling Green that starts to increase. Man, chat's freaking out. Check the Dallas cell. Check Dallas. Go to the Dallas radar site. Supercell over Dallas. I go to Dallas and it's a freaking 10-mile wide rain shower. That's not a supercell. Like, what? But that will pose a large hail threat as it goes into Dallas. If it can mature. There's not a lot of certainty in it maturing. Let's go back to up to Indiana now. Yep, storms are about to roll through your area. The bunch of them too. A lot of them. Whole cluster of them about to roll through your area. Very early. I swear I said like 8 o'clock. These are really, really early. Yeah, they are extremely early. Well, I mean, I think it's still... I mean, there's still a good 30, 40... about 30 minutes away from you. So these storms are quite early. Definitely no 8 o'clock, I can tell you that. Let's see. Yeah. You want to know something, y'all? So this is the MCD, right? I just noticed it. So this is the MCD for the potential of potentially a violent tornado, specifically in this blue hatched area. Just scroll down, zoom in. Forecaster broils. There you go. So that was Broyles who issued that mesoscale discussion. I can't say for sure you're fully done. This is your main severe line. However, the cold front is still back here. So there's definitely the chance for more storms Just hopefully not severe or not tornadic after this main line. This is your main event right here. But there's still the chance for some storms behind it. Because that cold front is still quite far to the west. Destructive severe as well as tour possible for this storm. In Sullivan, southwest Indiana there. So make sure you're in your safe spot. That's a PDS severe. Also, these storms could potentially produce a few tornadoes too in western, or rather extreme eastern Maryland into the whole state of Delaware there. Connor got very behind the supercell in Kentucky. Very far behind. He is right here going north. Then he's going to have to hop on the interstate to catch up after it. This is about to recycle. This is probably about to recycle with the outflow boundary here. The ZDR arcing definitely present here. The classic supercell butterfly split supercell look. Right, like that. Little bit better than that. There you go. Eagle split supercell look just like that. This is definitely going to try to increase in rotation here. As it gets towards Eddyville, most likely. The east side of this tornado warning, it's probably going to try to increase again. It is significantly strengthened. Especially over the last hour. This is exactly 1 hour ago. Exactly 1 hour ago. And you can see how it still looked really good, right? That was right after it produced that PDS tornado. It still looked really good. Very classic flanking line of convection there. But now it's a lot bigger and that arcing is a lot sharper. A whole lot more sharper. So if we go to the Paducah radar site on GR analysis, ZDR arcing, you see that red? That is what we call the ZDR arcing. So that means heavy precipitation is very present with a very nice clear slot to the south of it. And you, for a tornado needs a good clear slot like that. Especially if it's going to be a strong to intense one. So this is going to be the opportunity for an intense to violent tornado. When we see a supercell like this in a volatile environment like we have right now. So I would be ready for the potential of an intense tornado downstream here. Princeton, Eddyville, Grand Rivers, and then even more downstream than that, Cedar Bluff, and then eventually near or north of Hopkinsville into Kelly, Crofton, St. Charles, all about an hour from this storm.
County in southwestern Indiana, Greene, and Sullivan County in Indiana.
So, there you go. New tornado warning there in Indiana, Sullivan, Indiana. Make sure you're in your safe spot. Oh.
Tornado warning for Central Perry County in southeastern Missouri, Perry County in Missouri.
So there's another warning, that one in Missouri. Oops. Got to screenshot it right. I apologize, y'all. Let's see. Let's go see where that new warning was. All right, that was an extension in Missouri. Hard to say how much it's rotating, but definitely rotating there in Perryville. We don't have a good radar site. Paducah's might be a bit closer. Nope, not really. We'll see. Where'd I put my phone at? I lost it. I don't know where it went. Oh, right. I was charging it just in case I was going to lose power. I got to figure out where Lucky is. This dude's probably taking a 20-year nap. Let's see. Man. Okay. We'll see how much this can organize. Oh, well, we got a cell merge. Gotta hit it too. Guys, the Dallas storm isn't even in a good environment. Okay, it's tall. Welcome to Texas. Like, geez. Why are we focusing on Texas here? Like, come on now. Ben, you live in San Antonio. You ain't nowhere near this threat. Marcus, I think you're very close to this, aren't you? Let me see here. We'll see what this cell merge does. Yeah, I'm not surprised, Caden. I know you're right. You're very close to it. All right. We'll see what this cell merge does. Arkansas, you initiating yet? No? There's a heavy rain shower in Arkansas now, but that's about it. Yeah, I don't think that one in Fort Worth's going to do anything, y'all. It's a failed updraft. Most likely. It has no wind shear, so it's probably going to be a failed updraft. Alright, V, you did get put in a severe for 60-mile-an-hour winds and 1-inch hail. I think the bulk of it is going to be off to your south, it looks like. So, this one shouldn't be too bad, I'm hoping. Hoping it won't be bad at all. But you can see this storm on the cold front way off to your west is now severe. So there's definitely the chance for another storm tonight along the cold front as it moves into your area. Let's go to the Paducah radar site here. Current scan. It's going to try something at this cell merge. Once it's done with this cell merge, it's going to try for sure. It is going to try. I appreciate the donation, Raging. Thank you so much for the $5 donation. I appreciate it. All right, I want to go to Maryland again. Still very large destructive severes in this entire area here. Very large destructive severes. Whoa.
Tornado warning for South Central Crittenden
Where'd that
County
gonna
in
be
western
for?
Kentucky,
This one.
East Central Livingston County in western Kentucky, Northwestern Christian County in south central Kentucky, Caldwell County in western Kentucky, Northeastern Trigg County in western Kentucky, Southwestern Hopkins County in northwestern Kentucky, Leon County in western Kentucky, Caldwell, Christian, Crittenden, Hopkins, Livingston, Leon, and Trigg County in Kentucky.
Alright, let's see. Are we ever gonna need the Little Rock radar site today? I don't think we're ever gonna need that radar site. I put it up for some reason, I forgot. I don't think we're gonna need that today. We'll eventually need the Memphis one. But for now I'm gonna put this on the Hopkinsville radar site. Hard to see what's happening up in Perryville. No good radars up there. Yeah, the St. Louis and the Paducah radar are pretty much equal distance from each other. So it's hard to tell. Definitely could produce a tornado. It's been capable of producing a tornado for the last few minutes. But it's hard to say exactly what's happening there. Okay. Yeah, the HRRR doesn't completely weaken these storms until it hits the Appalachian Mountains close to like 1... Nope, scratch that. Close to about 3 a.m. Eastern time tonight. The peak damaging wind threat should definitely be between 11 and midnight. Maybe 11 and 1. We'll see. Let's go back to the Paducah radar site. It's only a matter of time before this storm really starts to crank. It's eventually going to produce a strong tornado. I'd be very shocked if it doesn't eventually. It's going to take a while. It's got to complete its full cycle for this cell merge, but I think it's going to try something likely right around Eddyville or getting east of Eddyville towards Dawson Springs and Princeton, right around there. So it has to get through the cell merge. Well, Rockets, I'm going to trust the Broyles over anybody any day. So no offense, but I would rather much rather listen to Broyles. And he's the one who said this is capable of producing a strong to intense plus tornado, potentially long tracked over the next few hours. So got another destructive severe. Okay, that's way up here. Oh, softballs falling just to the west of Bloomfield. That's going to head into Bloomfield. So softball-sized hail falling right here, moving towards Bloomfield, Indiana. So make sure you're in your safe spot. That has to be observed, right? Radar indicated, really? I'm a little surprised. I'm a little surprised. The reason why I was thinking it was radar indicated to be, or not radar indicated, is because our radar site's so far from this storm. It's not going to give any accurate presentation for hail. So I thought it was going to have to be observed, but radar indicated, I guess. Yeah, so this is, it's almost done with its cell merge. You see the alpha boundary is still there. It's finishing up this cell merge that just hit the inflow right in this area. So we'll see how it looks in about 10, maybe pushing 15 minutes. We will see. Let's go back to Arkansas. Oh, we got a blip. We got a blip. We got a tiny little blip in north central Arkansas. We'll see if that can strengthen up into anything. I believe the HRRR had that occurring towards 6 o'clock, either 6 or 7, one or the other. Yep, 7. Had that occurring near 7 o'clock. Almost right. So the HRRR thinks that this could really intensify. We'll see about that. Right now, it's just a tiny little rain shower, so I don't know if I would be that hopeful in it. Severe in far northern Arkansas for Salem for 1-inch hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds. Back up here in Indiana, we're getting a very large area of severe storms in Indiana into Illinois, so definitely some strengthening happening here. That re-intensification definitely occurred over the last hour or so. And we'll see how much those storms along the cold front can intensify. Let's see. Confirmed EF0 tornado, I believe, from way earlier this morning. That was the first tornado warning we covered here. So they actually confirmed a tornado south of Hampton, well to the southeast of Williamston, in central, it's kind of south central New Jersey. EF0 tornado there. Large branches were downed. Some metal roof sheeting was peeled off of a building. And then more tree damage. Okay, I'm surprised none of you guys in the chat are screaming Indiana right now. Because, man, likely trying to drop a strong tornado here southwest of Vicksburg in southwest Indiana. More of towards west central Indiana there. So, strong tornado is imminent there. Make sure you're in your safe spot, Vicksburg, Indiana. Not yet, Girl Dev. It looks like storms are staying to your west for the second round. Same for V. I think those are going to keep going northeast. They're not turning east yet. This one actually might be turning more east. We'll have to see. We'll have to keep an eye on where this guy goes, because this guy could pose a threat for both you, Girl Dev, as well as V. Once the cold front passes, you're completely in the clear. Let me go here again. So we're going to keep watching this storm here. I want to see what the next scan has to show. Let's go back to the Paducah storm. So it's getting that look again. Not a good hook look anymore though. But it's got the look back after that cell merge. So you can see the ZDR arcing right in here. We'll have to see how the hook looks in a bit, but right now the hook doesn't look too imminent for a tornado. But it's definitely trying already. And it has that outflow boundary, so we're going to keep an eye on it. Man, if anything doesn't have a hook, you call it outflow dominant inverted cell, so sure, buddy. If it doesn't have a fat hook, echo outflow dominant. I want to go back up to... Okay, so it was observed 4-inch hail in Indiana. Then why did they put it as radar indicated? It was actually observed, so that's the reason why they did it. It was indeed observed. Interesting. Still continuing with widespread 80-mile-per-hour winds here. Widespread 70-mile-an-hour winds are about to impact Delaware. Hey, Is this a severe for the entire state of Delaware? Delaware state boundary. Oh my word, it's barely not. You're kidding. This tiny little sliver. This tiny little sliver is not inside the severe warning. So all but that small spot in Delaware is under a severe thunderstorm warning. Very close to a statewide severe warning. Let's go back down here to Texas, see if anything's happening with these storms. They're still going along. They're not severe, though. New severe watch just issued. That's up here in northern Indiana into far north, rather, into northeastern Illinois. So northeast Illinois into north Indiana there. As well as into two counties, actually, of northwest Ohio. Oh, there you go. Just went severe in Texas for 1 inch hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds. First severe down there. I don't think our blip made it, y'all. I don't think our blip made it. It doesn't look like it made it. Let's see. No, it's not, Ben. Your little rain shower is this little guy here. I never said this was a little rain shower. I just said it was not severe, and now it is. This is the one I said was a little rain shower. So, nope. It ain't severe. Not severe. For the one I called a little rain shower west of downtown Dallas. Let me guess. This is still outflow dominant? Right, inverted cell? Yeah, this storm's getting ready to produce a tornado here. Very shortly. So rotation is increasing quite quickly on this supercell northwest of Hopkinsville. Of course, he called it outflow dominant. Dude. South of Eddyville. So make sure you are in your safe spot if you are in this tornado warned area. Next scan, that is probably going to ramp up quite a bit. It did just get hit by another cell merge, though. Look at that. We'll see if that hurts the hook echo at all. We'll see. So we're going to keep waiting to see if this storm rapidly intensifies. This is the storm that has the greatest tornado threat right now. Currently tornado warned. I do want to go see this one again. Well, crap. Why didn't y'all tell me there's a giant tornado on the ground with a reflectivity debris ball over Linton in Indiana? So very strong to intense tornado on the ground in southwest Indiana with a reflectivity debris ball. Let's get up there right now.
Tornado warning for central Jackson County in southern Illinois, eastern Perry County in southeastern Missouri, Jackson County in Illinois, Perry County in Missouri.
There you go. Likely a strong tornado on the ground on the northwest side of Linton. in west central Indiana. So there you go. Told you guys it was going to try to produce a strong tornado, and it has definitely succeeded with a ginormous debris signature. Huge debris signature there. So strong tornado ongoing on the northwest side of Linton in Indiana. Where are you? I can't even... Your area is... I swear it's like right here. Yeah, there you are. According to radar, it's just light rain. Everything is staying off to your south. The worst of it is going to go right through Indianapolis. Potentially up to 70-mile-an-hour winds straight through Indianapolis. Oh, they upgraded it to 70-mile-an-hour winds. Didn't even know that. It's now an observed tornado warning.
Tornado warning for southern Owen County in west central Indiana, Greene County in southwestern Indiana, Greene, and Owen County in Indiana.
So there you go. So observed tornado warning now for this area. Make sure you're in your safe spot. Strong tornado is likely on the ground here north of Linton, or barely on the north side of Linton in southwestern Indiana. For over 26,000 people. Wow. Lord have mercy. They should have just went straight to PDS with that one. Gracious day. Oops. Apologies. Wow. So strong tornado ongoing. Another tornado
warning
Jeez.
for northwestern Jasper County in southeastern Illinois, southeastern Shelby County in central Illinois, southwestern Cumberland County in east central Illinois, northeastern Effingham County in south central Illinois, Cumberland, Effingham, Jasper, and Shelby County in Illinois.
So strong tornado ongoing here. Going towards Worthington. Gracious day. Oh my goodness, that debris is being lofted up a lot. Potentially as high as 12,000 feet up.
Tornado warning for northwestern Wicomico County in southeastern Maryland, northeastern
back to
Dorchester
Maryland.
County in southeastern Maryland, Dorchester, and Wicomico County in Maryland.
We're not going to get off of this storm. None of those other ones are confirmed. So we're going to stay... Well, V apparently is getting trees down. What? You're not even in a severe anymore. Really, V? You're getting trees down. They've removed you from the severe. Dude. I gotta go back to the Evansville radar side. Lord have mercy, that thing is freaking huge. Possibly a violent tornado ongoing in west central Indiana, heading towards the southern side of Worthington, just north of Swizz City. Definitely a strong tornado that needs a PDS warning. It is braking velocity and correlation coefficient. Definitely a strong tornado, potentially a violent tornado. I can't say for certain because I have no idea what rotation is. Man. Look at that reflectivity debris ball. Just crazy. This is stupidly classic. Oh my goodness, this might actually be the most intense tornado of the day. That is debris being lofted 21,000 feet up. And this time I'm saying it correctly. This time it actually is 21,000 feet up. So in St. Louis, I think it went 19,000 feet up. This is now over 21,000 feet up. That might just be some debris being lofted as high as 26,000 feet up. Holy moly. But that's a little bit difficult to say. This one is definitely correct. This is definitely debris being lofted 21,000 feet up for sure. All right, this is PDS. So PDS tornado warning now in place. Caden, that's wrong. It's not.
Tornado warning for southern Ballinger County in southeastern Missouri, southeastern Wayne County in southeastern Missouri, northwestern Stoddard County in southeastern Missouri, Ballinger, Stoddard, and Wayne County in Missouri. Tornado warning for southwestern Sussex County in southern Delaware, southeastern Caroline County in eastern Maryland, Sussex County in Delaware, Caroline County in Maryland.
Yeah, I could tell you, Caden, it's a lot stronger than like 140 or 150. It's probably even stronger than that. Destructive severe now for the city of Indianapolis for 80-mile-an-hour winds and a tornado possible. As well as a tornado warning back out for our storms on the cold front over... Man, I can't pronounce any of these town names. Montrose in central Illinois. Now, I don't want to get too caught up in this storm. I do got to go back to Kentucky because we've got an intense tornado on the ground in Kentucky now. So there is now an intense tornado on the ground in Kentucky out of this supercell we've been talking about for a while here. This could be a long-tracked one too. So likely an intense tornado just touched down well to the southwest of Cedar Bluff in Kentucky. We're going to have to switch between both of these. Yeah, V, that's crazy. It's literally just rain. Like, it's literally just rain. Velocity has nothing. So that's insane. Now, Indianapolis, that's 80-mile-an-hour winds going into Indianapolis, Indiana right now. And those storms you just said, if they're going towards you, the one that's tornado warned, if it somehow survives the whole time, I think it would end up going to your north. But it's definitely worth keeping a close eye on just in case. So debris being lofted potentially as high up as 26,000 feet in southwestern Indiana for a intense tornado that is on the ground. Like I said, there's the possibility that it is violent. It's just too difficult to tell with the corruption on velocities. It's too hard to tell exactly how intense it may be. Man. Reported large, strong tornado. This is probably violent. There's an extremely high chance that this is violent. It's not even on velocity anymore. That's how intense it is. And we have a clear scan. I want you to know that. This is a clear scan. There is nothing in the way of this radar beam. So it is scanning completely, clearly this tornado. Hard to say if that's a tornado there in Kentucky. We could have still a strong tornado. They just observed it on the ground here in Kentucky. I think that is a strong tornado, possibly even possibly even a reflectivity debris ball partially there. We'll keep an eye on that storm along the cold front in southeast Missouri as well. V, the destructive severe is staying to your south. I don't know how you even got such significant severe winds because they canceled the severe warning for you. They canceled the severe warning for you. You're literally in between two severes. The strongest winds are to your south, and they are moving northeast like this. They are going to miss you. So the 80-mile-per-hour winds in Indianapolis right now will miss you. This is still something we need to watch. I don't know if that's going to go towards you. I know it's going to go into Indiana, but I don't know if it's going to get stronger or not. Still a likely violent tornado on the ground here. Going right towards Worthington in Indiana. I want to see exactly how close this is going to get. It should stay south of downtown Worthington, Indiana. I can't even tell you how high debris is being thrown up. I think it might be over 30,000 feet now. It might be over 30,000 feet at this point. I'm unsure if that is your debris ball on reflectivity there in Kentucky. That I'm not very confident in that. It's really difficult to tell. It's right on where the hook echo is, so it was definitely on the ground at one point. It's just hard to say if it still is. All right, we're going to go back to our one in Worthington. Still on the ground, just an absurd amount of debris. Just a bunch of debris, all in the atmosphere, scanned by our radar site here. Just a bunch of debris. Well, from this video, it looks absolutely huge. There's definitely a tornado in that. Oh, yeah, that's a huge wedge tornado. Wow. So this is a huge wedge tornado on the ground, confirmed by a chaser. Man. That is definitely a large wedge tornado there. Yeah, it is a huge wedge, yes. It is a extremely large tornado. Very large. Easily. It could easily be violent. Easily could be violent.
Warning for southeastern Edgar County in east central Illinois, north central Clark County in east central Illinois, Clark and Edgar County in Illinois.
Go back to Kentucky. Okay, so I don't think that's on the ground anymore in Kentucky. If that was a CC, it's likely lifted. But this storm is going to try to recycle again, for sure, as it nears likely very close to or barely north of Hopkinsville in Kentucky here in about 30 minutes. Okay, yeah, this is the radar site. I need to keep on that. That's corruption there. Still hard to say if that's on the ground, but we're going to definitely go with it still on the ground. Better safe than sorry, so make sure you're in your safe spot north of Bloomfield. Or actually, if you're in Bloomfield, the entire city of Bloomfield is inside that tornado warning. But the tornado itself is just barely north of Bloomfield in southwestern Indiana. Jeez. So please be in your safe spot. It's going to be difficult to tell when this tornado lifts, exactly when it lifts, because there's so much debris in the atmosphere. It's going to take multiple minutes, possibly even upwards of 10 to 15 minutes before we are able to tell if this thing is lifted. I'll ask him, but we'll see if I can share the photo. Give me just a second. Okay. Yeah, if I can't share that, it's understandable. Not a lot of people want the...
Tornado warning for northwestern Crawford County in east central Illinois, northern Jasper County in southeastern Illinois, southwestern Clark County in east central Illinois, southeastern Cumberland County in east central Illinois, Clark, Crawford, Cumberland, and Jasper County in Illinois.
Yeah, not a lot of people at all want one of the very few tornadoes we get to see in life actually shared for free over social media, so...
Tornado warning for Central Christian County in south central Kentucky, south central Caldwell County
especially
in western
not
Kentucky,
for free.
northeastern Trigg County in western Kentucky, northwestern Todd County in south central Kentucky, Caldwell, Christian, Todd, and Trigg County in Kentucky.
Lord have
Tornado
mercy,
warning
spare
for
me.
Williamson
Jeez.
County in southern Illinois,
What are
southeastern
we
Jackson
at?
County in southern Illinois, Jackson and Williamson County in Illinois.
I think that's 11. 11 tornado warnings and 33 severe warnings. It's insane. I have to turn down the volume of this thing. It's... There's too many of them. Okay, there we go. Still possibly a tornado on the ground here, north of Bloomfield in Indiana. So please be in your safe spot if you're in any of the tornado warnings. It's very difficult to say if that's still on the ground. Extremely difficult. Let's see, let's go back to Indianapolis's radar site. Still 70 to 80 mile per hour winds ongoing, now barely east of downtown Indianapolis. Multiple tornadic supercells are coming out of this area here in eastern Illinois, heading into western Indiana. So, Girl Dev, unfortunately, there's definitely going to be quite a few tornadic supercells around your area. Hopefully, they don't enter your area, but they're going to be very close to you. Train spotter reported a tornado still on the ground about 5 minutes ago. V, it's hard to say. It is possible. It is possible. We'll have to see if they continue the strengthening trend. I would definitely keep a very, very close eye on them. I would love for them to just fall apart, but they're not going to do that. They're either going to barely miss you or they are going to hit you, but I'm hoping if they hit you, they will be a lot weaker. Hopefully they'll like cluster up, and because of the more clustered mode, maybe they won't be as tornadic. Lord have mercy, what the heck? I'm a little surprised that's not on the ground. Look at that. Beast of a supercell. South Central Illinois. In probably an hour or so. It's gonna be a while, maybe even... I'd say like an hour and a half, maybe even 2. It should take quite a while for these storms to get to you. Hour and a half or 2. Now for Girl Dev, it could be any time between 15 minutes and the next hour and a half. Not lagging on my end, Rockets. Let's go back over here to Arkansas. More blips in Arkansas. We'll see if anything happens there. Hold on. Let me get...
Tornado warning for southeastern Coles County in east central Illinois, southeastern Edgar County in east central Illinois, northern Clark County in east central Illinois, northeastern Cumberland County in east central Illinois, Clark, Coles, Cumberland, and Edgar County in Illinois.
Yeah, so this one also is likely trying to produce a tornado. Here in Brownwood, southeastern Missouri. Yeah, Ben. I mean, it's lofting debris over, likely over 17,000 feet, so makes sense why you could see it. Oops. Alright, we're gonna go back to Indiana. I don't know if this is still producing a tornado. I don't know. I don't feel like it is. I don't believe it's still producing a tornado. It's still PDS though, so you want to be in your safe spot. It's hard to say if it's still producing a tornado. And that's going to go towards Bloomington, Indiana.
Tornado warning for West Central Alexander County in southern Illinois, southeastern Ballinger County in southeastern Missouri, central Scott County in southeastern Missouri, southwestern Cape Girardeau County in southeastern Missouri, northeastern Stoddard County in southeastern Missouri, Alexander County in Illinois. Ballinger, Cape Girardeau, Scott, and Stoddard County in Missouri.
There you go. So problem, real quick. I think we have the chance for a day 2 moderate. Again. I think we could see a day 2 15 sig tour in Kansas and Oklahoma for Sunday. Just wanted to throw that out there real quick. Is that might be back on the ground? That's so difficult to tell. I'm not confident in that. There's no big ZDR drop there unless that's an old scan. It's not. I'm not very confident in that being a CC drop. Oh, there is a ZDR drop, actually. Radar says it's 100% a tornado, but I'm not nearly as confident as that. All 3 of your semi-discrete, or rather, all 3 of your embedded supercells here are now trying to produce tornadoes in eastern Illinois. New tornado watch just got issued for several tornadoes likely. 80-60. So another very high-end tornado watch there. Also, I would like you to note the high probabilities. That is a high, moderate, high probability watch. That is absurd. 90-mile-an-hour winds, 3-inch hail, several tornadoes, a few intense, all likely.
Indiana, southeastern Owen County in west central Indiana, northeastern
That's
Greene
crazy
County in southwestern
probabilities.
Indiana, Greene, Monroe, and Owen County in Indiana.
Just to show you that, if I can, if it's out here, I can. I gotta wait for it to come in on the SPC. I think SPC will be faster than Radar Omega. Let's go to this radar site. Keep an eye on this storm here in southwest Kentucky. The best we can. Too many cells to watch now. Oh, wow. Possibly a very intense tornado on the ground. Likely a intense tornado on the ground. That is... I want to note this is probably corruption, but that is indeed 194 mile-an-hour rotation. If that is on the ground, it is a violent tornado. If that is on the ground, it is a violent tornado. There's a chance some of this is a little bit of corruption here. But if that's on the ground, it is likely a violent tornado. Waiting for those watch probs. I want to show you guys it. Let's see. Yeah, that's the first convincing CC out of this storm. We're down to radar indicated, but I can guarantee you that is not going to last too long. This is in south central Illinois. I need to try to say that a little bit better there, because I know there's a lot of tornado warnings. This is the tornado warning in south central Illinois for Marion in south central Illinois. Spillertown, Pittsburgh, all in that tornado warning as well. They might end up just putting this as straight PDS if it's on the ground. I don't know for sure about that. Here's the watch probabilities I was talking about. So, high, moderate, high, 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 high. Only one moderate. The moderate is for strong tornadoes, and that is 10% away from a high. We almost had a high, fully high probability to watch for Ohio and central and eastern Kentucky. Oh, yeah. Oh, my goodness. That's going to go PDS. That is going to go PDS. It already is. Holy crap. And that is right over this area. That is right on top of this region. Look at that. What is that? I pray that is not homes. Let me go here. United States. I can't pronounce that. Sorry. What is that? I'm unsure what that is. I'm not gonna lie, y'all. I'm unsure what that is. You guys probably know. I apologize. I don't know what that is, but it's right over it. It's a prison? Oh my goodness, it's a prison. Oh. Oh my goodness, that's horrific. I don't think they would have any safe spots there for weather. Oh my goodness, that is horrible. Well, I really pray the prison was aware of the tornado warning. Yeah, that's violent. That is probably one of the most violent tornadoes, if not the most violent tornado we've seen today. It's only comparable to the one we just finished seeing in Indiana. Oh my goodness. Give me just a second to post this. Okay. That is just insane. New MCD for the potential of violent tornadoes. I don't know where that is. We're about to find out. That's Arkansas! That's Arkansas and Tennessee. Wow. So there's going to be a new tornado watch very soon for Arkansas. Lord have mercy, that is stupidly large. This is going right towards Carrier Mills in south central Illinois. A new tornado watch is expected.
Tornado warning for southeastern Williamson County in southern Illinois. southern Saline County in southern Illinois, Saline, and Williamson County in
Tornado
Illinois.
emergency. Tornado emergency. Tornado emergency. Tornado emergency. This is now a catastrophic situation. Blue freaking reflectivity debris ball. This is now a catastrophic situation. A violent tornado is confirmed on the ground in south central Illinois. There you go. A violent tornado is on the ground. This is a tornado emergency. The highest level warning that can ever be issued by the National Weather Service or Storm Prediction Center is in effect right now. This is a tornado emergency for 41,000 people. Marion, Carrier Mills, Cereal Springs, Harrisburg, and South Central Illinois. This is a violent tornado capable of very violent damage. You will not be able to survive this tornado if you are not underground. Get to your safe spot now. One of the only ways to survive this tornado is being underground. Please run to your safe spot immediately. This is a violent tornado and a catastrophic situation. This is passing on the southern side of Marion in southern Illinois. Holy crap. This is insane. I really hope everybody is in their safe spot. And I really, really hope that this is just staying over like trees. But I mean, it's going to go right through populated areas here. Oh my goodness. Reported tornado on the ground from law enforcement there. So again, this is a tornado emergency. A catastrophic tornado has been observed with this supercell going towards Carrier Mills in south central Illinois. This is a tornado emergency. My goodness. So please run to your safe spot if you are in this tornado warning. A extremely large and violent tornado is on the ground, heading directly towards Carrier Mills in south central Illinois. Wow. Brad Arnold stream got it. Thank you. Of course, the tornado sniffer. What is he called? Of course, he's on it. Oh, he's got trees all down in front of him. He went off-roading like 4 times already. Wow. Oh my goodness. I don't... Is that it in front of him? Is that it in front of him? Is that the whole thing? I can't even tell where it is. It might be so large that I can't even tell exactly where it is. So if you're just now tuning in, we have a violent tornado on the ground. This is a tornado emergency, the highest level warning that could ever be issued by the National Weather Service and or Storm Prediction Center. The highest warning that is possible has been issued for this area in south central Illinois for 41,000 people. Make sure you are running to your safe spot. Likely the only way to survive this tornado is by being underground. So you need to be in your safe spot. Oh my goodness. I really hope that this is going to weaken on the next scan. The velocity signatures are very tight, but they are weaker. So catastrophic damage is expected. We do have to quickly switch to Bloomington. There is an intense tornado tracking through the city of Bloomington in Indiana right now. If you are in the city of Bloomington, Indiana, there is an intense tornado about to go right through your city. Bloomington, Indiana, you need to run to your safe spot right now. There is likely an intense tornado on the ground about to head into your city. So please run to your safe spot if you are in Bloomington, Indiana. That is not an observed warning, but that is a giant tornado, likely extremely strong to intense, about to go through the Bloomington, Indiana area. Tornado emergency still remains in effect for a violent tornado ongoing around the Cereal Springs area heading towards Carrier Mills in south central Illinois. Got to go to the Indianapolis radar site. I don't think I have that open. Well, I do now. We got to see what this has for Bloomington here. Oh my goodness. Wow. Potentially another violent tornado on the ground. And oh my goodness, y'all. This is going to go right through a very populated city of likely over 100,000 people. Oh my word, what the heck? Marion, Illinois. We got a video of the tornado that just went to the south of that area. It had insane horizontal vortices. That was definitely a violent tornado that went just to the south of Marion, Illinois moments ago. This is now a PDS tornado warning for the city of Bloomington. It had multiple horizontal vortices on it. This storm right here, tornado had multiple horizontal vortices on it, which is only typically observed with some of the most intense tornadoes in the U.S., as well as it was a wedge tornado, too. Dude. For those who may be wondering, this is lofting debris 32,000 feet up into the atmosphere. 32,000 feet. 32,000 feet. That's how high debris is being lofted southeast of Marion, Illinois, right now. There is a massive tornado heading into the city of Bloomington, Indiana, right now. Likely an intense tornado. I don't know about it being a violent tornado, but likely an intense tornado that has gone through and is currently now going through the southern side of Bloomington in central Indiana.
Southeastern Jackson County in south-central Indiana, Jennings County in southeastern Indiana, Jackson and Jennings County in Indiana.
There's a new warning. I don't know where that's for. It said Indiana. Okay, that's down here, actually, for Seymour, Indiana. Look at that debris being picked up. This is likely a huge tornado here in Bloomington. There's a reported debris. My goodness. Let's go back to Illinois. So still a tornado emergency in place there.
Tornado warning for western New Madrid County in southeastern Missouri, central Butler County in southeastern Missouri, southwestern Stoddard County in southeastern Missouri, Butler, New Madrid, and Stoddard County in Missouri.
Likely still a large tornado moving through the southern side of Bloomington in Indiana into directly through the Clear Creek area in Indiana. Oh my goodness.
Tornado warning for southern Decatur County in central Indiana, southeastern Bartholomew County in central Indiana, northern Jennings County in southeastern Indiana, Bartholomew, Decatur, and Jennings County in Indiana.
I do believe the tornado emergency in south central Illinois, I believe that tornado is lifting right now. But you still need to be in your safe spot if you are inside this tornado emergency. Lord have mercy.
Tornado warning for northwestern Crawford County in east central Illinois, southern Clark County in east central Illinois, Clark and Crawford County in Illinois.
Gracious day. All these storms are staying to your south and southeast right now. The storms to your west are going to move towards your direction. That could be a call. If you really want to make, you can make that call in about an hour from now.
Tornado
or so.
warning for
If these storms
southwestern
keep
Shelby
getting warned.
County in central Indiana, southern Brown County in south central Indiana, western Bartholomew County in central Indiana, Bartholomew, Brown, and Shelby County in Indiana.
Yep, there it is. Strong tornado just went through the southern side of Bloomington, Indiana. Rotation doesn't look extremely strong anymore. Not nearly as strong as what it was. Not nearly as strong as what it was. Let's see. Man, both of those were violent tornadoes. The one in Sullivan, Indiana, from a little bit earlier. And then the tornado emergency one was definitely violent. Let me go to the Paducah radar site again. We'll keep watching that. Keep an eye on that tornado emergency. Trying to just see if any of these other storms are touching down at all. This one in Clear Creek, Indiana is likely lofting debris around 13,000 feet up. Around 13,000 feet up. Southeastern Illinois confirmed tornado warning. Or southeastern Missouri, southwest Illinois. So southeastern Missouri into southwest Illinois. This is for Morley, Illinois. Or my goodness, sorry, so many states. Morley in Missouri. Morley in Missouri. Benton in southeast Missouri. Confirmed tornado for you. Tornado emergency is continuing for Carrier Mills. So tornado emergency still in place for Carrier Mills, Michellesville in south central Illinois. Wow. Jeez. Let's go back to Indianapolis. Still a large tornado on the ground. just went through Clear Creek in Indiana. Just went through Clear Creek in Indiana. So please be in your safe spot if you are in any of the tornado warnings in place right now. As these storms are producing very destructive tornadoes. Let me see what this has really quick. Give me just a second. Okay. Just had to do something real quick. So still multiple tornado warnings here in place. I do believe this one in just to the southeast of Bloomington, Indiana is beginning to lift now. Jeez. Oh man, this one in Kentucky. This one in Kentucky's trying to get its act together now. Not very tight at the moment, so that's good news. I want to wait for the next scan on this.
Tornado warning for East Central Monroe County in South Central Indiana, Brown County in South Central Indiana, Western Bartholomew County in Central Indiana, Bartholomew, Brown, and Monroe County in Indiana.
Alright, that hasn't tightened up much at all, so that's good. We did just get a PDS severe thunderstorm warning for 80-mile-an-hour winds in southeastern Missouri. That's for Bloomfield, Missouri. Look at all these tornado warnings south of Indianapolis. Where did all these storms come from? Wow, they just developed out of a little patch of showers. Look at that cell split. It perfectly split into 2 supercells. That's crazy. My word. I can't keep up. Still under a tornado emergency. I want to go back to that tornado emergency here. It looks a lot weaker, so that tornado emergency will expire in 15 minutes. Then they will have a probably a radar indicated warning on it, I imagine. At least for the time being. So that was one of the storms that started way back here in Salem along the cold front a very long time ago. And you could see it went a really long time without being tornadic. And then it went tornadic towards Perryville and then dropped a violent tornado near Marion in south central Illinois. It's crazy how you can see the reflectivity debris ball from a nationwide radar. A low resolution MRMS shows a reflectivity debris ball from earlier. Yep, that Kentucky one looks to be on the ground now. I'll confirm it with ZDR. Yes, that's on the ground.
Tornado warning for
Tornado on the ground
northeastern
here.
Todd County in south central Kentucky, Todd County in Kentucky.
So tornado now on the ground here, just to the northeast of Hopkinsville in Kentucky. So that's now on the ground.
Tornado warning for southwestern Pulaski County in southern Illinois, central Alexander County in southern Illinois, Ballard County in western Kentucky, northeastern Mississippi County in southeastern Missouri, northeastern Scott County in southeastern Missouri, Alexander and Pulaski County in Illinois, Ballard County in Kentucky, Mississippi, and Scott County in Missouri.
So that's another confirmed tornado warning in the tri-state area of Illinois, Boot Hill, Missouri, and western Kentucky. This is exactly where we had a PDS tornado warning that Connor intercepted. Connor intercepted a PDS tornado warning in this exact area probably a little over an hour ago at this point. Maybe even a little bit longer than that. Let's go back to Kentucky here. Still a tornado on the ground there. That's going to go right towards, let's see, Cliffy in south central / southwestern Kentucky. It's just to the east, northeast of Hopkinsville. Yep, that is, that's definitely
Tornado
on the
warning
ground.
for southern
now
Vigo
observed.
County in west central Indiana, northern Sullivan County in southwestern Indiana, southwestern Clay County in west central Indiana, Clay, Sullivan, and Vigo County in Indiana.
That's another strong tornado on the ground there. This time northeast of Hopkinsville, Kentucky. Tornado emergency was canceled. We're down to a PDS warning for that storm that was previously tornado emergencied. I want to go back up here to the Indianapolis radar site there. I got to get a higher definition one. This. Keep an eye on that. That might try to touch down at any given moment again. If it does, it will be near Nashville, Indiana.
Tornado warning for northern Logan County in south central Kentucky, Logan County in Kentucky.
All right, so that's an extension to Lewisburg and Russellville, Kentucky. So strong tornado still ongoing there. We'll see what it looks like next scan. Strong tornado on the ground, just to the northeast of Hopkinsville, Kentucky. New tornado watch was just issued. A few tornadoes likely, 75-mile-an-hour winds likely, apple-sized tail likely. For Arkansas, Tennessee, Mississippi. Go see the probs on that. Not yet available. Alright, new scan should be here in 2 seconds here. I didn't mute in time, Ben. Oh well. It snuck up on me. Waiting to see the probabilities on that new tornado watch. Issued until 07Z. 70-50. So high, moderate, high, moderate, high, moderate for overall probabilities there. Till 3 a.m. Eastern. So that's for your overnight threat. Is this an old scan? Lord have mercy, it's not. An intense tornado is back on the ground here. So this is from our storm that Chris Broyles issued a mesoscale discussion for the potential of an intense to violent tornado. And that is exactly what we are seeing right now. We are seeing a intense to potentially violent tornado on the ground northeast of Hopkinsville, lofting a very large amount of debris. All the way up to, it looks like at least 14,000 feet up. At least 14,000 feet up. This is now a PDS tornado warning. Both of them are now PDS tornado warnings for this storm. So they upgraded both of those warnings. So there you go. Another strong to intense tornado on the ground. That's going to head eventually towards Lewisburg in Kentucky. Let's go back up to the Indianapolis radar site. Keep an eye on that CC there. That might be a tornado on the ground there in central Indiana, heading just to the south of Nashville in central Indiana. Let's see, I want to go to... still a large, destructive tornado on the ground for this PDS tornado warning here. Likely an intense tornado in south central Kentucky. And that's going to head towards Lewisburg. Let's go back up to Indianapolis's radar site. That is on the ground for sure. I didn't have the velocity scan, but now I do, and that is definitely on the ground. So another intense tornado, another strong to intense tornado on the ground. This one's going to head towards just to the southeast of Nashville, and then directly towards Columbus and Taylorsville in south central Indiana. So if you are in Taylorsville, Columbus, and south central Indiana, this tornado is going to head right towards you. I want to go back down to Illinois. I keep going back to the previous Torrey storm. It looks like it's trying its best to ramp back up. So this storm here may be able to produce another strong tornado towards Shawnee and south of Junction in southeastern Illinois. All right, let's go back to the Kentucky storm. If I can find the right one. Lord have mercy, I can't find the right radar. This should get an update at any second. So make sure you're in your safe spot. Another PDS tornado warning here. We'll continue to watch that. I want to see the next scan. Should be in 4 seconds. Yep, that is still strong tornado on the ground. Let's go back to Indianapolis. Yep, we got a intense tornado on the ground still. Still not confirmed either. So this is your storm that produced the intense tornado in Clear Creek. It is now producing another intense tornado south of Nashville. Extremely classic supercell there. And that is producing another intense tornado in central Indiana. They're probably trying to upgrade this to PDS because they're taking forever to confirm it. A lot of the times, if it feels too long for them not confirming a warning, it means they're upgrading the warning. At least from my experience. And that just might be it.
Tornado warning for southeastern Saline County in southern Illinois, southern Gallatin County in southern Illinois, west central Union County in northwestern Kentucky,
that's a new PDS in
Gallatin, and
Illinois.
Saline County in Illinois, Union County in Kentucky.
So another strong tornado. Yep, looks like we got another strong tornado on the ground here in southeastern Illinois. Another strong tornado on the ground. Wow, this is the one that was previously tornado emergency. And it's still there. Want to go to Kentucky? Still a strong tornado on the ground there. Likely getting ready to lift. Velocities have weakened significantly. Want to go back up to Indianapolis's radar site. This is probably one of the more violent tornadoes we have seen today. And that is definitely saying something big. We do indeed have a tornado spike here. So there is so much debris being lofted into the atmosphere with this storm, likely a heck load of full trees being lofted into the atmosphere with this storm, that it is actually scanned that debris multiple times. And thus it is putting out what looks like a hail spike, but this time is actually a reflectivity debris ball spike. That is how intense this tornado is, and it's likely a violent tornado. Right now, over relatively rural areas, very rural areas, completely over trees right now. But as it gets more to the northeast, in about 5-10 minutes, closer to 10 minutes, it's going to head directly into the city of Columbus in south central Indiana. I pray that it does not last that long. There's a pretty good chance it doesn't. There's a pretty good chance that it dies out just before Columbus and then tries to recycle again after Columbus. Hopefully that is the case where it dies out before Columbus. It's over mainly just trees for the next 5 minutes straight. It is just over trees. And then after 5 minutes, that's when it starts to hit the outskirts of Columbus. And then in 10 minutes or a little more, it hits the city of Columbus in south central Indiana. Lord have mercy, I just realized this is not even observed still. What are we doing? What are we doing? This is still not even observed. What the heck? I thought maybe they were upgrading the warning, but holy crap, it's taken way too long. New mesoscale discussion says the potential for long-track tie-in tornado. It will be a possibility, specifically in southern Indiana, southern Illinois, into a good chunk of western Kentucky. Wow. Can't tell if that is still on the ground for our PDS warning in south central. Well, it is definitely on the ground. Reflectivity debris ball, most likely right there. I'll have to wait for my velocity scan in 20 seconds. And in that meantime, we will go to Kentucky. Yeah, that tornado is likely lifting now in Kentucky. Likely lifting. So, yeah, as expected, that is a likely violent tornado there. A huge debris ball. You could see the debris signature spike on that. So, violent tornado ongoing here. Still not even observed. Still not even observed, heading straight for the city of Columbus. They may be going directly to their supervisors and suggesting a tornado emergency. It is a pretty lengthy process. It's not too long, but it is a good process to issue a tornado emergency because it is the highest end emergency and highest end warning you can ever get. So that may be why we aren't seeing a confirmed warning right now. But if this doesn't go tornado emergency, there's no excuse for this not being confirmed or PDS right now. In Indiana, another strong tornado on the ground in south central, actually southeastern Illinois, just southwest of Junction. Southeastern Illinois, just to the southwest of Junction, Illinois. Let's see, I want to go to... Yeah, that's likely lifted now. Southeast of Cliffy in south central Kentucky. Alright, yeah, they should have just gone straight to you with that, honestly. It's unacceptable how long that was not confirmed. If this was in a populated area, that not being confirmed could have gotten people killed. So, quite disappointed in not seeing that go PDS earlier. But this is PDS for nearly 85,000 people. For nearly 85,000 people. Yeah, I really should have just upgraded straight to tornado emergency for this, really, because if this doesn't die and it goes into the city of Columbus, it is going to be a extremely catastrophic situation. Man. See that next scan in Illinois. Still likely a strong tornado on the ground there, south of Junction in southeast Illinois. Tornado likely lifted now, and the supercell is heading towards Lewisburg. That could be the end of this storm, hopefully, in south central Kentucky. Still a violent tornado ongoing here, approaching the city of Columbus in central Indiana. Give me just a second. Yeah. Make sure I spelled that right.
Tornado warning for Southern Franklin County in southeastern Indiana, northeastern Ripley County in southeastern Indiana, northern Dearborn County in southeastern Indiana, Dearborn, Franklin, and Ripley County in Indiana.
New tornado warning there for Indiana. Jeez. I don't know where that... Oh, that was over here. That was very far east. Yeah, that's a tornado warning for Brookville, southeast Indiana. It's not looking horrible for you, V. I think most of the storms are weakening right now. And hopefully that continues to be the case in your area. So definitely some loud storms, but they don't look to be tornadic at the moment. Really hoping these velocities weaken on the next scan. Let's see. Okay, it did weaken. At least a little bit, but still a violent tornado ongoing, about to head into the city of Columbus, Indiana. Yeah, they're starting to get close to you. The first storm's probably about 10 minutes, maybe 20 minutes away from you, but it's not severe, it's not bad. Okay, there we go. Let me get to the Paducah radar site again. I don't see any tornado on the ground here anymore near Junction in southeast Illinois, but we'll still watch it. Yes, you're done after they pass you. We'll keep watching this storm. This is the most concerning storm right now. And it is in Indiana, approaching the city of Columbus, Indiana. So if you're in Columbus, Indiana, there is a large tornado. A very large tornado heading right towards you. Jeez. We'll see what our next scan has to show, but this is going to start hitting the outer skirts here of Columbus. They've continued a PDS tornado warning.
Tornado warning for southeastern Shelby County in central Indiana, western Decatur County in central Indiana, southeastern Brown County in south central Indiana, Bartholomew County in central Indiana, northwestern Jennings County in southeastern Indiana, Bartholomew, Brown, Decatur, Jennings, and Shelby County in Indiana.
No, Tori, because they're really hoping that this will weaken before it heads into Columbus, Ohio. Or, my bad, Columbus, Indiana. 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 This is not in Ohio. This is in Indiana. So, Columbus, Indiana, you're in a PDS tornado warning. It does look a little bit weaker.
East Central Pulaski County in southern Illinois, Central Massac County in southern Illinois, Southeastern Pope County in southern Illinois, Southwestern Livingston County in western Kentucky, Northwestern Marshall County in western Kentucky, Central Ballard County in western Kentucky, McCracken County in western Kentucky, Massac, Pope, and Pulaski County in Illinois. Ballard, Livingston, Marshall, and McCracken County in Kentucky.
So still a intense tornado heading right towards Columbus in Indiana. It does look a bit weaker. So there is a chance that this weakens as it goes into um, Columbus, Indiana. There's a chance it weakens enough. Hopefully it does. Man. Just hoping that this dies out ASAP. The velocities are definitely weaker. For sure, weaker. So please be in your safe spot if you are in Columbus, Indiana. Large tornado heading right towards the city. So please be in your safe spot. Really hoping that this weakens and lifts before it hits y'all. Keep it on an eye on that storm over Cereal Springs right now. Oh, that PDS warning has continued. Wow. Weather spotters have confirmed a large and extremely dangerous tornado just to the southeast of Shawneetown in southeastern Illinois. So now a PDS warning for Morganville and
Tornado
surrounding
warning
areas
for central
in
Gallatin
Kentucky.
County in southern Illinois, southwestern Henderson County in northwestern Kentucky, central Union County in northwestern Kentucky, Gallatin County in Illinois, Henderson, and Union County in Kentucky. Tornado warning for northeastern Randolph County in eastern Arkansas, Randolph County in Arkansas.
Yep, I do believe this storm has weakened and the tornado is likely about to lift on the southwest side of Columbus, Indiana. I think we are going to get very, very, very lucky right here. Hopefully it does fully lift. So that was a new PDS warning for the towns of Old Shawneetown in southeast Illinois, Uniontown, Morgantown, Smith Mills, Henderson, and Robards in west central Kentucky. Just briefly, I have to go down here to Texas. We do have a PDS severe for 80-mile-an-hour winds just south of Dallas, Texas. That's for Mansfield, Cedar Hill, and Oakleaf, Texas. Very brief update on your storms in Arkansas. They have formed. They have formed fairly quickly and so far have been on the weaker side of things. You can see they rapidly exploded in intensity there. We'll see how strong they may be able to get. Let's go back to Indianapolis's radar site there. Should get a new scan in about 30 seconds. We're up to 13 tornado warnings and get this, 41 severe thunderstorm warnings. I'm going to go back down to Paducah's radar site. Still don't see much with that at the moment. But it is on the ground according to spotters.
Tornado warning for southeastern Vigo County in west central Indiana, northeastern Sullivan County in southwestern Indiana, southern Clay County in west central Indiana, Owen County in west central Indiana, Clay, Owen, Sullivan, and Vigo County in Indiana. Tornado warning for north central Greene County in eastern Arkansas, Clay County in eastern Arkansas, Clay, and Greene County in Arkansas.
All right, now you've got my attention. That was Arkansas. So that's from Maynard, Arkansas, Corning, as well as into, let's see, Peach Orchard in northeast Arkansas. Yep, I believe that tornado has lifted or is very close to lifting right now in Columbus. Let me go to the Evansville radar site there. I don't see a tornado right now, at least on radar's side. But there is definitely the chance for a strong tornado near Clay City in southwestern Indiana. Yeah, these storms just look to be very loud. They don't seem to be tornadic at the moment. The tornadic storm is staying well off to your southwest right now. Keep an eye on this storm. Bowling Green, Kentucky, Memphis Junction, Kentucky, Rich Pond, Kentucky, Woodburn, Kentucky, Plum Springs, Kentucky. Keep an eye on this cell. We definitely could get a potential strong tornado if velocities ramp up quite a bit. Heading your way here in about an hour. Or about 40 minutes or so from now. Better hope that's corruption. I believe it is. Go to the Evansville radar site again. Too difficult to tell if that's on the ground there in Clay City, but Clay City, Indiana, definitely about a definitely need to be seeking shelter, and there is definitely the potential for a tornado to drop at any second. Let's see here.
Tornado warning for southwestern Wayne County in east central Indiana, central Fayette County in east central Indiana, Fayette, and Wayne County in Indiana.
See where that is. I think that's for this cell here in Cornersville, Indiana. None of these look too concerning right now to drop a tornado. Just be in your safe spot if you're in the tornado warnings. The one that's probably the closest to dropping a tornado is the one in Clay City, Indiana. These velocities may be ramping up quite a bit. Some of it is definitely corruption, but it could definitely be ramping up in south central Kentucky. And that's going to go near Bowling Green, Kentucky. Wow, still a PDS tornado warning. This is about to go right into Morganfield in northwestern Kentucky. Got to figure out the right radar site. So that's one in south central Kentucky. Got to go for this one. Where the heck is it? Yeah, if this isn't on the ground, it is about to be on the ground. This is a very, very bad situation for Morganfield. I want you to listen up. If you're in Morganfield in Kentucky, Morganfield, Kentucky, this is about to be a potentially violent tornado that could be touching down here shortly, that it could head right into your city in Morganfield, Kentucky. This hook, we've seen it time and time again. I would almost bet that this hook is going to wrap around. And if that happens, this will drop an intense to violent tornado over the city of Morganfield in northwest Kentucky. I really hope something cuts off the inflow, but if it does not, this will be another intense to violent tornado within the next 5 minutes. Go back over to the Indianapolis radar site again. Yeah, these storms are starting to get very clustered now in eastern Indiana, so hopefully that's the end of our main tornado threat for much of Indiana. We still have this Clay City storm in western Indiana to get through, though. All right, I want to go to the Evansville radar site again. We'll keep an eye on that. Is that the new velocity scan? Yes, it is. That probably is a tornado on the ground right now. There is probably an intense tornado dropping down right now, if not already on the ground, southwest of Morganfield in northwest Kentucky. And it's going to go right into Morganfield. It's actually going to go like this. So it is going to go directly into Morganfield if this is on the ground. It will go right into Morganfield, Kentucky. Not for sure if that is a CC drop. We will definitely know next scan. We will know next scan if that is a CC drop. So this is the main storm we're watching. It is this is the only confirmed tornado on the ground right now. It is a PDS tornado warning. This is actually our only confirmed tornado on the ground, and here comes a
tornado warning for northeastern Logan County in south central Kentucky.
That's for Bowling Green.
South central Butler County in south central Kentucky, central Warren County in south central Kentucky, Butler, Logan, and Warren County in Kentucky.
City of Bowling Green, Kentucky, you are under a tornado warning now, as well as Memphis Junction, Kentucky. Storm doesn't look that impressive on velocities, but could easily ramp up. All right, we should get a CC scan in 5 seconds here, so at any given second, we'll get this CC scan most likely. See if it comes in right now. Yep, that's going to be a large tornado on the ground heading into the southern side of Morganfield, Kentucky right now. Heading right into the southern side. It might avoid downtown. It's on the very southern end of this PDS warning. It might avoid the main city of Morganfield, but it is going to be a very, very close call. It is already PDS, people. Yeah, that is a intense to potentially violent tornado there. Look at that. Velocities have rapidly increased, and it did exactly what I thought it would. Unfortunately, it did exactly what I thought it would, and it ramped up significantly into an intense to violent tornado. So a large and extremely dangerous tornado, likely destructive tornado, is moving through the southern side of Morganfield, Kentucky right now. So very, very large tornado on the ground. You can't tell with those storms at all. There's your tornado report from Emergency Management. Tornado reported on Anderson's Road. Around the Indianapolis area, you guys still look good. There's a new severe. That includes UV. 1-inch hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds for both of those. 1.25-inch hail, actually, for your storm. But nothing tornadic in this entire area here. Nothing tornadic. Let's go back down to this cell. This is our only PDS tornado warning. The only PDS tornado warning is in effect for Morganfield in Kentucky. It should go right through the southern side of Morganfield, maybe staying south of downtown. New CC scan possibly right now. Yep. Huge tornado, reflectivity, debris ball. There you go. Potentially a violent tornado on the ground. Sorry, I just had to quickly do this. So there you go. Violent tornadoes ongoing in Morganfield, Kentucky right now. Potentially violent tornado ongoing in Morganfield, Kentucky right now. Wow. So this was the same storm that produced your tornado emergency. And here it is producing another violent tornado on the southern side of Morganfield. So it's gone right through this general area. Wait, hold on. I might have got the direction wrong. I did. It's gone through this general area right in here. So it didn't go right through the city, thankfully. But it did unfortunately hit the southern side of Morganfield, just to the south of Morganfield. Yeah. Breaking CC. Completely breaking CC, especially on a radar Omega. Huge reflectivity debris ball. Velocities will be in 12 seconds. And debris being lofted as high as about 12,000 feet at the moment. Does look like that velocity signature weakened a bit. But it is still a likely strong to... it is a strong to intense tornado. Potentially even a violent tornado. This is our only main storm to keep an eye on right now. There's quite a few other tornado warnings, but none of them look nearly as impressive as the one in Morganfield, Kentucky right now. None of them look nearly that impressive. I'm just checking through all of them real quick whilst we wait for that next scan. Corning, northeastern Arkansas is looking a bit better for rotation. That area is currently tornado warned. So we still have an intense tornado on the ground, potentially a violent tornado on the ground here. Just to the southwest of Waverly in northwestern Kentucky. Man. CC scan may not be in here in 5 seconds, so maybe a little longer. Oh, nope, we did get it. So it's still possibly on the ground. We'll wait to see the reflectivity scan that's actually behind in this case. It's just to the south now of Waverly in northwest Kentucky. Should get a reflectivity scan right now. Oh, nope. Reflectivity is quite far behind. It's actually quite far behind. Let's see here. So still a strong tornado on the ground here. We're waiting to see the reflectivity very far behind. Okay. I'm going to go to Radar Mega, see if the reflectivity is updated. That's a full minute now behind compared to the other scans. Oh, you know what? Doesn't seem like that is just a GR2 issue there. Yeah, it's trying to download this reflectivity scan. There you go. Finally got it. I do think this tornado is lifting now. After lofting debris very high up in the atmosphere. I can't say exactly how high. Because this is scanning through its hail core, so it definitely has correlation coefficient hail core contamination blended into it. But debris was lofted at least 12,000 feet, if not significantly higher. Man. All it took was the forcing from this cold front, and things went haywire. That is all it took. Well, after that extremely active last 2 hours, we are down to 33 severe warnings, which is still a bunch, but down to 4 tornado warnings. At one point, we were up to 14 or more tornado warnings and more than 44 severe warnings. So we're a little bit down on severes, and we are about 10 less tornado warnings than what we were at 2 hours ago or so. Go back to this real quick. This is going to try to recycle here very, very quickly. It is going to try to recycle and go towards Robards, Corydon in northwest Kentucky. It is going to try to quickly recycle. Unless the Hook Echo keeps more of that north to south orientation and doesn't try to ramp up a bit more. Let's see here. Looking through all the other storms we got to see if we have any more damage reports here. Okay. Yeah, still good area rotation. We'll see if it ramps up more. Tries to recycle. Don't see anything with these. Let's go to the Evansville radar site. Look north. Don't see much there at the moment. We'll continue to keep an eye on this cell here. Just to the southwest of Spencer. That is in west central Indiana. Definitely could try to produce a tornado. So we'll see. PDS warning still continues for this area. So if you are in Robards, south of Corydon, or Corydon rather, that is a PDS warning still in effect for a likely strong tornado that's on the ground. I don't believe it's on the ground anymore. However, I believe it could very, very rapidly redevelop. So it's a really good idea to keep that PDS warning there just in case. We'll just continue to monitor it really closely. $11 more seconds for that new scan. Definitely trying to develop a new tornado. It's definitely attempting to. Ben, tomorrow's not even enhanced yet. Tomorrow won't even come close to today's risk. I don't know what you thinking about there, bud. No idea. Maybe we could get a conditional strong tornado threat tomorrow, but I doubt that the tornado threat will live up to what today has been. It's nearly impossible. Tomorrow could have a few tornadoes, potentially a conditional strong tornado threat, but nothing nothing very notable. Okay. Let's go check other cells here whilst this one is trying to ramp back up. Let's see. Yeah, that's hail. That's hail right there. Approaching Bowling Green. Still a tornado threat with that, but nothing like what we've seen back out in Indiana, Southeast Illinois, and Western Kentucky. I do want to go see Arkansas. See what's happening over here. There's still some decent rotation. We'll keep an eye on it, just in case. Pretty good discrete storm here in Arkansas. But it hasn't been able to mature very much at the moment. We'll see if that changes. I want to go back to our PDS tornado warning. I still don't see anything here producing a tornado, but it is definitely trying to ramp up to produce a tornado. So that strong tornado likely lifted here and is attempting to produce another tornado. So we're going to keep watching this PDS tornado warning. Only 2 other tornado warnings active outside of this. So this is in Western Kentucky. That's your PDS warning. The other area of rotation we're watching is going into Bowling Green. Very weak, very broad. Same goes for this storm in Arkansas. Very weak, very broad, most likely. It does look a little bit stronger from our Memphis radar, but it is because most likely our Memphis radar is far away from the storm. All right, let's go back over to let's see. Can't find it. This radar site. There we go. Depends how long you've been gone, Kaylee. Depends how long you have been gone. Couple hours? Oh, so you literally missed a significant tornado outbreak with multiple potential violent tornadoes over very populated areas. Let me go over here. Hmm. So we're going to keep watching this. It doesn't look as good. It has a good slant to it to not promote tornadic activity. But we'll keep an eye on that. See if it tries to ramp up. It's attempting to right now, but it's not nearly as strong as what it has been in the past. We'll probably get a tornado warning extension here in the next 10 minutes for this storm. So we've probably, I believe we have passed peak now. Peak was going to begin somewhere between, absolute peak, between 6 and 8. And I think it began at like 6, right around there. Yeah, it started to begin right here. Now is at about 6, 7 o'clock. Yeah. Yeah, right about 7 is when our absolute peak began. Right around there. So from here on out, I believe our tornado threat will slowly decrease. And I want to emphasize slowly on that. There is still the potential for a few strong tornadoes, an intense tornado or two, and we still can't rule out an isolated violent tornado for the rest of the day and into the night hours. But that was our peak tornado threat that we've now passed. You can see our storms are getting a little bit more clustered now in western Kentucky, southern, southeastern Missouri. They've gone a little bit more clustered. There's your new SPC outlook. You just saw it update in real time. They've maintained a 15 significant tornado risk. They've also maintained a 45 significant wind. And they've actually maintained a very small 45 significant hail. So all significant hazards have been maintained for this outlook cycle. And this is the last outlook cycle of the day. Something interesting, they've actually, I believe, slightly expanded the slight risk in some directions here in Virginia and North Carolina for the line tonight. The reason for that is probably because the cold front initiated storms later than expected, so thus storms are likely going to end up staying severe for longer. We have a destructive severe somewhere. Nope, actually, no, we don't. It's been dropped. So no PDS severes in place anymore. I expect a tornado warning at any second for that storm. Currently PDS warned. I expect that for a radar indicated warning at any second. Let me go check V. Yeah, you got hit by one storm and that was it. The rest are staying to your south. And look, this one actually died off. So you got this main storm here you already went through, and that one died off. So I think you're good. I am 90% sure you're good. Oh, there is a destructive severe again in Texas. Literally just got issued less than 30 seconds ago for a 2.75 inch hail. Now that's definitely a bit more of a supercell look. For sure. But I don't think that will be tornadic in Texas. We'll still have to keep an eye on it though. All right. Oh man, I just muted that.
Warning for southern Daviess County in northwestern Kentucky, southeastern Henderson County in northwestern Kentucky, northern McLean County in northwestern Kentucky, north central Webster County in northwestern Kentucky, Daviess, Henderson, McLean, and Webster County in Kentucky.
All right, that's radar indicated. Oh, radar indicated PDS, might I add. So that means a storm that has previously dropped a strong tornado could drop again. So your cold front is located, let's see. Yeah, your cold front's located generally in this area here. So, yeah, V, the cold front's like on top of you right now. All right, we're down to a radar indicated tornado warning. Radar indicated PDS tornado warning, I mean. So that's going to be in place for the next 37 minutes. I'll leave you guys on that radar. I'm going to quickly go take my break for the first time in 5 hours or so. It's been so intense, I haven't been able to take any breaks. So give me about 2 minutes. I will be right back. So give me just 2 minutes.
Tornado warning for northern Monroe County in south-central Indiana, Monroe County in Indiana.
Alright, I'm back. That might have taken me slightly longer than 2 minutes. Had to do something extra. I'm not seeing anything very concerning right now, tornado-wise. Oh, crap.
Tornado warning for
Doggone jinx
east
that.
central Warren County in south central Kentucky, Central Barron County in south central Kentucky, Barron, and Warren County in Kentucky.
So there's a new tornado warning there. Extension into Glasgow, south central Kentucky. Yeah, that might be tightening up quite a bit. Hard to say because it's getting far from our radar site now. We don't have a good radar in central Kentucky. Dead central Kentucky, that is. Evansville, Indiana's radar site. You can see this is really weakened. So I think our storm that produced the tornado emergency and 2 other PDS tornadoes might finally be starting to die out. You didn't hear the beep for some reason. I think it was because, oh, that's a reported tornado. So we actually had an unwarned tornado just 6 minutes ago with this storm in south central Indiana. That was a reported tornado there. And they just re-tornado warned this. Jeez. Yeah, there's the SPC outlook. I'll go ahead and read the text for you guys real quick. Let's see. I guess we'll keep it on this one. Even though we can't actually, I'll just go to the Evansville radar site. There you go. I think it's this. Oh, right. The slight risk was all the way to the coastline, so they actually disextended the slight risk in Virginia and North Carolina. They expanded the slight risk a little bit further into Texas, and they expanded the enhanced risk very slightly into central Arkansas more. A regional outbreak of severe thunderstorms will continue tonight across the mid-Mississippi Valley, Ohio, and Tennessee valleys. This will include the potential for strong, potentially long-tracked tornadoes, very large hail, and the threat for damaging winds greater than 75 miles per hour that will continue to increase later on this evening. Seasonably deep cyclonic is shifting east across the upper Mississippi Valley toward the upper Great Lakes region. Early evening satellite imagery supports this with the center of the upper level low currently over northern Minnesota. Multiple shortwave troughs are rotating into the base of this trough, but the primary zone and noteworthy area of ascent is currently aiding a elongated corridor of deep convection from central Indiana all the way through and into central Texas, where only the southern influence of this upper trough is evident. Multiple long-lived supercells have evolved over this corridor, especially from southern Indiana into northeastern Arkansas. This zone is strongly sheared, strongly buoyant, and adequately forced for the continuation of several supercells. The environment remains favorable for intense updrafts, along with the potential for long-tracked tornadoes. Very large hail, severe winds are also likely with this activity through the late evening. The primary corridor for the most concentrated area of severe weather will extend from northeastern Arkansas through central Kentucky later on tonight. The potential for an upscale growth may yield forward progression of a MCS. This activity will move toward the central and southern Appalachians with the potential for severe risks, including all severe hazards. So there you go. Only a small sliver of the 45 sig wind was removed, and that was in Illinois. go back up to this radar. And not seeing anything overly concerning right now. We'll keep watching it just in case. Ooh, whoa. Little area rotation getting going in New Madrid, southeast Missouri. Texting Lucky. He's been not so present today. His day didn't go too well. All right, let's see here. Oh, yeah, well, he's alive, yeah. Nothing too horrible happened. Sadly, he's alive. I mean, thankfully, he's alive. How cooked are we tonight? It doesn't look too bad to me. It looks like the Appalachians are probably going to get rid of all the moisture, and we should be relatively fine tonight. But I wouldn't rule out 50 to 60 mile-an-hour winds in our area. I would not rule it out. Let's see. No, the threat's still there for you. It's still the same. Proxy, it's still the same. Still a destructive severe. See if it is actually still destructive. It sure is. Out here in Texas. Yeah, that might be trying its best to get tornadic. Temperatures are definitely down a bit out here in Texas, so it shouldn't be as elevated anymore. I wouldn't rule out a tornado with this storm in Texas. The lower level wind shear is garbage, like almost as bad as North Carolina, but not as bad as North Carolina. But almost there. So we'll keep an eye on that in Texas. That's going to be southeast of Red Oak, Texas. Right now, I see Sunday being the biggest upcoming risk out of the next, like, 4 or 5 days. Out of the next 5 days, I see Sunday being the biggest risk. Sunday's going to have a very sharply negatively tilted shortwave over Oklahoma and Kansas. So it should allow for subtle but adequate forcing. Whereas on Monday will probably have a negatively tilted shortwave as well, but it might be a bit stronger, so things may not be as discrete on Monday, but still Monday could be a big day. And then Tuesday's fully up in the air, but we know severe weather is going to happen on Tuesday. We'll still be live tomorrow. For those who may be wondering, we are going to be live for maybe a couple hours tomorrow. I would love to have a break, but that's just not going to happen. It is a Saturday. Typically, I have to do a few things on Saturday, so I will not be live early. I will not be live early. Just end of it right there. I might be live as early as... let's see. Let's see here. I doubt I'll be live as early as 2 p.m. That shows 2 p.m. storms get going in Dallas. Who knows? We'll see. I just know I will be live tomorrow. It looks like it may be as early as 2 p.m. I doubt it. Or it may be towards 6 p.m. Eastern. I'm leaning towards 6 p.m. Eastern. Let's go back up here. Still radar indicated. So we're going to keep watching these storms. We'll be live through the next 2 hours here. All the way past 11 Eastern, we'll be live. After that is when we'll start considering ending or starting a new stream. Depending on how crazy things look. Looking at the 0Z HRRR, it's rendering in now. Still shows a quite prolific threat for severe weather, but it definitely begins to decrease after 11. Definitely begins to decrease. Yeah, and then out here in the mid-Atlantic, there's like no risk tomorrow. They dropped most of it to general thunderstorm risk. The eastern side is down to a marginal. All right, we're down to just normal radar indicated warnings, and we're down to just 2. So that shows you how fast things grow upscale, and how the tornado threat today wasn't expected to be this violent. Well, we weren't expecting multiple violent tornadoes. I did mention on Twitter a violent tornado or 2, but I definitely didn't think we would be talking about 3 to 5 violent tornadoes that may have occurred today. This is what we're expecting, a sloppy cluster of severe storms producing 60 widespread 60 to 70 mile an hour winds, and then it grows upscale even more into the night hours, potentially producing up to 90, maybe slightly higher than that, mile per hour winds. Let me go. To Texas. Yep, that's definitely trying. Classic Eagle split supercell here. Classic Eagle split supercell out here in Texas. So that is gonna probably attempt to be producing a tornado here near Rice in Texas. We'll see if it can ramp up any more in rotation, but it is big time classic on reflectivity. Not too much over the last 20 minutes legacy. Everything's been dying out. Really, everything's been dying out since then. Man. So that's in Texas. Again, not a lot of lower level wind shear, so this isn't going to be like a strong tornado or a crazy tornado threat. It could produce a brief spin up tornado as it moves towards Rice, Texas. Rice, Texas there. No longer destructive for hail. Still watching this embedded hook echo here west of Hickman, Kentucky. Embedded hook there. Not much rotation with it, though. My biggest question is, will storms connect in this area and just turn this thing into a huge wind bag? Because that looks very possible. We may end up with a huge wind bag from almost Louisville, Kentucky, all the way back down to northern Arkansas. I literally just looked at Arkansas. Like, literally 1 second ago. I just mentioned a hook leaving Missouri and Arkansas and entering western Kentucky. It's just a big wind bag with some hail, too. Whoa, what did that say? Hold on, can I get that? Let me see. Wait, what? Where was this at? Oh, this was North Carolina. Man, I saw Roanoke Island and I thought that was in Virginia. Yeah, EF0 rated 80-mile-per-hour winds from NC yesterday. At 5:22 Eastern. That was probably... I don't think that was the one Lucky was on. This looks to have been more into the Outer Banks.
Warning for southeastern Hancock County in central Kentucky, northern Ohio County in central Kentucky, Hancock, and Ohio County in Kentucky.
Ohio County in Kentucky. Under a tornado warning there in Forbesville. Make sure you're in your safe spot. Let's go back to this cell. Yeah, can't really see what's happening with this storm here in South Central Kentucky, but the good news is it has cell split, so that has actually allowed it to be more messy. So that should decrease some of the tornado potential with it. I hope. Hopefully. Let's see here. Alright, so 2 tornado warning storms still. A few significant severes, no destructives currently active. We have a significant severe for hail in Arkansas, significant severe for hail in Texas, as well as a significant severe for hail in Kentucky, and also for hail in Texas. Is that Michigan? We also have a severe, considerable, significant severe in Michigan. The area that we talked about for so long yesterday. Actually getting a significant severe today. Thankfully, near zero tornado threat. Ohio's first round of storms still moving through. Just a heads up for those in Ohio, there's a second round also going to push through with the cold front here, currently around Indianapolis, moving to the east, heading into Ohio. Connor Croft's going through a severe storm and getting flash banged by a bunch of lightning there. He was able to get one really good tornado today. One very photogenic stovepipe. Probably one of the more photogenic tornadoes that we had today. What a crazy last 2 days this has been. Yesterday was quite crazy. In my opinion, verified it very well for a high-end enhanced. Yesterday was a near moderate. We had over 20 tornadoes yesterday, including the tornado that Lucky got in eastern North Carolina. So that was another thing. Lucky got a tornado yesterday, including. And then today, Connor got a very photogenic stovepipe tornado, and we had a way more prolific and more violent tornado outbreak today. A new mesoscale discussion just issued for the potential of a few strong tornadoes, including an intense tornado or two, and still the possibility for a violent tornado can't be ruled out. I believe that's going to include Nashville. It sure is. Today was not the worst outbreak of the year. That is going to be extremely difficult to surpass. That was March 14th. The moderate risk that should have been a high risk. Set it from day one. On the day one outlook, I said I thought it should have gone high risk. And then it played out exactly like a high risk. It's going to be extremely difficult for a outbreak to pass March 14th. Let's see. Severe thunderstorms capable of producing tornadoes are expected this evening. That includes the Nashville metro. The main threat is actually tornadoes. So the wind threat is 70 to 80 mile an hour winds, 1.5 to about 2.5 inch in diameter hail being possible. And then the number one issue is tornadoes. Number 2, April 2nd. Number 3, probably this. And then number 4, probably March 14th. Or rather, number 4, March 15th. My bad. March 15th, the high risk in Mississippi. So I would have April 14th. I'm tired. I'm sorry. Let's try this again. I would have March 14th at number 1. April 2nd at 2nd. Then I would have this at 3rd. May 16th at 3rd. And then March 15th at 4th. I think I said that right. Gracious day. So, March 14th, April 2nd, May 16th, March 15th. There you go. That would be my top 4 for the biggest outbreaks this year, in my opinion. The 5th one, I have no idea. Yesterday would be a close competitor, but I would have a bias due to Lucky getting a tornado. So I wouldn't be too sure about the 5th one. Let's see. Yeah. Just make sure you're in your safe spot if you're in any of these tornado warnings. None of them look very concerning at this point. The storms in central Arkansas have thankfully significantly underperformed for the moment. Those have been significantly weaker than originally anticipated. They did pose a small tornado threat, large hail risk, and isolated damaging wind risk, but nothing as high as in what they could have been. I want to see that MCD, full MCD there for Tennessee. I'm waiting for it to fully render in here. Speaking of rendering in, I gotta go check the 0ZH again. Yeah, so that has a lot of thunderstorms really exploding towards 4 p.m. Big time damaging winds up to 80 miles per hour. Large hail up to 3-inch in diameter. A few tornadoes possible, but not really a guaranteed for your tornado threat tomorrow. Still would be a few tornadoes possible. The biggest threat would be it moving right into the DFW. So we'll likely be live tomorrow. Well, we will be live tomorrow. I will be live tomorrow at or before 6 p.m. Eastern. I'll decide that when we get into tomorrow. I think tomorrow will go enhanced for probably wind and hail tomorrow.
Tornado warning for
tornado threat
northern
probably
Cumberland
stay 5%.
County in south-central Kentucky, east-central Barron County in south-central Kentucky, southwestern Adair County in south-central Kentucky, Metcalfe County in south-central Kentucky, Adair, Barron, Cumberland, and Metcalfe County in Kentucky.
So extension there into summer shade in south central Kentucky. Make sure you're in your safe spot. Keep an eye on this severe towards Princeton, Kentucky. Little area of rotation sparking up there. Also a little QLCS tornado threat with this cell towards Morton's Gap, Kentucky. But back down towards Arkansas, that's where the least of our activity is right now. However, or the weakest of our main activity is. However, as we go throughout the night, These storms will congeal and strengthen even more. Very small drama on Twitter right now. Like, really small. I wouldn't even consider it drama. It's more funny. It's revolving around two chasers. So we'll continue to monitor these cells in Arkansas. Big time hail threat and lower in damaging one threat. At least a lower damaging one threat for the moment, but that will increase tonight. Shockingly, haven't seen any pre-ratings, any absurd pre-ratings. I've seen people use that radar thing where you can put in like the VROT mixed with the debris signature, how high the debris has been lofted, how long the tornado lasted, what area it went through, and that calculates a potential tornado rating. But no, like, just blatant, I think this said this or this was a like a violent tornado. I haven't seen anything like that. Haven't seen anything crazy. It's been relatively tame. Shockingly. Everyone's been in order over there. Oops, I don't want to do that. Give me a moment. I'm fixing this up. Trying to figure this out real quick. Okay, there we go. Hello, Otter. Welcome to the stream. New severe back in Arkansas. That's going to go towards the Little Rock Metro. In about an hour from now, that will be in the Little Rock Metro. Oh.
Tornado warning for southeastern Daviess County in northwestern Kentucky, Daviess County in Kentucky.
Really?
Tornado warning for northeastern Navarro County in north central Texas. Navarro County in Texas.
Yep. Knew it. I knew that was coming. This is a severe warning for 1-inch hail, 60 mile-an-hour winds going towards Little Rock. Also, unfortunately, 4 people have been confirmed killed from our tornado in St. Louis, Missouri earlier today. So sadly, we do have 4 confirmed fatalities from today's outbreak. I'm going to go back to over here in Texas for this tornado warning now for Rice, Texas. So make sure you are in your safe spot. 4 confirmed in the St. Louis Metro. 4 confirmed fatalities in the St. Louis Metro from earlier on today. That was confirmed by the mayor himself. So, actually, I don't know who the mayor is. Is it a he or she? Let's see. It's a she. Mayor herself. My bad. So the mayor herself confirmed those 4 fatalities in the St. Louis Metro. See you later, V. I hope you have a great rest of your night. And yeah, you're good to go. Your tornado watch should be dropped here. It might still take about an hour or so before that's fully dropped. Yes, there was a very strong St. Louis tornado. Let me show you the screenshot for those who may have missed it. I tried to post as many of the tornadoes today as I could on Twitter, but it got too insane. I couldn't get them all. So here's the screenshot from my Twitter post from the tornado in St. Louis. I will fully zoom you out real quick just so you can completely see it. Well, shoot, that doesn't do you good either. Well, this screen should do it. Well, actually, I don't know which one it is. You know what? There you go. Ta-da! Much better. Come on, use your brain, TRG. Just shrink the freaking tab. Come on. It's not that difficult. That was the radar imagery of the tornado in St. Louis. What's cell on satellite? It's pictured over just the Midwest. It's just over our whole outbreak. That screen did have Connor on it, but I decided to take him off considering it's getting too dark and you can't see. I'm gonna go to the Hopkinsville radar site. That's this one. Yeah. We'll continue to watch that wind threat as it continues to increase. Lucky will finally be joining us in about an hour. Towards 10:30 or 11, right around there. So, yeah, the HRRR does show a big-time hail threat and big-time wind threat tomorrow. A few tornadoes are definitely possible in and around the DFW area. The biggest threat, though, is definitely wind and hail. It does show potentially a conditional strong tornado threat around 6, 7 o'clock, but that I don't believe that's going to be an issue. I think that's mainly going to be just a big hailer. The greatest tornado threat could also be focused along a triple point in Oklahoma. So we're going to get a few, definitely quite a lot of severes tomorrow, maybe a few tornadoes. There is the potential for a strong tornado at some point somewhere in the risk area tomorrow. But nothing like what we saw yesterday and nothing even close to today. And Sunday will probably be a completely different story. I think we'll see what the HRRR has, but I wouldn't be shocked to see the SPC go for a day 2 moderate for Sunday's risk. None of these very impressive still. They are tornadic, but they're not very impressive. So our main tornado threat continues to go down here. Ohio is relatively fine. Tornado threat is very low, mainly just big-time damaging winds of 60 to up to 70 miles per hour. Especially if you are down here in Wilmington, there's a pocket of 70-mile-an-hour winds about to go through the city of Wilmington in southwest Ohio. And there will be another round for the potential of isolated severe storms tonight in Ohio as well. But tornadoes are not the main concern. The main tornado event is over out here in Ohio. But you can see the probabilities on your watch. This is the highest probability watch we've seen today. This is for Kentucky and Ohio. It's a high, moderate, high, 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 high. So that's the, you're in the highest probability watch there if you're in Columbus, Ohio, pointing southwest. Now, if you are in Cleveland, Ohio, you're probably not going to get much tonight other than rain.
Tornado warning for
Wonder if that's for
Northern
this storm.
Christian County in south-central Kentucky, southeastern Caldwell
Oh, no, that's for
County
the
in
other storm
western
I pointed
Kentucky,
out.
northeastern Trigg County in western Kentucky, Caldwell, Christian, and Trigg County in Kentucky.
That was the other storm I pointed out being potentially tornadic there. Now a tornado warning for Crofton in western Kentucky. But going to keep an eye on this storm too near Mount Sterling to see if it does anything. That's getting very tight. I hope that's corruption. That's very tight velocities, and we might have just seen, yep, a destructive severe. So a PDS severe for 80-mile-per-hour winds has been issued for Wilmington in southwestern Ohio. PDS severe for 80-mile-an-hour winds there. Oh, that's actually a pocket of up to 90-mile-per-hour winds. I didn't realize how high that was on velocities. That's going right into Wilmington, southwest Ohio. Got a new tornado watch somewhere? That's going to be Nashville. Nashville, including Legacy there in Murfreesboro, Tennessee, all the way down to Chattanooga, Tennessee, all the way back up to Knoxville in Tennessee as well. 60-40, so it is a lower tornado watch probability, but it is still a solid tornado watch probability there. Biggest risk is damaging winds followed by tornadoes, and then the lowest risk is hail. So damaging winds up to 90 miles per hour with multiple embedded tornadoes, potentially a strong tornado or two, will be possible. And then some large hail up to about 2-inch in diameter can't be fully ruled out. That goes for a while. I imagine that's going to go into like almost tomorrow, early tomorrow morning. That should be a very long duration tornado watch. Till 08Z. Yikes. I think that's 4 a.m. Eastern, 3 a.m. local time, which is central. So new tornado watch there if you are in Nashville. Let me see your timing, Legacy. Yeah, it looks like starting around midnight central. Just like you said there, midnight central all the way till about, yeah, 2 a.m. There's a chance for 1 or 2 rounds of severe storms, but it should just be one big line of severe storms. Is the severe weather done in Cincinnati, Ohio? No. The first round is now off to your east. The second round is still up in here and down in here. So until that cold front passes, you're not fully in the clear. You will not be fully in the clear in Cincinnati, Ohio until likely 10 p.m. Central, 11 p.m. Eastern. You should be in. I'm pretty sure you're Eastern time. 11 p.m. Eastern. So still about another hour and 15 minutes to go before you're in the clear. But I think if storms do hit you, they will be very weak. That's a little bit of a dead spot for severe weather right now. Tornado reported on our storm northwest of Hopkinsville. So let's get to the correct radar site if we can figure that out. It is this one. So tornado was reported on our storm here by emergency management. So possible tornado going towards Kelly, north of Hopkinsville in south central Kentucky. Let's go to here. I want to try to get to that one in south central, dead south central Kentucky. This might be the best radar. Let's go over to maybe this one. Yeah. It's definitely trying to strengthen. I don't know how strong that is, but we could see a tornado try to drop here at any moment over Edmonton there in south central Kentucky. Also, the QLCS spin-up tornado threat is beginning to increase with this line as it moves eastward. The Nashville radar site sees that very well. Is that the closest radar site? Yeah, the Nashville radar site's the closest radar site. Yeah, this is likely a strong tornado about to be on the ground going over Edmonton in south central Kentucky. We'll look for any CC, but those velocities are very strong. So we could have a strong tornado attempting to drop down here at any point over Edmonton in south central Kentucky. Please be in your safe spot. Let's see here. I'll move the southwest radar site, the Evansville radar site, to Nashville. Man, we still have a radar site in St. Louis. Jeez. I guess I'll move that back to Little Rock, Arkansas. We're going to watch that CC very closely here. See if we get a... Yeah. If this didn't have a hook, I wouldn't be so confident in it trying to drop a strong tornado, but because it has such a nice, sharp hook echo, I'm confident that this is attempting to drop a strong tornado right over Edmonton in south central Kentucky. Still a PDS severe in Wilmington for 80-mile-an-hour winds that is currently going over the radar site. Wilmington, Ohio, that is. So this is the number one concern here for a tornado threat. Imminent strong tornado over Edmonton in south central Kentucky. With spin-up tornado threat still existing out of this tornado warning in this QLCS line that is formed here in western Kentucky. That has already produced at least one tornado. I don't think the rotation is that strong. Like what the radar is saying. I don't think it's as strong as what the radar is saying, but I do believe it is strong enough to produce a tornado, possibly a strong one. Waiting for that next CC scan here. Hopefully, it will be within about a minute from now, but hopefully in 7 seconds. Nope, not yet. Man, this has actually been trying to produce a strong tornado for a little bit. Yeah, ever since it went right to the west of Edmonton. Now it's going into Edmonton, and it's starting to move east of the town. Should be a new CC scan right there. It's downloading it. Come on. It's stuck. Let me see if this one has it. Yeah, this one has a scan as of 1 minute ago. No CC there still. Still a very intense hook echo, though. Very intense hook. Whoa, didn't mean to bring the the line back like that. All right, come on. Come on, GR2, I believe in you. It ain't updated. Oh, there you go. Just updated. Still strong rotation, trying to drop a tornado east of Edmonton in south central Kentucky. Just keep in mind, there could definitely be a tornado on the ground at any point. A tornado warning means a tornado is imminent or possibly even on the ground. And with a radar, all of our radar sites being so far from this storm, in order for this to be detected by radar as an ongoing tornado, it will have to have already been a strong tornado. So you need to be in your safe spot if you're in this tornado warning here in Edmonton, south central Kentucky. Radar in Indianapolis is not going to be radar we use anymore, so I'll switch this over to the Wilmington, was it? Yeah, Wilmington radar site in Wilmington, Ohio. No destructive severes, but we have significantly increased with the amount of significant severes. We're up to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 8 significant severes, and we're actually down to just 26 severe warnings. It's not really a just. I mean, considering we were at like 45 2 hours ago, 26 isn't as bad. Rush County, Indiana, sure. You're probably almost in the clear, yeah. So, depends on exactly where you are. If you're on the eastern side of it, you're still experiencing a storm. You need to be indoors, away from doors and windows there. But elsewhere, there's just the chance for some heavier rain over the next 15 minutes or so, specifically on the far southern and the far northern side of the county. So if you're in, say if you're in, let me get that county again. So if you're in Rushville,
Tornado
you're good.
warning for northern
Most
Grayson
likely.
County in central Kentucky, southern Breckinridge County in central Kentucky, southwestern Hardin County in central Kentucky, Breckinridge, Grayson, and Hardin County in Kentucky.
You will be completely in the clear once the cold front passes you, which it is very close to passing you. So your cold front is located generally right in here. And once that passes you, you are in the clear. So just keep an eye on things for another like 20 minutes, and then you are fully good to go for the rest of the night. Let me go to the... Oh, shoot. I don't think we have... I guess this is the best one, the Evansville radar site again. Oh, wait, no, this is the Louisville radar site. Louisville, Kentucky radar site. So there's your little area of rotation in this line here. Trying to spin up a quick tornado just to the south of Hardinsburg in central Kentucky. Still a tornado warning down here in Texas for an area of rotation trying to get its act together, but not a lot of lower level wind shear should continue to help this storm struggle and not likely produce a tornado, but it's still possible, which is why we have a tornado warning there for 6 more minutes for Powell, Texas. Still 70 to 80 mile per hour winds happening now to the east, southeast of Wilmington and southwest Ohio. Just make sure you are away from doors and windows if you are in that severe. Well, be thankful for that, Nova. Some people lost their lives and their houses today. So getting nothing on a risk is really good. At least 4 people lost their lives today, so don't complain about getting nothing. Let me see here. New severe watch till about 4 a.m. Eastern. That's up for Ohio. That is 1 county away from Cleveland. That's going to go for the next 6 hours and 5 minutes. It's the same duration as this tornado watch here in East Tennessee. Main threat with that should just be damaging winds, small hail, and a spin-up tornado. Yep. So a few instances of 60 mile per hour winds, an isolated instance of 70 mile per hour winds. up to 1-inch hail, and then a spin-up tornado will be possible if you live inside of this severe watch. Right here. So lowest threat out of all this is a tornado. Tornado threat is the lowest. Newark, Ohio. Let me see. I don't think you're going to get much. You're definitely going to get rain, but I can't tell if you're going to get a lot of severe weather or anything. I think the main severe storms will go very close to you or to your north, and then another batch of severe storms will probably stay to your south. But you want to be weather aware, because if we see any type of intensification here, it's going to go right on into Newark, Ohio. So be weather aware in Newark, Ohio. Main risk is 60-mile-an-hour winds. Quite a few of these severes are now going warned for 70-mile-an-hour winds. You see, that's 70. That is 70. That's 70. That's 70. That's 70. Quite a few are getting warned for 70-mile-an-hour winds now. Tornado potential is staying isolated, but still there. It is still there. Let's see. Okay. So we'll continue to watch these storms in Arkansas as well for the potential of isolated damaging winds and 1-inch hail. Queso seems like he's going to be perfectly fine tonight. Cold front is about to pass where Queso is. It still has a little while to go, but he going to get some light rain right now. Where is he? I know he's here somewhere. Queso, where are you?
Warning for North Central Callaway County
Right
in
here.
western Kentucky, Southeastern Marshall County in western Kentucky, Central Trigg County in western Kentucky, Callaway, Marshall, and Trigg County in Kentucky.
That's probably going to stay to his south, so he's good. I don't even know if he got much more than a sprinkle of rain today. Because that cold front's getting close to passing him. Let's see. H-triple-R is wrong. That is not what's happening right now in Arkansas. Yeah, cold front will pass him in like 30 minutes, so at least he's been spared from this outbreak. Oh, I was actually looking at that area. You might have seen me briefly check that area on velocity. I didn't point it out, though, because I didn't use the Paducah radar site, which is the closer radar site. I should have used that, and I would have been able to point out that good area of rotation developing, now tornado warned over Hardin in Kentucky. Hardin, I swear you have been under like 5 different tornado warnings today. You guys have been under so many tornado warnings in Hardin. This whole area has seen rounds of tornado warnings. But finally, this is your last one. So be in your safe spot one last time. Before this cold front passes you and you are in the clear. Still could get some isolated rain showers behind it. For instance, Paducah, a little bit of rain there. Southeast of Minneapolis, a little rain here. North of Rushville, a little rain here. But nothing severe. Little rain northeast of Tipton. Indiana. So rain is still possible behind the cold front, but tornadoes and severe weather is extremely unlikely, if not near impossible. Another tornado warning issued. That is a prefrontal.
Tornado warning for North Central Montgomery County in East Central Kentucky, Central Bath County in East Central Kentucky, Southeastern Fleming County in East Central Kentucky, West Central Rowan County in East Central Kentucky, Bath, Fleming, Montgomery, and Rowan County in Kentucky.
I never checked that Nashville storm again. It doesn't look like it produced a notable CC, but it would not shock me if it did produce a tornado at some point around the Edmonton area in South Central Kentucky over the last 20 or so minutes. New tornado warning for Northeast Kentucky for a prefrontal storm capable of producing a tornado in the Owingsville area. So make sure you're in your safe spot, Owingsville, northeastern Kentucky. Today has flown by. We are already over a 10-hour live stream. Today flew by a lot faster than yesterday. In my opinion. Yesterday, the start of it was a little slow for me. But today, it just went right by like a blur. The last 10 hours just zoomed right by as if it was 10 minutes. But still going to see a lot more significant severe weather today. This is when your wind threat starts to increase. So that's why we're starting to see 70-mile-an-hour winds, 72-mile-an-hour winds, wind damage report, 52-mile-an-hour winds there, 68. So we're starting to see more damaging wind reports out of this line as it's now congealed into just that, a line of severe weather, as opposed to semi-discrete supercells. I think this line will be weakening quite a lot as it enters Tennessee. Beyond midnight Eastern time, or rather midnight Central time. So 1 a.m. Eastern, midnight Central, I think the line's going to start to be fairly weak. Let's see here. That is such a specific report. 2.76 inch hail. 2.76 inch hail. Normally they just round it to like 2.75. They'll just put it down by a little bit. And like this report, 2.11 inch hail, normally they would just round that to 2 inch hail. Such a specific, two very specific hail reports around Meriden and Central Texas earlier today. Very specific. Someone had a hail measuring tool. That is for sure. We're up to 700 overall reports today. That includes over 380 wind reports, almost 290 hail reports, and 24 tornado reports. All those reports will go up throughout the next couple days as things are surveyed. Those wind reports are going to go up quite a bit. Hail reports are going to go up a little bit more, and the tornado reports will go up quite a lot as things are surveyed over the next week or so. And we still have the rest of the night to go and into the overnight hours. So more severe weather will occur.
Tornado warning for Russell County in south central Kentucky, southeastern Adair County in south-central Kentucky, Adair, and Russell County in Kentucky.
3 significant severes just got issued around the Hopkinsville, Clarksville, and north of Paris area in Tennessee and southwest Kentucky. Make sure I have a radar site here. I thought there was a radar site in... I guess this is near the Clarksville. Yeah, I guess this is Clarksville's radar site. That new tornado warning was an extension into Russell Springs. Yep. I appreciate the kind words there. And both of these will be maxed out streams. Yesterday we did 11.5 hours, and today we are doing 11.5 hours. We typically don't go more than 11.5 hours. There's been one time before that I have gone over 11.5 hours in a single live stream. Only one time. And then we started up an additional, 3-hour live stream. Only one time I've ever done that. I try to end it at 11.5. Because after 11.5, YouTube can sometimes cut it off. And then if you ever cross that 12-hour mark, right when you cross that 12-hour mark, it begins to delete footage of the start of the stream and not save it. So I never want to cross that 12-hour mark. It's simple to start up another live stream. Tomorrow won't be nearly as long of live streams as yesterday and today was. Sunday will likely end up being another near 10-hour live stream, I imagine, if things go as expected. Monday, I'm not too sure about Monday. We'll see what the environment looks like. Same for Tuesday. Tomorrow is the only day where I won't be streaming for a very long time. I don't know, though. The new HRRR looks very significant for tomorrow's storms, for damaging winds and large hail. Just not a big tornado threat tomorrow. But we will still be live for it. Because it is a threat. And I told you guys we'd be live daily. All the way until at least Tuesday. At least through Tuesday, we will be live every day. You know, the HRRR is not bad at all for Sunday. It doesn't initiate the main dry line. That's what it is. The NAM 3K is going to be different. NAM 3K is going to be different for Sunday. HRRR has a hard time initiating those sharp dry lines. Yep, today was just a little bit active. Just a little bit. Paducah, Kentucky, you are finally in the clear after a very, very long duration multi-round tornado outbreak. You are finally in the clear in Paducah, Kentucky. We don't have a whole lot left of our moderate risk. Your cold front is right in here. So, I mean, this is all that we have left for our moderate. Still a lot. Still a good 2, maybe 3 hours worth of severe storms. Probably a good 2 to 3 hours left. But considering the 10.5 hours we've nearly covered at this point, not even close to as long. That 15 significant tornado risk is even smaller, too. Mesoscale discussion at 8:30. It's probably for Tennessee. Yeah, they've already issued your tornado watch. The main hazards. A couple tornadoes are likely. A strong tornado or two will also be possible. But the highest probability is damaging winds. We are expecting widespread 60-mile-an-hour winds with the potential for widespread 70-mile-an-hour winds, as well as the possibility for wind speeds as high as 80 to 90 miles per hour. There is also the potential for an intense tornado of EF3 plus intensity somewhere inside that whole watch tonight. And the HRRR just doesn't initiate the dry line for Sunday. If that happens, Sunday won't be nearly as big of a severe threat. Not even remotely close. However, I find the dry line not initiating extremely unlikely. I will probably be put into a severe watch or a very low-end tornado watch, Proxy. You have a better chance for a low-end tornado watch. Either way, it's going to be low probability for tornadoes. Just you, Marcus. I say that because it did very well with today's event.
Southwestern LaRue County in central Kentucky,
Other
northwestern
than
Hart County in
Arkansas.
central Kentucky, Grayson County in central Kentucky, south central Breckinridge County in central Kentucky, southwestern Hardin County in central Kentucky, Breckinridge, Grayson, Hardin, Hart, and LaRue County in Kentucky.
No model run handled the Arkansas threat today correctly. Not a single one got it right. The HRRR partially got the northern side right, but it was still wrong. Let's go up here to the Louisville radar site. So 2 areas, actually 3 areas of rotation trying to spin up a tornado all around the Clarkson and Leachfield area in north central Kentucky. So make sure you guys are in your safe spot there. Yeah, you can send it in the Discord server if you want to. Austin Miller, and I can definitely go watch it. I don't know if I'll watch it whilst I'm live here, but I definitely will after stream. Payne Springs, Texas. Thankfully, the storm approaching you is no longer tornadic. But, I mean, you've been getting very heavy rain, maybe even small hail right now. Thankfully, the tornadic side of this storm and the big-time hail threat has stayed off to your south. They're probably going to reissue that severe. I doubt they'll let this go fully severe warning list. And then tomorrow for you, I think storms are going to stay off to your northwest. I don't know. You are dead center. Oh, wait. No, that's today. Stupid me. Yeah, you're on the edge of that slight risk for severe weather. You're still well into it, but you are on the edge of it. It's tricky to say how storms will be, but definitely damaging winds, small hail, and a tornado will all be possible tomorrow in that area. The main risk, though, should stay off to your north. Yeah, they just reissued that severe for 2-inch hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds. However, no tornado threat. No tornado threat there for the next 60 minutes. Don't know why it doesn't say just 1 hour. Still a tornado trying to drop out here in Owingsville, northeastern Kentucky. It's a really good environment for you, Proxy. However, that environment won't be used that much. The environment's going to weaken with time, and then storms will move through very late tonight. I wouldn't, if you're worried about severe storms tonight, I wouldn't be. I don't expect them to be that intense. We could still see 60-mile-an-hour winds, though. That is quite the vortex hole right there. Commonly known as a donut hole. That's going into Russell Springs, Kentucky. Wish we had a radar site out there. Would be really nice. We're in between, like, 4 radar sites out there. Tornado still trying to spin up here over Donaldson and west central Kentucky as well. So those storms on the west side of Tennessee, northeast side of Arkansas, are now sub-severe. So our main area is 2 large bow echoes that have formed, one going towards Hopkinsville and Clarksville. That's Hopkinsville, Kentucky, Clarksville, Tennessee. And then a very large one from Louisville all the way back down to Hopkinsville, Kentucky. That's an 80-mile-an-hour wind report. 82-mile-an-hour winds observed at 10:06 p.m. Eastern Time. That's 12 minutes ago with this northern storm. That might be our first observed 80-mile-an-hour wind gust today. And those winds up to 80 are likely still ongoing. Terminal radar is down. Terminal radar is down due to those 80-mile-an-hour winds. So definitely 70 plus, likely 80-mile-an-hour winds ongoing over Mount Washington right now, including the terminal radar site just to the southeast of Louisville, Kentucky. Just 1 tornado warning remains out here for Leachfield, Kentucky. You were in 2. You've been... One of those have expired. It's just really for 1 area of rotation now. Yeah, this prefrontal, yes, it's been ongoing. It was one of the first storms to fire. I can't even go back to how far it was. It fired off the cold front. Actually... No, that was our storm. That was like... That fired like 10 hours ago when we first went live. Right? I'm pretty sure. Alright, there it is in Kentucky, Paducah. Yes. We went live at 11:50 a.m. That storm fired in northwest Arkansas right around 11:50 a.m. Like literally right around 11:50 a.m. That's why I went live early, because storms were initiating. That storm is tracked from the Oklahoma-Arkansas border as well as the Missouri border through the entire state of southern Missouri, through southern Illinois, through almost the whole state from west to east in Kentucky as well. Over the last near 11 hours. And it's still going to keep going. It shouldn't die out until it hits the Appalachian Mountains in far east Kentucky. Let me see. Yeah, it shouldn't die out until either the cold front catches it, or it hits the mountains in eastern Kentucky towards like 1 a.m. Eastern. So that's going to be like a 14-hour cell there.
Tornado warning for southern Christian County in south central Kentucky, east central Trigg County in western Kentucky, Christian and Trigg County in Kentucky.
That's an expansion there. So rotation heading into just south of Hopkinsville in Kentucky. Make sure you're in your safe spot. Rotation heading right into just south of Hopkinsville, Kentucky. Let me see. Okay. Just checking a few things real quick. Yeah, this storm's still trying to spin up a tornado out here. Currently southwest of Hopkinsville, Kentucky. Where is that at? Oh, this is southwest Ohio where we got a little hook trying to form. I don't think that's going to rotate much, though. Galactic, you talking about Kentucky? If so, you guys just experienced between 70 and 80 mile an hour winds. Not but just a couple minutes ago, like literally 10, 15 minutes ago. Stay, if you are in Louisville, Kentucky, depending on exactly where you are, you definitely need to stay indoors for the time being. But this storm will be moving out within like the next 10 minutes. If you're on the west side of Louisville, you're already good. Central Louisville, you'll be good in about 5 minutes. Eastern Louisville, stay indoors for about 10 more minutes. Those storms are exiting your area. Man, so they've really nailed that moderate risk area on the southern side too. That enhanced risk, we hasn't really seen too much activity apart from the singular supercell earlier this afternoon. So they really nailed that southern extent with the moderate too. Honestly, I thought they were going to extend it even further, but it performed pretty well with how far to the north they had it. All right, let's go to the Nashville radar. Yeah, we can't tell anything with that storm in Russell Springs. Funnel was reported back out here in Edmonton. Train spotter reported a funnel. That was like 30 or so minutes ago. So this storm still is capable of producing a tornado. It's impossible to tell if it actually is, just based off of radar. See if Connor's still live. I wouldn't be shocked if he's concluded. Oh, he's still live. Wow. I'm surprised he's still going. Yeah, he's way in front of these storms now. He's back out here. I don't think he's chasing anymore. I think he's more of just trying to get to the target area for tomorrow. Which he's probably going to go to Dallas. I imagine he's going to go to Dallas tomorrow, chase tomorrow's threat. And then Sunday move into Oklahoma. And then Monday even more east in Oklahoma. And then Tuesday into Missouri.
Northern Elliott County in east central Kentucky, Elliott, and Rowan County in Kentucky.
Okay, so that's a tornado warning there in northeast Kentucky for the Moorhead area. Marcus, we've had multiple EF4 tornadoes, dude. We've had plenty of violent tornadoes. Let me see how many. Yeah, we've had 3 violent tornadoes, and that's a lot. That is a lot. And that we likely probably got even more today. I wouldn't be shocked if at least one of them are rated a violent tornado today. From today's outbreak, I should say. To put it in perspective, the entire year last year had 4 EF4 tornadoes. And then the entire year of 2023 had 2 EF4 tornadoes. So we've had more violent tornadoes already this year than 2023, and we are 1 below last year's. Let's see here. Chaser said a funnel is developing on this storm. That's going towards Bonneville, Kentucky. Give me just a second. I cannot spell. There we go. Billy, I haven't gotten any information on it now. It's quite difficult for me to get information on it until the NWS surveys it. So multiple spin-up tornadoes possible here south of Hopkinsville in Kentucky. Make sure you are in your safe spot if you are south of Hopkinsville, Kentucky. New tornado warning. I think that is an extension. Yeah.
Tornado warning for north central Wayne County in south central Kentucky, central Pulaski County in south central Kentucky, Pulaski, and Wayne County in Kentucky.
So that now includes the city of Somerset in eastern Kentucky. The main MCS doesn't catch up to this storm for still quite a while. I mean, it's still way back here, so it still has quite the while to go before it catches up. This storm's definitely going to be able to get very close to the border of Kentucky and Tennessee before it fully dies out. Or merges with the line. Yep, intense tornado threat is still present into the overnight hours, yeah. As well as with this discrete storm, too, going into Somerset, Kentucky. So we're back up to 6 tornado warnings here. None are observed. And we're still at 23 severe warnings. So still plenty of warnings active. And to keep an eye on here. See if the NAM 3K is in. Oh, it is. Let's see if it has anything for Sunday. It does, but it quickly congeals up into a line, and there's not many supercells. If that's the case, we ain't going to see no day 2 moderate. Not with how little convection there is on the dry line with our cam models. Let's see this one. Wow, this one doesn't even initiate a single storm on Sunday. That's insane. And then it barely initiates anything on Monday either. Models are not handling the dry line well at all. No, I didn't, Sam. All right. Still spin up tornado threat there south of Hopkinsville in Kentucky. Widespread 70-mile-an-hour winds still ongoing with these clustered storms. 2 main discrete supercells right now. The one in southern Ohio is not in a good environment. Far northeast Kentucky, I should say. I don't think that's even in Ohio. Not even close. That's not in the best environment at all. The HRRR is initiating wrong on the location. HRRR thinks we have one big line right here. Instead, we have one line here, and then one line here. So the HRRR initiates way too far west with the current storms. I'll be live tomorrow probably when the tornado threat begins to increase. I don't know if I'll go live immediately when storms fire. It's not like today. Where storms were expected to really explode tornadic-wise within like an hour or 2 of them forming. But we will be live tomorrow, for sure. As well as if they, as well as if those storms fire any earlier. All right, Connor did end. I figured he was going to. So he's gonna get food and then keep traveling and get a hotel, go to sleep, and then get in the target area for tomorrow in Texas. And then from there, he'll go to West Oklahoma for Monday, and then, rather, West Oklahoma for Sunday. So tomorrow, which is Saturday, he's going to go into Central Texas. Then going on into Sunday, he's going to go to West Oklahoma. Monday, Central and or East Oklahoma. And then Tuesday, probably somewhere in near Missouri. We now have a PDS severe for 90-mile-an-hour winds. Lord have mercy. That is insane. 90-mile-an-hour severe, the first one of the day. Elkton in South Central Kentucky. It was actually 82-mile-an-hour wind recorded there at the Louisville Airport Parliament, at least according to my softwares. So 90-mile-per-hour severe there. That verifies the moderate wind threat. That's what we were waiting on. So today's moderate risk verified extremely well. 45 sig hail verified, 15 sig tor definitely verified. I don't know if a high risk would have verified because of how kind of spread out it was. It was a concentrated area in Illinois and in Indiana, and I feel like there was too much uncertainty to introduce a high risk. So if they did introduce one, it might have been in the wrong placement area. So the 15 sig tor definitely verified as well. And the 45 sig wind also did. Let's see. Let's go to our radar site here. Yeah, so 90-mile-an-hour severe, radar indicated. This is an extremely dangerous EDS severe storm. It is EDS and a PDS severe for 90-mile-an-hour winds. Very dangerous storm. Don't know. There is a tornado ongoing in here in this mess. I think it's that right there. Yep, so we just had a spin-up tornado that occurred just barely to the south of Hopkinsville, Kentucky. So that's Hopkinsville right there. And it was likely barely outside of the city limits, right in this area, right where my cursor is. So we did have a spin-up tornado with this line. Oh. That looks a lot more convincing, Sam. That looks a lot more convincing for a strong tornado. Can we somehow try to confirm that from any other radar sites around? Heck no. There's CC there, but there ain't no way if you can confirm it not being hail. It's there on this one, too. What about this one? This one might be clearer. No. Too far. We might have a strong tornado on the ground approaching Somerset. It looks the most convincing CC I have seen out of this storm so far. There is a very obvious ZDR drop right in here. It's not a very sharp ZDR drop, but it is there. And spectrum width is there, CC is there, all things are there. So to the best of my ability, I think that is a strong, potentially intense tornado ongoing. Going towards Nancy, Somerset, in east-southeast Kentucky. Very difficult to spot, though. There is a very high chance, yeah. I'll give it to you. That was a really good call out there, Sam. Because that's tricky, very tricky to spot. Nancy, Kentucky. Dang, I misspelled Kentucky big time. There we go. It's still radar indicated. But you can see even higher up in the atmosphere, it's there. If that's right, this is a intense tornado. If that is correct, it is an intense tornado. And I'm pretty sure we could see it from the radar site in eastern Kentucky too. Yeah, you can see it right there. It's in a lot of contamination and it is near the hail spike, but it's there. And then the one from Louisville. You can even see it from the Louisville radar. Yeah. I mean, that's 3 radars that confirm it right there. And it now shows up in the Tennessee radar too. That is a strong tornado. I am confident that is a strong to intense tornado heading towards Somerset. Now that it shows it on the Knoxville radar, which is scanning directly into the storm. I'm confident that is a strong tornado. Likely an intense tornado. .90-mile-an-hour winds still ongoing here in Elkton, in southwest Kentucky. I don't think there's any radar site that I can use here. I would have to open up a new radar. We're still using all these radars. They did not observe that, but that might be an intense tornado. I mean, it's on all 4 radars for velocity and CC. But it is on 4 radars. Memphis, it's looking much better for you in Memphis. All of West Tennessee, it's looking a lot better for you guys. We're still going to have to watch to see if these storms in Arkansas might head towards West Tennessee late tonight, but I think much of West Tennessee is probably going to be completely unscathed here. A lot of this area is probably not going to see much tonight. Still want to be hyper weather aware just in case, because it's possible that I'm dead wrong. That is an intense tornado, like I've been saying. That is an intense tornado. If it is on the ground, it's lofting debris potentially up to 25,000 feet. So that's a really bad situation, also in a radar dead zone. Arclitex, I think you're good tonight. Some rain showers overnight, but nothing notable. Could get damaging winds tomorrow night, though. Let's see here. There's a pretty good chance we see an enhanced for at least wind or hail or possibly both tomorrow. I extremely doubt it for tornadoes. I'm even a little surprised we have a 5% out. Could be a spin-up QLCS tornado here southwest of Elkton very soon. You should be in your safe spot for the 90-mile-an-hour severe, but this also could be producing a tornado shortly. Also, rotation is increasing here over Elliotteville, northeast Kentucky. That storm shouldn't last too much longer, but it's going to have tornado potential for at least the next 13 minutes. Yeah, I mean if that's a tornado, it's a big one. Going right over Nancy now. So we'll keep an eye on it. I don't know why they didn't continue a tornado warning for this storm. It is very much capable of producing a spin-up tornado. You need to be in your safe spot if you are in that 90-mile-an-hour severe and in this severe in Russellville, Kentucky. This storm is still very capable of producing spin-up tornadoes. Potentially, one could easily be ongoing here. Well west of Russellville right now. Jamestown, Kentucky. West, did you say? You said west. Wait, what? Where? How? I don't know how you're even seeing that. I doubt it if you're looking at that small storm there. That's not nearly as well defined. Knoxville radar? Heck no, dude. You are so far away. No, no, you are way too far away. No. And look at the difference in rotation between the one that we think's on the ground and then the one you just pointed out. You can't even tell where the rotation is on this one. This one, yes. This one in Nancy, I do believe that's an intense tornado on the ground still. Um, I do believe this is a violent tornado. I believe this is a violent tornado. I do believe that may be a violent tornado that just hit Nancy, Kentucky. Man. Out of the same storm that has produced multiple other intense tornadoes. I mean, that's lofted debris probably 24,000 feet up. Right around there. Jeez. Alright, I don't think we need the Paducah radar anymore, so I'm going to go to the one in Kentucky. Actually using the radar in Knoxville, Tennessee. So still likely a strong to potentially violent tornado on the ground here approaching Somerset. Violent tornado possibly still ongoing. Gracious. Yeah, if this was closer to a radar site, this would already be tornado emergency. Really, this is a potentially catastrophic tornado that has gone through Nancy and is going into Somerset. Man. It's still ongoing. That is still a tight couplet, potentially a violent tornado.
Tornado
say
warning
that's it.
for central Logan County in south central Kentucky, northern Simpson County in south central Kentucky,
Nope.
west central Allen County
That is
in
for the
south central
QLCS spin-up
Kentucky,
tornadoes, though.
southwestern Warren County in south central Kentucky, Allen, Logan, Simpson, and Warren County in Kentucky.
So at least they warned those. That's good. But also the storms to its south are very very capable of producing tornadoes. So still, this whole line is very capable of producing a few tornadoes. Yeah, as expected, this storm in northeast Kentucky over ordinary is dying out now. Still on the ground, confirmed by 2 different radars here going into Somerset.
Tornado
Maybe
warning
that's
for
it?
northern Elliott County in east central Kentucky, Elliott County in Kentucky.
Nope, that's an extension of this one up here for 19 more minutes. In Stark, northeast Kentucky. So likely still a strong to intense tornado on the ground approaching Somerset in Kentucky. Unsure if it is on the ground, but if it's not on the ground, it's extremely close to being on the ground. So I still believe an intense to potentially violent tornado is heading into Somerset. Radar indicated. Still radar indicated. Man. Yeah, at least it's warned, so you should be seeking shelter because you are in a tornado warning.
Tornado warning
So.
for central Pulaski County in south central Kentucky, Pulaski County in Kentucky.
Where's that? Oh, it's finally observed! Wait, I think it's finally observed! Is it PDS? It's just normal observed. Uh-huh. Sure, National Weather Service. Wow. So potentially a violent tornado in the city of Somerset, Kentucky right now. Remember what we say. When you're looking far away on a radar site, as you see an area of rotation and you start to see a debris signature, there's a good likelihood that that tornado is going to be strong. We are very far from the radar. So for us to see a debris signature, this is almost instantly an intense tornado. And the fact it has been ongoing this long with a really strong area of rotation leads me to believe that it was likely a violent tornado. And this thing is still completely discrete in a volatile environment. This may continue for the next few hours. It is in a volatile environment. Until the QLCS catches up to this storm, it is going to be able to potentially produce another intense tornado if it's not still producing one right now. Give me a moment. There we go. Jeez. All right, let's go see. Okay, that debris is a lot lighter, so there's a chance this is lifted now. There's a chance that's lifted. But this was on the ground, non-observed for at least a good 20 minutes minimum. I mean, let's go back to the Nashville radar because that was the one that had the clearest radar scan when it first touched down. This tornado first touched down right here. Well west of Nancy at approximately 10:36 p.m. So from 10:36 all the way till about 11. So that's about a 24-minute tornado without it ever going observed until it finally started to weaken on the last few minutes. I mean, it just went observed like literally 2 minutes ago. Also, we do have another confirmed warning for Russellville in Kentucky. So that's an observed tornado warning as well. And that is your radar site in eastern Kentucky looking at the storm. So we'll see. Give me just a moment again. That still shows it on the ground. I don't know which one to trust, but you know, you need to be in your safe spot, and you're in. If you are in Somerset, you need to be in your safe spot. This still could be a potentially violent tornado going through Somerset right now. My word. Crazy bad radar hole, too. Horrific radar hole. We're still at 23 severe warnings, and none of them are PDS anymore. And we now have 4 tornado warnings, 2 being observed. Wait, where's our 4th one? 1, 2, 3. Where's the 4th? Oh, it's on top of the observed warning. Dude, okay. I'll move the Knoxville radar site to the East Kentucky radar site. So that still shows a strong to potentially violent tornado moving through Somerset. It's very difficult to say how strong it is with how far away our radar site is. Gracious. So still possibly a strong tornado on the ground. It looks like it's still on the ground to me. I can't even go as high as this is lofted debris. It range folds. That's how high up it is. I'd say it's lofted debris a minimum of 25,000 feet. I believe this is still a intense to violent tornado that has been on the ground for over 30 minutes now. And is still on the ground. Touchdown way back here west of Nancy. And it's been on the ground ever since. There's how long tracked it is. Finally!
Laurel County in south-central Kentucky, northwestern Knox County in southeastern Kentucky, east-central Pulaski County in south-central Kentucky, south-central Rockcastle County in south-central Kentucky, Knox, Laurel, Pulaski, and Rockcastle County in Kentucky.
Finally! A PDS tornado warning. So that's how long our tornado has been on the ground, from here to here without a PDS warning. 30 minutes. This has been a strong, intense, as well as a potentially violent tornado across its lifespan here, and it just now has gone PDS. Wow. So still likely a strong to potentially violent tornado on the ground here. Still ongoing. It's got a reflectivity debris ball. This is still likely a violent tornado. Oh my goodness. I think we just watched a very horrific situation in the city of Somerset, Kentucky on radar here. Wow. It's finally PDS. This should have been PDS such a long time ago. Really unacceptable. That's why we always say to seek shelter for any tornado warning. Any tornado warning. Likely violent tornado is still ongoing. This radar is starting to get a lot better data now. It's starting to get at least a little bit closer to our radar site. So this data is going to become more and more accurate with time from here on out. Just insane. Still an intense to potentially violent tornado on the ground. Going through Somerset, now east of Somerset. My goodness. This is our only observed warning now. The other one is now back to radar indicated. This is still likely a very intense to violent tornado on the ground. It's going to be moving towards London next. London, heavy, just north of Corbin in eastern Kentucky. Oh yeah, no doubt. It should have been a Tory for Somerset. And it hit criteria for a Tory in Somerset. No doubt. With 4 different radars confirming debris being lofted around 20,000 feet. Yeah, no doubt. It is still a likely large and potentially violent tornado. Yep, this is the longest track tornado of the day and also the one of the strongest as well. Wow. I've been really half speechless through this whole thing, to be honest with you. Just because of how the NWS has handled it. One radar site having a big CC, sometimes a little fishy, but 4? 4 of them. Yeah, no. When 4 of them have it, that's a whole different level. We just got a new mesoscale discussion out here for the potential of a violent tornado. Let's see if they specifically highlight this one storm. Gonna have to get at least another minute or two before that graphic fully loads. Still an intense tornado on the ground in eastern Kentucky. Yep, they highlighted this specific area and in front of this storm. EF2 plus tornado will be possible over the next hour. Wow, look at this. 4-inch hail, a couple strong tornadoes, including the threat for an intense or violent tornado, and 90 mile-an-hour winds, all possible. What a mesoscale discussion. Wow. 90 mile-an-hour winds, 4-inch hail, and multiple strong tornadoes, potentially an intense or violent one, all possible. Good morning, Lucky. You have tuned in to what is likely one of the more violent tornadoes today. It's been on the ground for about 40 minutes, and it was radar indicated for about 30. It went PDS like 8 minutes ago.
Dude.
It's still on the ground. It had a huge CC, 23,000 feet up in the air on 4 different radars, and they kept it radar indicated for about 30 minutes. And then they went observed, and then 5 minutes after observed, they went PDS. Yeah, there's been a huge tornado outbreak today. Been a huge tornado outbreak. Probably multiple violent tornadoes. Let me go back over here. So we're going to keep watching this intense tornado as it's on the ground still. Moving east. Going to go towards London and just barely north of Corbin. Out here in eastern Kentucky. So make sure you are in your safe spot if you're in this PDS tornado warning. See what the HRRR has. The HRRR doesn't even acknowledge this. Oh, well, it does, but it's way too far north, so it definitely doesn't acknowledge the placement of this storm. The placement of this storm is near perfect right now. The MCS is going to catch up with it, but that's probably still an hour away. So you can see our overconvection mess is up here with our MCS back here. So this storm is literally in the perfect spot to continue to produce a strong to violent tornado for at least the next hour. I'm not sure how long it's going to stay on the ground, but it's definitely still on the ground. Lofting debris as high as 27,000 feet up into the atmosphere. Oh my goodness. That is a 161 mile per hour velocity pixel. Right there. That is a 161 mile per hour velocity pixel. Gracious day. Very, very violent tornado. Multiple chasers have reported power flashes in Somerset from earlier, and multiple chasers are en route to try and help. We now have visual confirmation of a violent stovepipe that went through the city of Somerset. So it was indeed on the ground in the city of Somerset in Kentucky. Chasers are now reporting significant tornado damage near Somerset. So definitely was a significant tornado for Somerset there. This is an absurd tornado. Absolutely absurd tornado. Still a PDS tornado. Going directly towards London. Go ahead.
If I'm not mistaken, the it looks a little rain wrap too.
I mean, it probably is. I imagine it is.
I mean, look, go back to reflectivity because I just tried to open my software. Yeah, dude, that thing would be rain wrapped in a half. It almost looks like a donut, but it's a little far behind.
It's the closer it gets, the more it looks like a classic hook echo and less of a rain wrapped mess.
Yeah. So it could be rain wrapped, could not, but that doesn't matter, y'all. Y'all need to be in your safe spots because this is a dangerous tornado, as we have heard already. What was it? What was the wording?
But
For the damage. For damage.
Significant tornado damage
Yeah,
reported.
significant. So that is not something you like to hear at all.
Right now, this is in a very rural area, but in about 15 minutes, if it's still on the ground, which I wouldn't rule out, it is going to be going over very populated areas. This has a reflectivity debris ball over trees, so I can't imagine how violent this thing would be if it were over homes.
I don't even want to think about that because that is crazy.
I'm going to stay with this chaser, and I'll keep giving you updates as he sends them out to the public.
So am I muted?
No, you've been unmuted the whole time.
Oh, I thought you were listening to a chaser. That's why I thought. That's why.
Nah.
Oh, but whatever. Anyways, hi guys. I don't know if I said hi, but hi. Hope everyone's having a okay Friday night. Other than these
This might be locked in debris as high as 35,000 feet now.
Dude, TRG, I seen a video. I Is this on my main account? I don't know. It's not. Um, I don't. Yeah, I did get a report.
Look at that.
Dude, this thing looks like it's from a movie, bro. Like, look.
On
Look at
radar,
this.
it looks so classic right now. Let me see what you have.
Yes. All right. Let's send it.
Oh
That
yeah,
thing looks
that's
like a
it.
movie.
That's
Yeah, that
it.
thing looks like a movie. That thing looks like it's from a movie. You can't tell me I'm wrong either, because that is.
New warning back in South Central Kentucky.
Tornado warning for western Monroe County in south central Kentucky, east central Simpson County in south central Kentucky, Allen County in south central Kentucky, south central Warren County in south central Kentucky, Allen, Monroe, Simpson, and Warren County in Kentucky.
Tornado of the day is in the dead of night over eastern Kentucky. And it was the worst handled tornado warnings from the day. Is there any homes this could have hit? I think there might be some homes. Cuz like literally anything this hits, it's going to fully demolish. There's definitely some homes it could potentially hit out here. And it's right over that area right now on CC. How many people are in this observed warning here? 61,000. It gets very populated towards the end of this warning. There's no sign of this stopping at any point. We have a volatile environment and a fully discrete supercell. So until that QLCS catches up with it in an hour, this is going to continue to produce violent tornadoes or a single violent long track tornado for the next 60 some minutes. This environment is very volatile. It is exiting some of the best to lower level wind shear, but it's still in good enough wind shear. Let me see the mesoscale discussion there from the SPC real quick. Let's see. So they have that continuing all the way, the intense tornado threat, potentially a violent tornado threat, all the way until 2 counties west of the Kentucky-Virginia border. So this whole area is where they have that continuing as a violent tornado threat. Look at that. So debris is being lofted higher than 27,000 feet right now in a relatively rural area of eastern Kentucky out of this extremely violent tornado. And like I said, once it gets out of this area, you can see when it stops. Right here is when population starts to significantly increase. Right in this area is where it starts to significantly increase, and then you have tens of thousands of people in this area. Newest radar scan there, still a violent tornado. 136 on range folding. My word. There has been no clear sign of an occlusion process. It's still in the perfect spot. You may think that it's occluding because it's been more rain-wrapped, but that's not the case. The occlusion process is if in a storm, the hook echo goes fully into the base like this. Excuse me. So, until that goes completely up into the base of the supercell or it hits an unfavorable environment or the QLCS catches up to it, this is going to keep producing a long-tracked violent tornado. That is insane, CC. Absolutely absurd correlation coefficient there. Man. Wait for that new velocity scan in 2 seconds. Should be right now. Still extremely intense. I have 157 on 25, which is just crazy. Just crazy.
And we're not super close to, like, super close to the radar, so it could be even more.
Alright, this is over a very rural area. At this exact second, I'm going to end stream because we're running out of time. I'm going to end stream and immediately start back up. So I'm gonna just end right now abruptly. I will see you guys in less than 60 seconds. You're not gonna be redirected. I can't redirect you. So just go to the channel, and you will see that I'm going to go live again. What were you gonna say, Lucky?
I was gonna, if not, then I'll post a link in the chat. I don't know if it's gonna be able to send.
All right,
you know,
I'm gonna be live within 30 seconds. I'm gonna end right now, so I'll see you guys in less than 30